Romans being patriotic, sacrificing themselves for society, being ruthless, being harsh, seeing that the good must be fought for, the bad is easy, an abyss of weak feeling, the good tests us, it's the soaring heights of noble feeling. David's audience was used to art depicting the ancient past as a lovely dream of delightful softness, charming people in 18th century costume, taking a boat to the goddess Aphrodite's island of love, and having a lot of escapist ancient world pleasure. Instead, David gives them an ancient world that is not about pleasure, it's about action. It's the spirit of the times, inspired by the Enlightenment. But David's pictures also show personal darkness, his feelings of resentment against authority. David had struggled to be successful, but was always done down by the established artists who ran the Paris art scene, who decided what taste was. David spent 5 years studying in Rome. What clicked with him was the classical statues everywhere. They opened his eyes to the pure white marble look. In it, David saw eroticism, sensuality, longing, yearning, passion. That cocktail of wonderments would speak to David because he's a very passionate man. He's always making heroic speeches. He's always longing for glory. He's always imagining conspiracies against him. His genius unjustly passed by those in authority in the art world. Is to suffer that injustice in silence. And so he identifies with the way strong feeling in the marble statues seems all the stronger for being heroically reined in. They embody noble Greek and Roman tales of passion and patriotism and sacrifice and ancient civic virtue. And out of all that, David gets something political. He sees the model of how a whole society ought to be in that heroic, muscular posing. See David's mind whirring. Renaissance opened a door for him to appreciate the value of the art of the ancient past. This noble way of life, he thinks, is an attack on the corruption of life now. People who have no inner nobility, only noble positions, inherited because of an accident at birth. Sons vow to their father to defend Rome in a fight with their sisters' husbands, soldiers who fight on the side of Rome's enemies. David's audience knows this ancient story. At home in your living room now, you don't. Don't worry, I'll help you. Be beamed up now into an unfamiliar dimension. Feel its atmosphere. David takes Renaissance space and makes it menacing. Look at the center of it. They're swearing an oath with swords. It's a ritual. Now look at it without knowing that. Don't think what the story is. That's the center of emotion. Look at the darkness around it. That's the whole world of feeling in itself. Look at the whole stark emptiness in that space and the massiveness of the pillars, the framing job they do, isolating each bit of human action. The sons, the father, the women. You suddenly realize how important starkness is in the picture, how the huge, stately geometry of it is a feeling in itself. See how feeling is conveyed by shape, the sloping, curving, resigned despair of the women, the little punctuation points of the children's faces, the innocence in that shape under the great bearing down weight of the menacing stuff above, the empty darkness, and how the muscular stretched out posing of the men is all harsh angles, rattling up the geometry of the vertical pillars, letting us feel the true menace of those flying, gleaming weapons. Doom that's to come. When the French Revolution comes in 1789, Jacques-Louis David is made its official artist. Art shows civilization changing. Art very rarely directly causes the change, but in David's case, it did. David is on the National Convention, new revolutionary government, and he's the friend of Robespierre, the leader of the Committee of Public Safety. Robespierre initiates the Reign of Terror, a period of feverish paranoia about the revolution's enemies. Robespierre's nickname is the Incorruptible. David's nickname is Ferocious Terrorist. In 1793, both of their surnames were on the king's death warrant. King, clergy, the aristocracy, these are out. There was 1,000 years of medieval God and 2 centuries of Renaissance softening of the God hard line. But now, people's minds have got to be radically messed with, absolutely immediately. Power seemed like a mountain. It turns out you can chop it down. Notre Dame, 1793. The heads and statues of kings decorating the church were chopped off and buried in the ground. These are all remakes. In the Revolution, Notre Dame was made into a temple of reason. All the churches in Paris are deconsecrated, their meaning changed. David is ordered to paint the journalist Jean-Paul Marat, who aided Robespierre in initiating the terror and called for the revolution's enemies to be murdered. When Marat was murdered himself by Charlotte Corday, who believed his fanaticism perverted revolutionary values, David was told to make the death into propaganda for the revolution. He paints the facts of the scene, a letter from Charlotte Corday. The wooden box Marat writes on when he's in the bath to soothe his skin disease. The real meaning is the transformation of the facts. Something wholly new must happen here. It's got to get a message across as fast as a modern ad. Painting's got to say revolution, revolution, revolution. No turning back. It's painting for a mass audience. It's got to move the people. He knows they're still wired in their brains and souls to be moved by religious symbolism, by saints in Christian art. So he gives them Marat as a saint. Marat's writing stuff is like the attributes of a saint. Instead of a Bible or the keys to heaven, you get Marat's quill, his ink pot, his papers. David gives them Marat as Christ. He gave Christ in the tomb that's pictured again and again in Christian art. It's got to be a revolutionary Christ instead of Christian redemption, Christian coming back from the dead, Christian hope. There's a blackness around Marat. There is no fairy tale religious afterlife. There's only the here and now. The great urgency of a new world created now. David is saying this is civilization. This is our goal. It's the first truly political art. How's his audience going to truly understand it? 2 spectacular events clinch it. 16th of October, 1793. On this day, David's painting, The Death of Marat, is unveiled to the people of Paris, who gather in enormous crowds out here in the courtyard of the Louvre to see it. And on the same day, a mile away, the Queen of France, Marie Antoinette, is executed. Marie Antoinette is driven through the streets of Paris in a cart. As it passes under David's apartments in the Louvre, David leans out the window and draws her. Imagine David, the dictator of art, thinking, what a day. Plain, tiny, trapped, her hair brutally shorn off. We see the great observing skill of David, his feel for the human and the natural, the real, underlies his glamorous oil paintings. He's a great little sketcher. Must have only taken seconds. Well done, David. Hang on. It had to be quick because she's about to be executed. What a monster this guy is. 2 processions, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. The whole of Paris watched the Queen's procession. The whole government turned out to march in Marat's, headed by David's death portrait. They merge into a new kind of performance art. One's a grim political funeral, Mara. One's a macabre celebration of new values, the death of the Queen. Together, they complete the meaning of David's painting. Something has been unleashed in politics, but also at human psychology. That starts to be the reigning principle that comes out at this point in history. Instead of kings, church, we can now be noble without kings, spiritual without the church. But we can also be ghastly, cruel, morbid, frightening. This phase of the revolution goes into meltdown when the leaders of the Committee for Public Safety are themselves purged. When the convention turns on Robespierre, Robespierre says, "This is it, you're either with me or against me, and if it's against, I'll drink the poison like Socrates." David is there when Robespierre is doing his histrionics. He does a bit of drama queening back again. He says, "Robespierre, if you drink the hemlock, I'll drink it with you." When the moment comes the next day for Robespierre and his companions to go down, David says he's got a cold and doesn't turn up. Imprisoned by the new revolutionary regime, but then pardoned, David spent his time in jail planning this picture, the intervention of the Sabine women. Classical wives call their warring husbands to put down their weapons. By the time he finishes it in 1799, Napoleon has seized power in France in a coup. Napoleon makes David his official artist. David paints Napoleon's crowning in Notre Dame. Napoleon is all for peace in France, but wants total war with all the other countries. Heroic soldiers of Napoleon, resting from their great deeds. Great deeds against the dead. David amazed people with his insights into the power of noble feeling. Now we're going to enter the dark recesses of the mind of the man who created these pictures. Someone who looks at what we're capable of emotionally in a radically different way to David. He's radical, he's dark, he lives in Spain. And now Napoleon is about to invade his country. The art of Francisco Goya, the Spanish counterpart to David. David mirrors man's noble soul. Goya descends into the subterranean depths. Goya in the 1790s is the moment when the artist doesn't just paint what he's told, he also paints his own imagination, the unasked for, the uncomfortable, the unwanted. We saw how the big statement of David's art is that we, without kings and religion, can be free to be more fully ourselves. There's a new world coming, and reason is going to usher it in. Goya, who wants that new world as much as David, shows freedom going negative, and negativity becoming an all-enveloping darkness. Goya says, yes, religion can be changed. Yes, the idea of God can be made more democratic. And yes, we can use knowledge and reason to know ourselves more truly. But the truth is, unreason will always come back.
I don't know how to I just got exchange that my she's watching
How did he get here?
It's like that.
It's important to see the contrast from what Goya was, a painter of colourful scenes, picnics, country,
my dad told me about this while back he's like there are people who go into like South America or Colombia or Argentina, they would purchase medals and silvers.
His style changed after severe illness in the early 70s coincided with the sudden end to
whatever to the origin of their
polio
country
or
and make a
syphilis,
profit that way. So they just transfer
time
value
David
of precious
was in prison
metals.
in Paris.
So like they
In
just
Madrid,
make it just like
Goya was
everybody does
recuperating
it in so many different ways. Some people do it with
death.
work, some people do it with
During his illness, Spain declared holy war on France.
It's just like how
The
they
execution of the French king, the French revolutionaries. Goya believes in the
much of the
revolution.
country and how it brings
Spain is stuck in the past, he thinks. Spain's reaction wants freedom. In images mixing reality and fantasy, Goya shows Spain dominated by traditions that stultify humanity. The clergy feeding ignorance to the peasants. The Holy Inquisition punishing free thought. The dumb rich riding the helpless poor. Goya and his circle dream of revolutionary values coming to Spain. Maybe the great leader Napoleon will bring them in when he brings his troops in. Out will go the old Spanish superstition and conservatism and the heavy weight of the church. But instead of enlightenment and reason, Napoleon's eventual arrival in Spain causes Spain to turn even more brutal, even more irrational. And the old oppressive heaviness comes back even heavier. The dream turns into a nightmare. Goya's political worldview shattered, socially isolated, because he had a buzzing in his head at all times, he was only able to communicate by sign language. He leads a double life. He paints official portraits, but also private visions. Monsters stand for despair in humanity, wandering colossus of mindless violence. Is it Napoleon? Goya doesn't say. Cruelty and violence aren't new in Europe. Wars started by Napoleon were in the name of new civilized values, equality, brotherhood, freedom. Turns out you can only get them through torture and murder. David's clarity, we are good. Goya's murkiness, we don't know what we are. Goya wanders through the King's art collection, getting visual inspiration from the past.
She takes
Spanish
interest
style,
from me, and
vague, hazy,
Thanksgiving was positive
Goya's take on
gathering
Spanish
with my
tradition
family because
to make
obviously
vagueness
my mom,
weird.
I got her off zero,
When he paints the
and
bosses,
I learned that
both
both my brother and my
portraits of
sister
the royal
are
family
off
of
zero
Carlos
as well,
IV,
and I got my
completed in
brother
1800,
DCA
radiates
just a little bit,
unease.
enough.
Yet the
He's
bosses
still kind
themselves
of like
don't
a
complain.
thinks that land
Yes,
and
we are in
property
charge.
is the better
It's an
investment.
unease that
So,
only comes
you know,
clear
slowly,
for us
slowly,
in our
you know,
modern age.
aren't the
There is a
family.
time bomb of modern anxiety.
I'm very much in the same
Together,
situation,
very
Johnny,
shaky.
and I also managed to maybe not necessarily orange pill my mother, but twist her arm. Unfortunately, the timing of that was,
Royal
I think, in the
shimmer,
spring
like
of 21.
David's painting
So,
of the crowning of
and I got
Napoleon
it to
at
buy
Notre Dame. Where
microstrat.
David is glorifying, Goya is weirdly frank. The faces of the royals are not remotely impressive. They're plain and homely, even ugly. Their eyes are unknoble. We see a weird call-out of uglies who seem almost like phantoms. That space they're standing in is all blurs. Goya paints the royal family, he works for the royal family, he's in the orbit of the royal family. But at the same time, he's separated from them. He puts himself in the picture, but the effect of it is to make him separated from them even more. Surrounded by shadow, it's not like he's reverent towards their majesty, he's distanced from their strangeness. Goya paints in the great tradition of Spanish art, fuzzy-edged, vague, dark. With Goya, there's a new psychological element that springs that visual pleasure into visceral, disturbing, delicious, grand visual shudder as the canvas that monumentalizes not royalty, but unhinged, shadowy dread. Goya is a liberal, progressive man of the Enlightenment. He doesn't just deplore humanity's dark side, he's the great, tireless explorer of it. Captain Cook of the oceans of the monstrous that is everyone's unconscious. Goya becomes the prophet of the new scariness of human destiny our modern age has. He foresees the modern death drive, realization that we can destroy ourselves with a wound, devour ourselves. In 1819, when he was 73, Goya bought a house on the outskirts of Madrid. Day after day, painted scenes direct on the plaster walls. Sinking in quicksand or struggling to get up. Civilization giving in to despair or struggling to get out of it. Yes, we are brutal. Do we give up hope then? Do we hate ourselves so much? Old man eats his own children. Haunted, furtive, guilty, hopeless. Look in the eyes is what sums up Goya's darkness. It's his idea of the inner self being free to come out, face up to. The possibility of us ever admitting that we are that it's not God who hurls sinners into hell, that hell is something we make for ourselves. We hurl ourselves into hell just by being ourselves. Goya was in his 70s. They're called the Black Paintings. It's not his title. He didn't call them anything. He ate his meals looking at them, in between stints gardening. He went to bed staring at them at night. He woke up in the morning to them. The mad parade. The mad leading the mad and getting madder. Witches, killers, devourers, obsessions of the depraved. Old doddery Goya, in from the garden, paints men banging each other with cudgels, standing in a swamp. It's the world in a giant. A new regime, mindless banging. The art of feeling, even gone wrong. Francisco Goya sleeps in the studio, nightmares coming out of his head. Medieval world equals God. Renaissance world equals humanity. Enlightenment world equals humanity instead of God. Then comes despair of humanity, Goya's black paintings world. Without even God to give us some comforting illusions. Goya is not a cynic. He's fighting cynicism. In 1814, Goya was ordered to paint a picture of the new right-wing Spanish monarch. It's an event from the war with France, where Spanish civilians were rounded up and executed. The government wants a statement that backs up Spanish capitalism. Goya bravely confronts the bigger picture of humanity, how the whole of civilization goes to hell and war. At the time, it was obscure for us to let what gives this icon its power? I think people remain compelled by it because its crystalline, grotesque character, between just the right frightening elements looming up out of the darkness. That hazy, swirly miasma that makes up the earthly man, the background. And like a dream, it's a collage of imagery, traditions of art, thoughts of the time, foundation stones of Christian faith, and the stones all cracking. Goya takes the images of authority from the past and makes them disorienting instead of comforting. The image of Christian art that the victim in the centre with outstretched arms summons up
or educational thread about ViralRabbi,
man glowing with innocence.
Someone to come up on their own,
an image of hope, makes it hopeless.
with on their own,
As with David's death of Mara,
it is not based on botting, so botting for likes, engagement, stuff like that.
Getting any
It's not going to
reward
work.
in heaven. Kneeling down and praying and falling into the well-known poses
that doesn't
of
matter
saints.
as long as it's
They
good content and it's unique,
there is no
personal content that you come up with, not copied from someone else. You have a chance at winning. So
both David and
don't worry
Goya are about heightened
for stuff like that.
One says fight for a new world, the other warns about what happens when monstrousness rules. In his etching, The Sleep of Reason Produces Monsters, what Goya brings out, a new phase of human consciousness that the Enlightenment brings in, is the disorienting feeling that reason itself could be monstrous. With despair at humanity comes the failure of feeling. A modern art gallery. You don't expect to see a lot of stuff about God in there. Your own feelings tell you what it is to be human. It's a modern art. What's it saying? We think we see human feelings of outrage, horror, pity, sorrow. But do we really? This is really feeling at a distance, not the artist's feeling. The artist hired a team of technicians to make a perfect replica of a ramshackle lineup of slogans and signs put together by a peace protester opposite the Houses of Parliament. We're modern, we're free. We don't have a punishing, bullying, higher being telling us what we are. Feeling is our guide to the good. Here we see our complete disorientation about what it is we do feel. A long way from David's triumph of making people think they could have a revolution just by looking at a painting. And we're just as far from Goya's radically sincere experiment in picturing his own dark side in order to face it down. In our time, we've grown incredibly complacent about the spectacle of nightmares. After all, we've never known anything else. We've grown up on science fiction films and horror films describing our inner psyches to us, spelling out our fears in fantasy form. Our art is just responding to that. We giggle at the lowness of humanity, but our art that looks at what society has become is always showing us. We have a humour based on despair. Goya is a black humorist too. He's a despairist too. But while our contemporary art says, oh yes, bring it on to psychic darkness, his vision isn't founded on complacency and human baseness. It's about being constantly vigilant towards that, fighting it. Underneath our giggling, isn't there a feeling of sadness about something that's lost to us and maybe we'd like to have back? Genuine light of civilization Goya holds up to us. David and Goya, two great artists who show us what we're capable of emotionally. We want that richness of feeling that seems like us. We become afraid of it. Feelings that David has been consistently exploring are kind of alien to us. They go in a direction we've become distanced from, about nobility, the high range of feelings. What's staggering is their strength. Their nature is a challenge. I think a good one. Why David's art matters is the incredible energy of his enthusiasm. We can get in touch with nobility that's inside ourselves. We respond to that with numbness. We're just not used to thinking that way. It's a defensive thing. We tell ourselves we're repelled by David's surfaces. It's a problem of style, a problem of David doing propaganda for outmoded causes. And then the defenses are down, and you're in there, within the landscape of feeling, and you realise the resistance was fear at your own potential. Wouldn't it be great to truly be what you have it within yourself to be, to raise yourself up? 21st century people live in a world of freedoms that were undreamed of in David's time. But there's a loss there too. We've forgotten what it is to be great. We don't really feel the loss until we're shown a world where greatness is still possible. Private view of a contemporary art show. Don't be fooled by the party atmosphere. This is 21st century people asking, what are we? Empty, unhinged, distorted. Unknown forces greater than ourselves are shaping us to be something we don't feel we really are, something unnatural. Polluted modern environment is like the polluted inner self. Help declining. This feeling of catastrophe isn't really unique to modern life. Tonight we're going to look at where it comes from and what we can do about it. Leave the world of international digitalized conceptual art and cross time to a top hat and tails world. A private view at London's Royal Academy in the 19th century. The British are our focus tonight. It's Britain that spearheads the Industrial Revolution, a process of change in society and work that transforms the whole of life. The origin of our modern anxiety is in that momentous change in human consciousness. We feel we're losing our individuality, our creativity. We feel meaningless. Tonight, we're going to meet a Victorian who thought he could fight that process. Civilization could rise again. What do Victorians think about? They think about scientific progress, history, and human nature. Do all ages pass? Do all civilizations decay? What causes corruption? The man who freaks Victorians out with these thoughts, who sees the problems of the world on an epic scale, is the subject tonight. He's an arts guru, John Ruskin. His life's work is about the power of art to save souls. Ruskin was a great battling, critical mind. He taught Victorians to see clearly, through that to understand what they could be if they were better than themselves. If he's remembered at all today, it's to gossip about his tragic sex life. Tragic because it was all fantasy, and because of the illicit nature of the fantasies. Tonight we're aiming higher. We're looking at the redeeming power of art. Art is not just a distraction from the grueling trip of life, it is life. It is our imaginative proposal of what life can be. Ruskin is the prophet of why art matters. He says, you don't live a fulfilled life, you're a slave. You've sold yourself, you live in a world of exploitation. You don't connect to the things around you, they don't reflect you, you're alone. You live a half life. You can live a full one through art. Art has in it that which makes life worth living. He's saying all this in the 19th century. Ruskin died over 100 years ago in 1900. I think what he's saying is still fresh for us now. It can still help us. I think it can actually save us. If you pick up a rock, what's it telling you? It might be that the mighty hand of God is filling everything up with divine power. But if you're a scientist, it's telling you that the earth isn't a few thousand years old, as it says in the Bible, created by God in 7 days. It's many billions of years old. We don't know how it was created. There wasn't a flood or a Noah's Ark. And you're alone with the mysteries of the universe. Science changed everything for Victorians. Society changed. Nature was disappearing. Nature wasn't something you lived in and ruled your life and reflected your inner being anymore. Machines ruled life. They didn't care about your inner being. It was brooding thoughts like these that occupied Ruskin on his trips to the Alps. Mountains are in his mind when he's thinking about social transformation. Rural agricultural culture changing into an overwhelmingly industrial civilization. A new money culture replaces nature and God. Ruskin thought mountains were the quintessence of nature, so they were the purest form of the language of God. Without them, air couldn't be purified, the flow of rivers sustained, and humans couldn't be startled out of their lethargy with the deep and pure agitation of astonishment. We open our eyes, we see God's revelation. Born in 1819 to wealthy parents who made their money in trade, Ruskin received his early education at home. A large part of it was his mother teaching him to learn great tracts of the Bible by heart. Religious, Brought up to love nature, hardwired to see the world as good fighting evil, the element needed to make Ruskin was an artist. Turner. How can mere paintings reverse civilization's decline? Coming up after the ads, a big blast of consolation for humanity's lost illusions. In the 1840s, John Ruskin put art, man, and nature together, and out of the impact, he drew great moral lessons to redeem a corrupt civilization. The man who fires up Ruskin to become the guru of the age is the great landscape painter J.M.W. Turner. Turner paints nature, not just the look of the weather exploding into typhoons and storms with the sea roiling and the sky rippling, but the emotion of that experience. Paints the truth of nature, paints nature's power. Turner exhibited every year at the Royal Academy. In his old age, critics began attacking his vagueness. Ruskin came in to defend him. A letter Ruskin wrote to a magazine complaining about bad reviews of Turner was the seed of Ruskin's 5-volume work, Modern Painters. The first one came out in 1843, when Ruskin was 24, and immediately made him famous. Modern Painters is a description of art from the Middle Ages to modern times, with Turner at the centre. Rather than vague, Ruskin says Turner is realistic. Turner's landscapes don't obey fake conventions found in Victorian academic art. They're the equivalent of not being well-mannered in society. They depict nature in an attacking, inspiring, challenging relationship with the modern mind. Today, we call that kind of thing romanticism. We forget what it really means. Turner sees the cracking skies, the great sunsets, sunrises, rush of wind and rain. He sees the rush of modern life. He sees steam and speed and railway trains, the new violent forces that science produces. He sees all this as equally exciting, equally emotional. He feels within a great shaking up of man. That's what he sees out there. Ruskin was an artist himself, but he didn't consider his own stuff art in the same way as Turner's was. Ruskin went to the same alpine passes that Turner went to and painted the same scenes himself. The pictures are nothing like each other. Turner's dramatic, vast, powerfully emotional, rolling explosions of mists and rocks, while Ruskin's are just some rocks. This is by Ruskin. He records what he sees. This is by Turner. He transforms what he sees. Both exactly the same mountain location. Turner travels out there. He lives the reality. He understands the structure of rocks. He knows what cloud formations are, what the weather does, how nature operates. He comprehends all of that with his own natural feeling. The final painting is all of that. In the late stages of his art, Turner has gone on to a new level, elemental, powerful, sublime. The audience doesn't get it. Victorian polite society doesn't see the truth in his late style, but smeary landscapes done by someone they think of as a social primitive. It's Ruskin who rescues Turner's reputation. Everybody thought Turner was a git. He is an incredibly annoying guy as far as communicating goes. He mumbles, he sneers, he gets into strops, he walks out of meetings. He won't account for himself. No wonder the public wants to cut him down to size, even though he's only 5 feet tall. He's too suddenly rich, too suddenly established, too suddenly successful. He's too enormously ineffable in his mist exploring. He's only the son of a barber. He's too working class to be sublime. For Ruskin, Turner's mental processes are the same as his own. Turner paints as Ruskin thinks, art as revelation, like God's revelations. Ruskin owned a painting by Turner of a slave ship in a storm, given to him by his father, who transfixed Ruskin. He saw in it God's salvation, man's cruelty. He saw the scale of nature versus the vulnerability of humanity. By expressing all this with such intensity, Turner reveals art's inner purpose. Art is not just a trivial enhancement of life that you talk about in a stilted, false way to impress people. It's about something tremendous, can and absolutely should change your life. Ruskin saw that in this painting, Turner's mists shower us with the mighty realization of our presence here on Earth. The laws of how to live come tumbling out of Ruskin like a new 10 Commandments, with Turner's art as God up the mountain. Modern painters, Ruskin proposes what he calls the law of help. In a plant, he writes, that taking away of one part injures the rest. If any part enters into a state in which it no more assists the rest, and has thus become helpless, we call it dead. Power which causes the several parts of the plant to help each other we call life. Ruskin goes on to say, the intensity of life is also intensity of helpfulness, completeness of depending of each part on all the rest. The ceasing of this help is what we call corruption. Ruskin sees this law is worked out as no place in the industrial mechanized world. Unless we remedy that, he thinks, we are lost. (1852), Ruskin, aged 33, floats through the Renaissance city of Venice, looking at history, coming up with answers to the problem of how to re-civilize modern man. It's not the message you might think. Ruskin is important because he creates great moral myths of what happened to the world, where it's headed and how people ought to behave. They're like biblical myths, only instead of biblical stories, Ruskin uses art and nature as his materials. Ruskin's greatest myth was created here, the city of Venice. Ruskin's here to write his next great book after modern painters. It's called The Stones of Venice. Instead of painting, it's about architecture. He prepares material for it, notes and drawings. He obsessively replicates every part of the city that interests him. His work is looking, analysing, understanding. What architecture does, Ruskin thinks, is it expresses the values of a civilization. It expresses its soul. You can see the spiritual health of a civilization in its architecture. But when the civilization goes wrong, you can see that too. Civilization going wrong is what Ruskin sees in the Renaissance. Ruskin is the guy who comes up with the radical idea of a bad Renaissance instead of a good one. He sees the Renaissance as the first step toward the alienated, spiritually empty world of today. Ruskin says, Renaissance bad, the Gothic good. Architecturally, Venice is a mixture of styles, still surviving from different eras. To see what really matters, Ruskin says, you need to go back before the Renaissance to the medieval Gothic. The Gothic is all about contrast and surprise, one texture against another, different forms accumulating and supporting each other. This is St. Mark's Cathedral, full of Gothic features. And this is the Doge's Palace, even more Gothic. The Doge is the governor of the Republic of Venice. Medieval labourers who work for him believe their rulers are good, Ruskin says, and they believe in their own individuality, which is connected to nature. It's the labourer's individual creativity that's valued. He's not just knocking out something standard and uniform. The carver contributes to the good of the whole simply by expressing himself. The society is healthy. It's Ruskin's idea of good government, reflecting his law of help. The craftsman feels part of nature, His feet are firmly on earth, while the towering Gothic structure he helps to build is a brother to the mountain that soars up to God. What you're seeing is inspired wonkiness. In a row of windows, a decorated arch pops up for no reason. A line of windows suddenly drops a level. The bricks change tone unpredictably. The pattern keeps changing rhythm. Nothing feels out of whack. It all rights itself. Like a plant, the building reaches fulfillment through all the different individual parts, cohering and cooperating. Ruskin thinks the Renaissance style that comes after the Gothic is only cold perfection, not based on trees and mountains, but on squares and circles. Symmetry is sterile. It's not about parts expressing nature, each in a different way, but a streamlined geometric whole that ignores nature. Where's the pleasure in sterile architecture? Where's the individuality? Where's the human soul? Here, the society is sick. The labourers working for Renaissance princes, glorifying themselves, are not artists creating, but automatons slaving. There's no shared vision of nature uniting the powerful and the poor. The labourer's spirit is deadened. Today's milling tourists by Smart Square don't realise that they're in the middle of a battle. It's being fought between two buildings facing each other across the square. On the right, the Renaissance-style library, designed in the 16th century. On the left, the Doge's Palace, built in the 1300s. Every single one of the marble columns that you're looking at here has its own different, individual, intensely done stone carving at the top of it.
But for now,
throughout this whole building, the eye is getting correctness, but it's also being constantly entertained. Now look at the Renaissance-style library opposite, with its dignity, but also its monochrome monotony. Its regular, predictable repetition of shapes throughout, so that the eye knows exactly at the start what it's going to be seeing right through to the end. Between these two buildings, you're looking at a war of the worlds. Medieval world versus Renaissance world. For Ruskin, it's life versus half-life. Ordinary people being spiritually fulfilled, the Doge's Palace. Ordinary people being nothing, just used creatures, the Renaissance-style library. The Doge's Palace shows ordinary people interacting with the rulers to build a civilization. It shows medieval craftsmen's joy in their labor being imbued into the stones. The inner world is connected to nature. The Gothic style is the great reminder to people living in cities of the natural environment. Medieval craftsmen feed the language of nature into their carvings. Renaissance-style buildings don't show any of that. They just show labourers following through a plan that's been handed down to them. Ordinary people living in Renaissance world live in an environment that isn't for them, that doesn't reflect nature, that doesn't express their inner feelings, and that they don't understand. This goes against everything we've been brought up on. We think, ooh, Renaissance, you should hear Vivaldi whenever you see him. Ruskin says no, you should hear Doom. Ruskin's lesson about the past is a message about how to live now. One way is to be a crushed slave, like he saw in his own civilization, what had happened to him. And the other is to be alive to every moment of existence. Ruskin goes to the island of Torcello, the Venice lagoon, to see the church there, first built by Christians fleeing from Attila the Hun in the 7th century. Mosaics from the 11th century show the weighing of souls, the battle of good and evil, the solemn awareness that no one escapes judgment. Mosaics carry on visual traditions that are 1,000 years old, organic, spontaneous pattern. man unified with nature. Ruskin contrasts all this with the Renaissance. And in that contrast, where anybody else might just see a style change, because after all, change does happen, he sees a great moral collapse from spiritual health to spiritual corruption. He sees the coming of his own time. It's the biblical revelation gradually dawning on him. Venice is Britain. The history of Venice is going to teach a lesson to Britain. An empire on the edge of the sea, immensely wealthy from its trade and conquests, and proud of its traditions and heritage. That's Britain, British Empire of the 19th century, unaware that it's rotting away from within and heading for a fall. For Venice, the fall was the Renaissance. For Britain, it's the Industrial Revolution. Factories in Victorian Britain, Ruskin sees them corrupting life. In his new book, published in 1860, Unto This Last, it's a quote from the New Testament about value. There's a gear change in Ruskin's moral preaching. He turns on his disciples, the people who'd been inspired and educated by him to value art. They are the rich, the upper classes, the new entrepreneurs. The new factory system created their wealth. In doing so, destroyed what made life worth living. You can't cultivate yourself the art and dehumanize everybody else, Ruskin says. Ruskin isn't against wealth. He thinks wealth should have a purpose beyond its own creation. He says there is no wealth but life. He's against the soullessness of the social results of Victorian commercialism. Thinks work is part of life. It shouldn't deaden you, it should fulfill you. Like he imagined workmen in the medieval age were fulfilled. It's a mindset, everyone's in it. He curses the upper classes for exploiting the ordinary man. He sees the ordinary man serving capitalism as unfulfilled, not really a man at all. In our time, we haven't really moved on very far. Instead of industrialism, we've got globalization, which means we haven't got rid of degrading labor conditions, just move them around to different parts of the world. We're still alienated from our work, cut off from nature, even more than people in Ruskin's time. Nature threatens us because of what we've done to it. Our fear that a global catastrophe is going to kill us all is partly real. We really have corrupted nature. Partly a metaphor. We feel we're corrupted.
So that's where I say that my 25 years of experience in a market gives me a fucking huge advantage over people, whether people want to believe it or not.
Once again, it's a picture
People
by
want to think I'm a
Turner
fucking
that
asshole, an
mirrors
idiot,
this
fine.
moral
But I'll tell
struggle.
you what, I'm not a
Picture
fucking
Ruskin
idiot.
owned, given to him
I
by his
know my
father.
shit.
Its full
And I
title
know
is
what has
Slavers
value.
Throwing
And I
Overboard
know
the
well
Dead
enough
Body.
that people in the market will eventually see what I see.
Slave ship owners used to throw slaves overboard if the ship was threatened and collect insurance money for the lost cargo.
So, in fact,
Ruskin,
say,
slavery is still a problem
all
under
these,
industrialization.
whatever, like when people say,
Sold into slavery,
you should be
to
on
sell yourself.
TikTok, YouTube,
After all,
Instagram, this,
slave
that, Twitter,
is all a
Spaces, Twitch,
labourer
blah, blah,
really
blah,
is
blah, blah.
in the new system.
And
For Ruskin,
yes,
the painting is not about
but at the
something
same
that happened
time,
long ago. It's over now.
you're kind of diluting, like
The
if you're good at
unfeeling
something,
nature,
it's better to go all in on that one
The
thing
coming storm
than do
is the
everything
big
a
point
little worse,
Turner's title. Typhoon
So
coming on.
that same kind of thing with the trading. Like I'm shit at trading, anxiety, look at it, or be a slave to that. I'd rather be a slave to my music and to the community.
Ruskin damns the factories where man is divided from his own self, cut off from nature, working in inhuman conditions. But what were Ruskin's positive proposals? They're found in the new modern art styles that Ruskin had begun encouraging in the 1850s. pre-Raphaelite style. These artists present Ruskin's revolutionary social ideas in the form of metaphors. Nature is the main one. They show it glowing, irradiated, hyper-detailed. Life is being crushed. This new type of art, you can't avoid it. To consider nature's meaning. Pre-Raphaelites all read Ruskin's books. They absorb the idea that reality is changing, ways that seem inhumane. Creative work find that lost humanity. In art, we find the connection to nature lost in life. Today we don't find the pre-Raphaelites rebels or shocking. They seem very conventional, because they paint things very clearly. It's art that's liked by people who don't like modern art. In the 1850s, it was modern art. To get the pre-Raphaelites, to take them out of that slightly rosy glow of tameness that we usually associate them with, you have to imagine a whole different set of values. A group that did not follow convention, they made their own rules, they wanted to upset things, they wanted something new, they wanted to express their own moment.
What up, a Hungarian
Kind of
pimps?
art that might have happened if the Renaissance hadn't happened.
How you living, baby?
Work interconnected with nature. Nature
Yellow.
the window. Place of work opened up to nature's silence atmosphere.
iPhone storage is
When you look
full.
at what's in this painting,
Alright,
Christ
Kristen.
in the house of his
Head
parents
finding
by
thing.
John Everett Millay, keep hearing the sound of Ruskin's voice, the things he goes on about. Work, nature, humanity, the fate of the world. We see a sentimental Jesus. Victorians were shocked by the Holy Family work, having dirty feet, skinny, working class. It's actually a radical vision of labour. Every object glows individually, but each is governed by an overall order, rigid, organic, and humane. The inner meaning is open your eyes, see what's really out there. Ruskin values the pre-Raphaelites trying to make the familiar fresh. Their obsession with detail isn't them showing off their craft skills. It's about the strangeness of reality. Reality is seen with the habits of seeing stripped away. Usually we do what we're told to do without realizing that's what we are doing. We're puppets of convention and habit. What Ruskin is saying is that being able to see the world clearly is connected to being able to do something about it. The Awakening Conscience by William Holman Hunt, another pre-Raphaelite, stages Ruskin's ideas about the breakdown of humanity in a modern setting. She is the soul of society, corrupted. She's a kept woman. This is the flat she lives in, paid for by her wealthy lover.
Did you just get
Nature is out the window, reflected in the mirror at the back of the room. We see what her eyes are now seeing. The sight of nature is her awakening realization that she's a slave, a spirit deadened like any worker in the industrial age. How is the room decorated? Pompous, heavy, Victorian interior, reeking of claustrophobia. How about some interior decoration that saves the soul? The artist craftsman William Morris, inspired by Ruskin, expressed nature's richness in wallpaper. Nature compressed into patterns that demand your attention and are almost overlookable because they seem so natural. Ruskin says that man's natural soulfulness is expressed in medieval decoration. Morris, who's read everything that Ruskin's written, believes what he says, thinks it would be unsoulful to just copy medieval decoration is full of nature. Go to nature, get visual patterns from that. Morris's designs are based on his own observation. Leaves, flowers, stems. Inventions based on What's striking about them is how demanding they are, and yet how easily they work. They're just wallpaper, they're just background. But being such a highly original mixture of visual harmony and complexity, it makes the whole idea of the background
I'll be really honest, I woke up this morning to see some tweets and I don't know anything about it.
When Morris does wallpaper, or woven tapestries that are like wallpaper, both based on staring intently at what's in the garden, birds, flowers, leaves, he's not just thinking, what do you need in the background of a dining room for a dinner party? He's thinking, how do you remake your soul? How do you have an environment around you that's fused with moral high values? It isn't just schmaltzy decoration that anesthetizes you and makes you not care about the moral corruption that society now accepts. It surrounds you everywhere. How about sitting in a chair and feeling something moral is happening? Ruskin said how a thing is made and the spirit that goes into it affects whether it stands for health or decay. In response, Morris set up workshops where labourers worked in humane conditions with space and light. They did use machines, but now these served individual creativity. They didn't crush it. The result, a new type of furniture. Everything about it forces you to think about nature. Contrast that with the typical Victorian furniture, heavy and polished. It shows you've got security, money, part of an empire. You ooze confidence. A Morris chair is different to all that. It'd be likely to be made in beechwood, so traditional English material immediately suggests the English countryside. A typical Victorian chair would be made out of imported, exotic, imperial stuff, using machines that can do all the joining and fitting super smoothly. It would have upholstery, matting, horsehair, springs, padding, overstuffing. A Morris chair, instead, is done with rush, reed that grows on the riverbank. With Morris's stuff, there's a direct connection between the maker and the object. It's all about the simplest, most direct thing.
It just like, you know, it just sits in there, like you can still see it, but
at first. It feels
it's fucking not there.
You sit in it, you're thinking differently.
It's a bummer. I laugh, but it's not funny because people getting fucked over by, you know, big entities who are just there to take advantage of retail investors is bullshit, man. And it's like, that's what the SEC is out here to do, is to protect us from those people. But every time that happens, they don't do it. So, I don't know, dude. I literally had to, like, make an exit from the XRP community just, like, because it just was so toxic as far as just the anger, dude, and resentment.
Social changes.
I don't even want to tell you how much I lost.
In fact, Ruskin's ideas have become part of our lives. Resistance to soul-destroying effects, industrialism, cranky concepts like free schools, free libraries, town planning, smokeless zones, green belts, all of which we now take for granted. Moral laws he drew out of his observation of the way the separate parts of any natural organism operate and appear, processes he saw in all this harmless greenery, without these walks. These fired up Gandhi, Chairman Mao, the early British Labour Party. While Ruskin was prophesying the future, something was decongesting in his head. The great scheme of things he had absorbed from Bible lessons as a child had long since done. Charles Darwin's Origin of Species came out in 1859. It said man is a product of natural selection, not of God. Ruskin is not the opposite to Darwin, an art man versus a science man. All of Ruskin's love of nature is informed by his studies in mineralogy and biology. He knows all the ologies. In the mid-19th century, they all said the same thing. Bible equals metaphor. What we live in is reality. Ruskin wrote, "Those geologists' hammers. I hear the clink of them at the end of every cadence of the Bible verses." Ruskin's arguments contributed to a dramatic alteration in Ruskin's worldview. But what clinched it was the sight of this painting, The Queen of Sheba, by the Venetian artist Veronese. Ruskin stood in front of it in a gallery in Turin. He soaked up the delicious play of shapes and colours. He thought, why must art and nature be tied to God? He was always so uptight about pleasure. Ruskin was 39. He said it became absolutely clear to him that God couldn't have given man all this fantastic sensuality, only to then say it was a sin for him to have it. The effect on Ruskin, he said, was that he could no longer believe in a vengeful God who sought out sinners to punish them. He didn't go completely atheist. He did lose faith in the idea that the visible world is some kind of language of the truth of God. Ruskin doesn't say, oh, well, that's it then. He says, how about having God back, but a different kind of God? We'll call it the truth of art. And that is the point of revelation for us. That's where Ruskin starts to speak to us. We don't know how to be serious. Art can show us that. We don't know how to see it. Ruskin is the prophet of that. The balance of seriousness and playfulness that art performs. It's capable of speaking to somewhere deep inside ourselves. We might call that dimension spiritual or soulful, whatever. For the first half of his life, Ruskin called it religious. The point where he stops doing that is the point where Ruskin becomes modern. It's the moment where he becomes one of us. Ruskin is talking to us through art. But in 1878, when Ruskin was 59, he found himself in a fight with art, the most famous art trial in history. Silence in court while the capitalist hands are on. Welcome back. It's 1877. Up to now, Ruskin has been ahead of the public, inspiring and driving them with new moral ideas. And this year, he's the one who's taken by surprise. James Abbott McNeill Whistler, painter of shimmery atmospheres, influenced by Japanese prints and landscape painting from France, becomes the great Satan to Ruskin's great guru. Here's a painting Whistler exhibited in a London gallery in 1877, Nocturne in blue and gold. The whole show was like this. Here's Nocturne in black and gold. Ruskin was appalled. He wrote that Whistler was throwing a pot of paint in the public's face. Whistler sued, and a year later, when the case came up, Ruskin lost. What were the real issues of this fight? Like anyone in England at the time who was serious about art, Whistler was influenced by Ruskin's ideas about the importance of nature and the need to create a new type of art that didn't just repeat old, stale academic conventions. But Whistler had worked in Paris as much as he'd worked in London. He was influenced by the new painters coming up in Paris, the Impressionists. What they did was a kind of concentrated, edited version of nature, very intense. They created impressions of atmospheric effects. Ruskin's idea of nature as a force in human life that fights corruption helped create the climate of opinion that made Impressionism, art rooted in nature, possible. Impressionism is all about the texture of modern life. New entertainments, new suburban pleasures, nature always seen in the context of crowds milling around, of urban life always going on in the background. And Impressionism's techniques of separating things out, separating out the light and atmosphere from the trees and clouds and crowds, are part of what it feels like to be in that modern life. This version of Impressionism, The Bathers by Georges Seurat, seems to be full of the ideas that Ruskin is interested in. Nature, what's happening to him. You couldn't get a better expression of what Ruskin says is happening, you'd think. But nature for Ruskin is the frame for looking at man's relationship to work. And Impressionism is not about work, as Ruskin wants work to be. He would be baffled by a type of art that verges on the edge of being abstract. Colour effects celebrating themselves, drifting back onto objects when they feel like it, drifting off again. It's not art looking at work, but art looking at itself, art about art, which on Ruskin's terms can only be more corruption. Workers having a weekend break from industry. They're going to be back serving it again on Monday, and they're going to be doing that for the rest of their lives. Is it celebrating the ephemerality of modern experience, or damning the modern world for going wrong? Are the labourers groaning because they're slaves? We don't see any great moral law. Where is the Ruskin-type lesson in how to live? We won't ever know how Ruskin might have tried to convince us that Impressionism is bad instead of good, as he did with the Renaissance, because it was exactly at the time Ruskin declared war on Whistler that his mind declared war on him. Ruskin's attacks of mental illness, which began in Venice when the Whistler trial was about to kick off, when Ruskin was in his late 50s, came and went for the rest of his life. He had 22 years of only intermittent sanity. Sometimes his lectures to audiences of 1,000 people or more would be punctuated, at first by a little singing, which the audience was slightly amused by, and then by capering and dancing. Victorians were too polite to mention out loud what was all too obvious, that the guru and seer that had followed so eagerly and sincerely was off his rocker. In fact, he was always cranky in many ways. When he died, he was almost certainly a virgin. He couldn't cope with adult sexuality. In later life, in his writings, he was always going on about the beauty and delightful company of very young girls. Of course, they were perfectly safe with him. All this made him vulnerable. His mighty ideas about art and society challenged complacency. So over the years, people have preferred to gossip about his weakness, forget about his ideas. They've been aided in this by the fact that he did go mad. He was what we would now call bipolar. He saw devils, he had hallucinations, until finally he spent the last 12 years of his life secluded away in his house in the Lake District in absolute silence. No one who looked after him then knew if there was anything going on in that incredible brain, or nothing at all. Ruskin thought nature is the foundation of human morality. Nature fights corruption. It's not the thousands of possible ways in which an artist might perceive nature, but what nature is important. The direction of art that followed on from Impressionism was not nature's truth, but the artist's truth. The artist's self becomes the new nature. This becomes the new tradition. Now it's an old tradition. We look back on it and call it modernism. The big thing about modernism is art rushing to embrace progress. In that atmosphere, an art critic saying, watch out, nature's moral guidance just doesn't compute. Now we're on the other side of modernism. We are threatened by progress. We're threatened by change. We feel its weird distortions. It's modernism which seems distanced and quaint, this relentless affirmation of the new. While Ruskin saying, watch out that progress doesn't poison us, seems urgent. Ruskin has the gift of sight. He's not just yakking on about the difference between the Gothic and the Renaissance. He's seeing that there are different levels of humanity in different types of approach to art. In art, we see what we are, what we're doing. We see what we've got to do to survive. Ruskin wrote that to see clearly is everything. It's poetry, religion, philosophy. He sees into the future. He sees us, our own sense of dissatisfaction and emptiness, our pursuit of excitement and sensation to make up for it. He says art is the answer. It shows us what it is to be civilized, connects us to something profound. Not just the buzz of the type of art that changes every 5 minutes, it's a whole way of thinking, of gaining illumination in which the past is intertwined with the present. Ruskin mythologized the past in order to build an argument. We are blinded by habit and familiarity. We've learned to live with lies. We can open our eyes and see. To look at art and see how it works and how it's connected to the world through its forms and metaphors and operations, all this eyes-open activity is to begin to see how one thing is better than another, one thing wrong, one thing right, one healthy, one sick. It's to begin to judge existence, to believe it can be changed, to begin to live as if our souls are worth saving. Our art today isn't necessarily any shallower than the art of Ruskin's day. It's our appreciation of it that's the problem. We've been conditioned to see our art as glamour. We don't know how to look through its surfaces and see what it really is and think for ourselves about it. No one ever asks us to. But the whole point of having art is that it challenges the superficial. Ruskin's great lesson is not that medievalism is the answer, but that awakening consciousness of what's really going on is the answer. You don't have to be an art snob to find that important. You don't have to be alive. Greek statues in the first millennium BC, they were offerings to the gods. They're everywhere. If we could go back in time, we'd be shocked by the sheer numbers of them radiating out in rows from the Greek temples, like human versions of the perfect marble columns. Being in the shape of men, they reflected back to man an idealized version of himself, with a spark of divinity. Greeks consulted the oracle in Delphi. Now it's all rubble, but then the path was lined with statues. The Greeks asked, how shall we live? The message came back from the gods, know thyself. Modern art in the museum, our version of the Delphic oracle. How can we know ourselves with this? Am I 5 yards of bread? The message in the canvas weave is, this is where we've got to now. This is us. The painting is from 1950. It's by Barnett Newman. It's called Vir Heroicus Sublimis. It means man, heroic and exalted. Look into it. Civilization is in there. Art has its own memory of itself, its own psychic strata. In it, you see human consciousness changing, civilization altering itself. You see the higher realm of being, idealized versions of what we could be if we were better than ourselves. There's something spine-chilling and hair-raising about art when it's connected to the past. We sense some awesome and unquestionable set of values being carried on through art. But then art changes, because everything changes. With the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, agreed interpretations of life start to break down, and is separated from nature. Machines rule work, science challenges religion. What eventually emerges is modern life. The old illusions shatter, new ones rule us. Consumerism, our new freedoms pictured to us in advertising. So when the story comes round to our own time, we see art that describes us, but we have the freedom to be whatever we want to be. It's hard to know what we are. This is the subject of the final episode of this series, life in the uncertain present. We don't know if it's the higher realm or the lost path. For us, this is civilization. Look around. It's modern art, a big modern arty space. In this series, we've been in the distant past to see how art shows us what we are. Tonight, we catch up with ourselves. What are you now? You don't know what you believe in. You don't know where your life's going. You have no idea what existence is about. There is no single moral code that everyone follows anymore. Can you cope with that? That's the big theme of tonight's program. It's the question that modern art asks. We yearn for a mirror to reflect us back to ourselves in all our fulfilled, civilized, beautiful seriousness. Can we still ask for that? Do we still deserve it? Ads, fun, glamour, being superficial. We've got all that here. Why complain? After all, most of life is about trivia. But life must have something else too, mustn't it? It must have a sense of hope, of importance, of greatness. Art, traditionally, is the thing that blasts that out to us. Is it doing that here? We don't know. We're uncertain. The burning issue tonight, the big thing that modern art tells us right from its beginning up to now, is that something broke 100 years ago that cannot be put back together again. There is no single code for living. The burning issue for us is uncertainty. What will future civilizations see when they look back at us through our art? The future will look back and see not just a changed society, but a society defined by change, living constantly with oddness. They'll be interested in how we showed ourselves to ourselves. A complete break from the art of the past that was aspirational and idealized. Instead, an art of restless questioning. Art becomes the lightning conductor for changing values. When we see this, we think of a scandal in the mass media. It's a sculpture by Carl Andre, made in 1966, bought by the Tate Gallery in 1972 for £800. 120 bricks laid on the floor. Not even laid by the artist, but by gallery assistants, following a layout supplied by the artist.
I think they're making fun of us.
For years, it stood for popular anger at art's obscurity, a routine of pretending to be shocked. Behind the routine was a feeling of genuine disappointment. I'm not just a pile of bricks. Now the routine has changed. Market forces have made modern art popular. Now Tate Modern gets 5 million visitors a year. In a subtle but brilliant twist, obscurity has been made glamorous. The bricks, protected by a little safety barrier all around, are not a sign of anger anymore, but of triumph. Art moving from the margins of social life to the centre. Even though we still don't really know what it says about us. Actually, the bricks never were about shocks, but about form. Think of our obsession with possessions and acquiring things. The artist is a sculptor, he thinks about carving, and he comes up with the idea that you don't have to make a cut into the material for it to be sculpture. The bricks make a cut into the world. The message is strip away false artifice. The pared-back object that has its own modest rightness contrasts with the consumer society's glut of objects that nobody needs. The bricks are a phase of modern art. Modern art is a tradition that revs up in the late 19th century when art shows reality trembling a bit, but really takes off in the early 20th century when art shows reality completely transformed. Modern art never stops changing, it keeps responding to the same problem, modern life. Because modern art is difficult, people often wish it would pull itself together. In a minute, we'll meet someone who is more than happy to force it to do that. The modern world manifested itself in a more extreme way than anything ever seen before. It was based on speed, efficiency, and mass production. Existence was rationalized. The result was it felt shallow. Life becomes fragmented. We live with uncertainty because we're just parts in a system that is mostly mysterious to us. Mass production had its own culture, mass culture. Modern art took off when artists felt art had to go deeper than that. When Picasso painted his first Cubist picture in 1907, Les Demoiselles d'Avignon, it was art deliberately breaking with traditions that had lasted since the Renaissance. The reason to go from the familiar to the radically unknown was to make art be an antidote to mass culture. Instead of standardized experience, you got individuality, so slickness, quirky roughness, looseness. You got the world broken up and brought back together again bizarrely. You got unpredictable shapes for unpredictable reality. This became the look that defined the age, everything out of joint. It soon came under attack. In the early 1930s, a new political force arises, Nazism. Nazism says restless questioning is out now, total power is in. In 1939, Hitler put on an exhibition of modern art. He called it Entartete Kunst, or degenerate art. In this show, uncertainty was viewed as a sickness that could be eradicated. It wasn't enough just to see the art, you had to be told how to see. Signs on the wall said, "The Jew is deformed." No wonder the art is deformed. Modern art attacked injustice in society. Nazis said, "Blame injustice on art." Distortion appears in modern art to give new life to old forms. The Nazis say distortion is impurity infecting civilization. Hitler's degenerate art show highlights in a peculiarly horrific, bizarre and sick way something that's been there all along with modern art. It's deliberate outsiderness, its refusal to be normal. Hitler said modern art's great crime was to refuse to show things as they really are. But things never really are anything. They're always perceived in a certain way. There is no normal in the way that Hitler meant. He's trying to make certainty exist in a world where it no longer ever really can. The feeling we live with in modern life is doubt. Nothing is pure, nothing lasts, and we can never be sure what we are. You think photos and movies show reality, but a photo is just grey shapes a few inches high. A movie is just projected light. Reality is always different jostling points of view colliding together. We are reassuring classical sweetness, and we are menacing primitive voodoo. Close the door on all that, say the Nazis. The Nazis had their own art. Hitler staged annual exhibitions of it. It was the radical present in the clothes of an imagined golden age. Teutonic giant superheroes leading fervent youthful patriots. Nazi families full of Aryan purity, perfect Nordic womanhood full of fertility, and Hitler himself in medieval armor, ready to crush the unnormal. This battle of worlds is a battle between a difficult one we really have and an unrealistic, simplified one full of reassuring fantasies. It's a battle that took on international dimensions. At the Paris World's Fair in 1937, opposing powers competed with each other culturally. The German and Italian pavilions had fascist art, the Soviet pavilion propaganda art about the heroic workers. The Spanish pavilion under the Republicans had this picture, Picasso's Guernica, commemorating the town in Spain that had just been destroyed by German bombers in collaboration with Spanish fascists. Guernica has become the icon of modern art's moral goodness. It's modern art against war. But if you look at its language, that fractured look, it's about something a bit more complicated than Nazis, I hate those guys. The fractured look is about the nature of reality. A cry of pain is the headline statement of Guernica. But hang on, what it really is, what you're really looking at, is stuff drawn in a deliberately primitive way. Walls, light bulbs, faces, animals, done like anyone who did not possess very much skill could do, but somehow all brought together and made to work. This weird, ambiguous, warped space. It's an energy of design that makes it hold together. It's not because it's carefully realistic. Cubism fights anything recognizable or rounded. It's not about perfect smoothness. It says there's a different way to approach truth. The difference between this and this is instinctively recognizing our newly modified human state here and feeling bombarded by the overhuman here, pressurized into beliefs that feel inhuman. Abstract shapes jostling against each other. Why even have anything real in there when modern civilization agrees that everything is relative? A further twist on art diagnosing the condition of modern life comes into our story, abstract art. It's a type of art where surface appearances, the look of the world, is deliberately left behind. You are in an experiment where you're being asked to see beyond appearances, see beyond the illusions that art previously has always dealt with. Maybe there's a truth there. By its nature, an experiment is always uncertain. An abstract artist doesn't say, here, I already know the answer and this is the illustration to it. An abstract artist says, this is an experiment. What's it telling you? Abstract art was deliberately open-ended. It obeyed only its own purely visual rules. The Swiss-German artist Paul Klee, one of the original creators of the abstract look in the 1910s, said that starting a painting was taking a line for a walk. He had no idea where the line might go. Abstract signs dancing to their own rhythm. I think the title of this painting, Haven of Riches, is the riches of the artistic imagination. The problem is, how rich is it if you're not an artist? How do you get it? How do you get tuned into it when it's abstract? Suddenly, the degenerate art problem, the Nazis saying the world is as it is and art must picture it that way, comes back. Is there a conspiracy of the sensitive against the rest? Is that what abstract art's abstract signs are really spelling out? The words ordinary people keep out. We find abstract art hard to love because we have to do so much thinking about it. But all we really need to think is that it's testing out modern changes. What passes, what lingers. This painting by Klee might have been a Christ on the cross in a previous age. What can we love? Maybe religious-type yearnings connected to a vanished world of the natural and the simple, peasant decoration, rustic pots and embroidered patterns, conjured up by abstract art, an object of mystical veneration, not connected to God, because in modern life we no longer have everyone obeying one single absolute higher authority. We're modern materialists. We've learned to get happiness from the urban environment, to delight in its elegance and shimmer. At the same time, we're uncertain because we know there's an inner light too. Could it be here in the abstract paintings of Paul Klee's contemporary, the Dutch artist Piet Mondrian? Mondrian's straight lines and rectangles and flat colours are all there in the look of the modern world. He really likes the grids of New York skyscrapers, that feeling of awe of regularity and endless mathematical order. Playful variations on order. He's excited by that look, but he's not actually picturing it. His paintings are not shorthand visual diagrams of skyscrapers. They're not of anything. They are something. The visual, they're a balance of elements. You see them and you get taken to another place. This is something you've always got to remember about Mondrian. He's not living in the material world. He's in the immaterial world. For him, none of this is real. Mondrian is testing the idea that society can be perfected, that civilization advances. Really, he's testing purity. It's not the Nazis demanding purity, it's an
It
experiment.
looks as
What is
cool
purity?
today as it
Is it
did 30
spiritual?
years ago.
Religion might be less central to life now, but it's still part of human nature to want to be shaped, to feel whole, to be connected to others. Mondrian's balances of abstract shapes answer that desire for unity. Looking at them, we could be in any civilization, any time, in the Museum of Modern Art or a 10th century mosque. Your inside is out and your outside is in. You can live inside the optimistic forms of a Mondrian. That's the vision of modern housing of the Swiss architect Le Corbusier, who designed this building in 1946. Le Corbusier called it his machine for living. It was for the new modular man, he said. It could be reshaped here. Live here, get calm, feel ordered. No longer weighed down by centuries of oppression. You're your own man now, your own modular man, your own modular wife and kids, having modern, modular happiness. The future's bright with abstract squares. Or is it? Try looking out the window. It's the other side of the world. Corporate skyscrapers loom over post-Second World War New York. In the poorer parts of the city, there are cold water lofts inhabited by artists. They're called the abstract expressionists. There are a handful of figures, including Jackson Pollock, Mark Rothko, Willem de Kooning, and Barnett Newman. They came up with a new approach to art. It was extreme. It said, look into this, the void. The artists felt tortured by modern life's dark side. There was science and technology to make daily existence more comfortable, more equal, more easy. But science and technology also made the Holocaust and the atom bomb. The artists were outcasts because they couldn't accept the values of consumerism that made humanity blind to its own self-destructive nature. They thought it wasn't their art that was strange, but reality. Reality had become neurotic. Modern life's a bust. Who are you going to call? The abstract expressionists. The main thing is they're abstract. The next thing is, what are they expressing? The answer in these big, puzzling, powerful daubs that show you edges and lines and negative stuff and positive stuff, they refuse to show you anything else. It's a racking up of the integrity and authenticity of abstract art. So everything's amplified, everything's bigger, narrower, emptier, more urgent, more morally challenging. It's no longer the quirky, dreamlike charm of Paul Klee. It's a much starker vision. The journey the audience is being asked to take is much tougher. That's you. The gamble of the art is that part of you, the unpolluted part, will want to go on the trip that the art is taking, out into a world of soaring visual purity, where the barren moral desert of contemporary society is somehow also suggested. Art telling society off. That's what you're seeing here. If these paintings were tabloid headlines, they'd read, "Artist's reality attacks society's falseness." In the past, we had great monuments to ideas that fired the civilization of the time. Our monuments now are different. The civilization of the future will see what we are now through our art. They'll see that we have wars, but in our museums, we don't have images of heroic soldiers fighting for freedom. We have uncertain atmospheres, artists with attitude fighting for meaning. Rushing around being modern Is there a secret voice in your head sometimes? I wish I could pin things down now and then. I wish there was an order just given to me that I could follow and believe in, instead of having to make it up from scratch all the time. Somebody else felt the same as you. Jackson Pollock is all floating marks, all space. It's a Zen look. It's not a thing, it's a weightless, gravity-defying, delicate dance. He can never know exactly where he's going to land. He's going to keep that balance, or it's all going to collapse. Ever feel your life's a chaos? Ever feel you can't rely on anything? Ever feel all reassurances are hollow? Here's some answers to that very directly. Why a painting by Willem de Kooning looks like a de Kooning is because of the way it's done. That fantastically battered, impacted look is achieved by constantly working at it, making a gesture and then partly getting rid of it, and using the trace of the gesture as a keying off point for another gesture, and then keeping that process going, building something and erasing it, building and erasing. Every decision is a morally fraught one. Every stroke is your whole being. You don't have anywhere to go, but you must go on. That's the existential vibe of it. You must do something. You're guided by nothing. While you're watching this, are you thinking about a million other things? What are you going to do next? What did you do this morning? What distractions are coming up soon? So you don't have to wonder, why do we die? A Mark Rothko painting is all looming void. The edges fuzzy, incredibly rich, vibration of colour. But it's not just loveliness. There's a somber, dim, awful atmosphere of portentous happening, like you're being dragged back into something ancient and profound. You're in there, you're standing in the modern world, you're facing the ancient profundities like you're in some cultish religious ritual. Rothko was horrified if anyone said, "Ooh, how marvellous are the colours." For him, art's a trial. You're facing your doubting self. It's the final moment, the void. Art's a heavy moral responsibility. It's a dragged up expression of your doubting, lonely, doomed individual self. It's the ineffable mystery of existence. But a question arises. The alienated executive, stepping into the Museum of Modern Art for a few minutes before the cocktail hour and confronted by the void, might say, "I'm uncertain if I really feel like that." Bigness, broadness, high energy, all coming at you. There's something heroic about that look, yes, but the moral side is maybe one note and a bit relentless. Coming up next, a new angle on uncertainty. If we're lost and adrift, fragmented, and we don't believe in anything, is that really so bad?
With the brand new, shining new, styling new Corvair.
In the 1960s, consumerism becomes the dominating value. Money wins, especially USA money. It offers freedom. You can be an individual. You can measure your individuality by the consumer objects that surround you, reflect yourself back to yourself. We are offered the world. Material security, economic wealth, an object-infested lifestyle. We know consumerism isn't the only thing that makes life worth living. We learn to live with the unease and doubt that results from going along with it. Everything seems simultaneously confident and unhinged. This feeling is first communicated in art by pop art. After the 1950s, we're uncertain about sincerity. There's a change from belief in higher values, even if we're uncertain how to express them, to accepting that we don't really believe anything. Why shouldn't consumerism and advertising and pop values be right in art, instead of being a sign of humanity's low motivations that art's always got to be resisting? I think what we are now, what we want out of life, what matters to us, the idea that there is no reliable truth except that nothing is true, It's all here in the beginnings of pop art 50 years ago. Transition from the 1950s mind to the 1960s. Surface and not depth, raising an ironic eyebrow at the old high-mindedness. This is our early beginning moment. It's us looking at our own disillusion. The abstract expressionists were profoundly disillusioned with modern society. We're a bit disillusioned with their disillusion. We don't necessarily want that heavy moral cloud over our heads all the time. Robert Rauschenberg does paintings that reflect uncertainty because they only take about half an hour. Bits of consumer rubbish are chucked in. Need some circles, chuck in a real clock. It's like he asks, why does it have to be moral to be important? Why can't just being random? Why stare earnestly into a dematerialized void to find values? You can glance ironically at Elvis. A wealth of riddles of modern existence will immediately well up. Andy Warhol gets a celebrity mass media image into a big blank space. The uncertainty is that you're not sure what's the status of this. We used to have saints in art, and now we have Elvis. And what is it? Is it a painting or is it a photo? Is Elvis in it because he's important or because he's not important? One is right, two must be even righter. Is that right? It's not just the status of Elvis that you're uncertain about. You're uncertain about the status of anything. The pop answer to the question that the ancient Greeks used to ask the gods, how shall we live, is there between the lines of Roy Lichtenstein's ironic thought balloon. Stop worrying about high and low. Are they really opposites anymore? Aren't there values in the throwaway? Don't values change all the time? Question, why did the popists do it? In one word, to be opposite. The abstract expressionists are emotionally heavy. The popsters do something we simply can't tell what the emotion is. Popsters accept the principle of challenge, but they don't see why the only way to be challenging is to be brow-furrowingly worried about why man is base, why wars exist, what history and tradition teach us, and to be always damning society. Instead, the popsters want to be cruising through society in a new mood of elegant, discombobulated, amusing, fragmented forgetfulness. You might not like that, but admit it. Isn't that really you? At first, pop art describes civilization relaxing. Then existence becomes more and more like pop art. Our world is all appearances and surfaces. We learn not to accept anything at face value, to expect everything to be subtly other than how it seems. We ask art now to show us this game of changing values, to show old taboos being tested. Our art approaches sincerity like pop art approaches it. Any style is acceptable, and all styles are playful. A modern woman, born with the medical condition of phocomelia, is the subject of a sculpture put up in 2005 in Trafalgar Square. All the other spots are taken by heroes, but this is an ironic comment on established values, values we can't believe in anymore. The artist Mark Quinn mixes up a few different elements, modern social attitudes mixed with people's vague memory of what importance looks like. It's not like a medieval mason transforming the material to celebrate a nature that he feels he himself is part of. There is a certain level of making involving the artist's own craft skill, but really it's conceptual art. He's pressing a few buttons to make you think. You think of human perfection, because white marble statues always stand for that. You think of the Greeks and the dawn of civilization, the human body made perfect in the greatest art there's ever been. Only here, there's human imperfection, and usually you try not to think about that. But now you do, because it's been made rather stimulating and exciting. It's huge, it's nude, it's a shock. Trafalgar Square. You're seeing something that doesn't fit the old moral framework. It's confusing because it is actually rather moralizing. It's saying that society ought to have sympathy and compassion for society's outsiders. At the same time, it clearly isn't purely a message of Christian kindness, because it's so deliberately disturbing and anarchic and sensational. The weird triumph of the artist is to make these two extremes of saying the polite right thing and making a provocative punk gesture fit together seamlessly. In the past, we made objects that expressed an aspirational ideal that was slightly unreal. We recognized ourselves in them, but it was ourselves as if we were better than ourselves. We don't have that drive anymore. It's undemocratic. It suggests excellence, which suggests a class of people who are somehow in charge of excellence versus another class that must be told what to do. For all that the artist hasn't poured out his soul or made his hands bleed with chipping away at the noble stone with his sculptor's mallet, by putting the right questions together, he actually has mirrored our confused modern selves. That's why when people see this, they say, I feel moved. In the past, art gave us hope, even if it was about despair. The humanity of the vision gave us hope. But we don't ask for that now. Art mirrors what we are on the level we're already at. We're open to impulse and whim and casual about greatness, wary of it, because it seems beyond us. We already have our own mixture of hopefulness and cynicism. Our art spectacularizes that mixture. It gives it a shape. It's why modern art is accessible now. It used to be a minority interest. Now it's a mass fascination. We say, okay, we'll come here to your modern art museums and commune with the higher realm, because now it's cut down to our own size. From what we see in art, should we be hopeful about modern life? Consumerism says there are no values except the values of the free market. Why should artists be any different? They are no longer heroic outsiders who aren't understood in their own time and never make any money but provide the world with new beauty. They're institutionalized. They sell for huge amounts at international auctions. Do they provide window dressing for market forces or an alternative to corporate values? Where do we find the free market at its most speeded up and turbulent right now? Here is the hyper-present, China. China's economy grows at 10% a year. It's now the world's second largest exporter, ahead of the US, only lagging behind Germany. It has 7 of the world's 20 largest shopping malls. It has 20 of the world's 30 most polluted cities. For 50 years, China had totalitarian propaganda art, in which restless questioning simply wasn't allowed. In the 1990s, as China plugged into international markets, including the international art market, artists could do any style they wanted. They rushed to embrace Western avant-gardism. That expressed the state the whole world is now in. 640,000 square meters of industrial property in Beijing. Designed in the 1950s by East German architects as a giant factory turning out military parts, now it's an art district. A military factory turned into a contemporary art factory, with art being made, packaged, hyped, and sold. In this gallery, faded red characters from the old factory days still spell out the old ideology. Chairman Mao is the red sun that shines in our hearts. The new ideology is manufacture giddy uncertainty and join with the established Western art market, as all markets must join, in a global unity. Contemporary obsessions are truly universal. One of the galleries has a show by the artist Zhao Bandi, satirizing the China Olympics coming in 2008. He does his own lo-fi version of running the marathon.
This is pretty funny. It's the same ironic, deadpan, slightly inexplicable humor, the same photos and installations and videos that you see in contemporary art anywhere. You could be pessimistic about civilization now if you thought about it only through contemporary art. The negativity is twofold. One is that the art always seems to be about despair. It's this art, like a mantra. Have we really sunk to this, to this, to this? Amusing as it might be, is this really all we are? The other, considering that the art is so familiar from any contemporary art gallery anywhere, is the nakedness of the overall art system. You really see how artists' only concerns are to understand what moves they must make in order to get ahead in a narrow, professional, purely market-driven system.
Because of market forces, the world is more and more interconnected, but everyone in it feels less and less connected to their own inner selves. We are unbelievers. We don't even have Chairman Mao as the red sun that shines in our hearts. We only have shopping. We look up, we ask, how shall we live? The answer comes back through advertising. Consume. It's not the Greek gods saying, know thyself, but modern global corporations saying, number thyself. An artist at work, Wan Jing Song, 41 years old. His subject is the modern mind. He's a photographer. His images echo Western civilization, a gesture towards the great noble things that the West has been. But they're being restaged to express new global conditions. As China responds to Westernization, the Chinese experience a loss of identity. Life becomes a hybrid of different cultures, neither truly West nor wholly East. This is the ironic subject matter of Jin Song's digitalized photos. Artificial worlds, staged uncertainty. Today, Chin Song's working on a shoot where he's restaging Western oil paintings and iconic news photos of death and war. When you look at the way he's doing the images, you see the substance, the spirit, the personality of the originals is deliberately drained away. Where is the idealism? Where's the heroism? He's questioning modern yearning, modern dreams of safety, what we think we want compared to what we really are. Turns out when we get traditional style back again in art instead of disturbing abstractions, it's just as disturbing. Look at the random clock. Only 5 minutes to go. Coming up next, are we really at the end of civilization? Welcome back. We started this program with an art of idealized aspiration. Greek statues that showed us what we could be if we were better than ourselves. Now we're wondering if we've even got ourselves to be better than. The worry is that now values are all illusions. We are only what consumerism tells us we are. All our art does is confirm our cynicism. Let's go back to the past for a lesson in how to cope with that. The problem of consumerism and art going together is not a new idea. In 1720, The painter Antoine Watteau saw it, and he left us a message about it. Watteau's job was to provide silvery images of enchantment for a new rising middle class. But in his very last painting, Out of the Blue, he showed silvery enchantment and commercial reality. An art gallery, new social climbers inspecting the wares.
Watteau is taking you into art's inner being. It turns out that art's inner being is full of low motivations.
This woman looks in a mirror instead of at art. This man wants to be seen as sophisticated, but he's leering at nudity. Novices who don't know the kind of scene they're looking at should be viewed from a distance, not close to. The whole painting's about disillusion. Higher values can be commodified. The portrait of the king, who should represent higher values, is just an object for sale in a packing crate. For all the cynicism of the image, it is beautiful to look at. The silvery enchantment level is just as high as anything Watteau ever painted. His final statement is not that civilization is an illusion, art will fail, only commercialism is real. It's a parable about the relationship of art to life. Life is sordid, society corrupt, but art is only ever really enchanting if it seems connected to the hard realities of life, life's strangeness. The old agreed ideas of what enchantment is have broken down. Films and photos are the new mass enchantment. It might take a while to work it out, but artists still want to show reality intensified and vivified, as artists have always done.
This art is about revealing harsh truths about what we've become. It seems to be about hopelessness. It's art about a kind of hell that society has become. The hellishness is that we can't believe in anything anymore. The despair of that. Civilization, the past, everything that we thought made us what we are. Our feelings of depth and profundity, all these are empty. Nostalgia. I think it's true that the heroic nature of the art of the past is gone forever. We're democratic now. Everyone can have a go. And I think that's right. But I think it's a false truth to think that higher feelings, or feelings of depth, are just an illusion, just fake. They are what Chin Song is tapping into when he's making his photos. The lighting, so that there's an overall rhythm, the placing, so that there's a flow of shapes, the contrast, so that there's a visual drama, the arrangement, so that the eye is always delighted, always given something to do. All that isn't despair. All that concentrated adjustment, trying to make an image strike a chord. It's Chin Song being an artist. It's him connecting to the past, to centuries of artists making images. And when you become aware of that, you are connecting to something found in yourself, tapping into civilization through your own feelings, your own sense of beauty and shape and order. These can't be heroic anymore. That doesn't mean they aren't real.
In the future, people will look back on our civilization through modern art and see that the metaphor it comes up with, the swirling incomprehensibility of now, the selves that are fragmented, the selves that are charades of selves, is strangely degraded forms, the greatest irony instead of the highest authority. Nondescript stuff transformed in the mind instead of souls saved by nature. Jokes instead of heaviness. Questions instead of certainty. Should we kick art or thank it? I think neither. We should look within and see, yes, new freedoms mean there is no high and low anymore. We are all alone. We think our art is weird, but we are weird ourselves because civilization's models for authority have changed. In our world, there can be a God, but God can be anything. In art, we see the creative chaos that comes from our break with the past, our new dreams, questions we are ready to ask now. We look, we think, into the future. See you there. Goodbye.
What's the West Side Gangster? Did you just give yourself 3 more months? You gonna go Yankees? I don't know what that one is, but that kind of sounds cool. Alright, are you done? You gonna get it on? Well, lady's getting it now. Is it a lady? Almost assured the kids. Sometimes it's not, but who's your favorite lady? Hey! Hey! Jesus! There you go. Right, put a bad pick. That's my much else. No, so I'm not going to try to pay out the resource. And then I'm going to go for my time to push on. You're seeing types of efficiency and productivity out of this player. This motherfucker is crazy.
Those people, they got nothing in their soul, and they make our teeth blind us from our vision and our goals. Oh, the true time it tricks you, so you have no way to grow. Do you know that tonight the streets are hard? These lights in our street are hard. Tonight the streets are hard. These lights in our street tell no lie. This guy was Terry Huerta, a Frenchman who had been living in Los Angeles since emigrating to the United States in the early 1980s. A regular family man, Terry owned a vintage clothing store in the city's most bohemian shopping district, and made a living selling his wares to LA's more fashion-conscious citizens.
At that time, I used to buy Adidas and old things, things you couldn't find here, shoes, bags. And I had a warehouse in Big Bell of these clothes. And I used to buy this for $40. I used to take things that when the sewing was I call it sewing, and I would give it right to so from $50, sometimes I would make $5,000.
But there was one very unusual thing about Terry. He never went anywhere without a video camera.
I don't know how to do it, but I know that no one can. Ever. He was like more than any drugs. He was obsessed. When I think of the camera, I never without capture. I keep track. I was filming myself. Didn't stop. Just didn't stop. In my own house, when the kids grew up, I had camera set up. I was completely relaxed.
Even taking pictures, you could do it like, like use even the picture camera, like use pretty much that. You can film constantly, pages and pages and pages.
As time passed, those who knew Terry stopped even noticing that he was. While everyone else
super how determined you would be. Terry seemed happy enough selling clothes and pointing his camera at everything. Until in 1999, on a family holiday to France, a chance discovery sent Terry's life into dramatic new direction.
Actually, I'll post this thing up. That should be fun. It was kind of fun because it was like somehow very small on top of a couple of videos. And I thought it was really nice to put some stuff that you love, something that you want to express yourself and put it outside. And people can see it. Pas droit, lève-le. Un petit peu plus sur le côté encore. Voilà, c'est bien.
Terry's cousin was Space Invader, a major player in an explosive new movement that was become known as street art. This hybrid form of graffiti, driven by a new generation using stickers, stencils, posters, and sculptures to make their mark by any means necessary. With the arrival of the internet, these once temporary works could be shared by an audience of millions. Street art was poised to become the biggest countercultural movement since punk. And Terry had landed right in the middle of it.
When I was with Terry was with his camera. He was filming time, but when people were asking me what this guy is doing, I would say it's okay, it's my cuisine. And generally people were thinking, this guy is cool. Let him think.
My cousin Alex Andre has this character, long legs and walking everywhere, kind of a cartoon character. Was painting and shadows. I like to capture those people because I thought they really believe it. They really love it. I started to really see like a gallery outside. C'est la fin. Showing at night and street because it was like a mix of fears and getting something that nobody sees. And somewhere you and people stay So it was like that feeling. It was like a dengue. And I like that. I like the denture. It made me feel good.
Terry accidentally found a focus. The man who would film anything stumbled into an intriguing underground world. And now that he had found it, he wasn't allowed to let it go. I guess Terry was in the right place at the right time, really. I mean, the thing is that most of all art is built to last like hundreds of years. It's cast in bronze or it's oil on canvas, but street art has a short lifespan, so it needed decorating. It all needed somebody new actually to go in. A few months later, Invader visited Los Angeles for the first time, giving Terry the chance to pursue his new passion, portrait.
Can't do that here. It's to take pictures.
Right, not here, not there. That's graffiti.
That's not graffiti. No, but that's not graffiti.
Remove it.
That's an art. That's an art.
You guys need to go.
This is like Space Invader. You know Space Invader?
I know Space Invader, not here, no.
You don't know Space Invader?
Go!
I was filming Space Invader, but I wanted more. You know, so I mean, it's like I could get it all the time. So I wanted somebody that I couldn't get.
Terry's opportunity to meet someone who could keep him in steady films. A few days later, when Invader arranged to meet up with another West Coast street artist. His name was Shepard Fairey. One day, Shepard would be famous for transforming the face of an unknown senator into a universally recognized icon.
How did she still get about that picture?
But even back in 2000, Shepard was the world's most prolific street artist. Shepard's experiment with the power of repetition went back to 1989 and an image based on cult 70s wrestler Andre the Giant. Combining Andre's face with a command to obey, Shepard has already clocked up over 1 million hits around the world. And although he didn't know it, his world was about to collide head-on with Terry's.
Shepard Fairey was like Tinkle on Vine. And Space Invader had something, a trouble, something, and he couldn't make it. But me, I wanted to be the guy. So what I did, I went and made it. Okay. I didn't ask him, I just that was my take. I didn't ask him. But when I can do the camera and stuff. So what did you do? You think he's dead or?
He's dead, yeah.
Yeah. So you have a partner, what do you do?
Yeah.
So how long have you been doing this?
10.5 years. Yeah.
That night, when Shepard did meet Space Invader, he took him on a tour of the city.
Terry was there filming everything that Space Invader was doing, and then, of course, once I was with Space Invader, everything I was doing. He should probably put an invader up on Hollywood Boulevard. What do you think, Terry?
And when Invader returned to France, Terry simply carried on, tagging along at Shepard's side whenever the artist went out on the streets.
Amanda always thought that he was weird, but I said it's great that we're getting a lot of this stuff on tape. And for me to have someone there as a lookout was always good. I finally did train him to not turn the light on while I was on a billboard or talk. He was going to blow my cover. Don't use that.
After 10 months of Terry's constant presence, the question inevitably arose: what exactly was Terry filming for? And that was the moment Terry came up with the big idea that would change the path of his life for the next 8 years.
But after a while, it's like, what you gonna do? Usually we will film a day, the next time. But I can't film it, so straight up.
In his new role as documentary filmmaker, Terry now started traveling the world with Shepard, recording every detail of the artist's life.
Knew that couldn't be far away. Even though the Andre the Giant sticker was just an inside joke and I was just having fun, I like the idea of the more stickers that are out there, the more important it seems. The more important it seems, the more people want to know what it is, the more they ask each other, and it gains real power from perceived power. Don't film from that side, film from this side over here. You understand why, right? Because you're going to attract attention.
It was like a big adventure every night. We were going on top of the building and going on top of something. It was not just illegal, it was dangerous. I'm too sure that we could do it. You know, it was not like I'm downstairs and you upstairs doing your thing, and I'm telling you now, I will go upstairs and I will go even up more to have the shot that is great.
He just wanted to go whenever I was going, and he was always very intelligent about climbing, about helping move the buckets, the ladder. He was not only a filmer, but in ways he was an accomplice. And I don't know whether it's just that he's passionate or whether it's that he's passionate and he's kind of crazy, but I respect passion.
But it wasn't just Shepard who caught Terry's eye. As he ventured further afield, Terry was constantly meeting new street artists.
In my head, I wanted to make a movie about street art, so I wanted to get as much people as possible. When people tell me no, I don't want to be filmed, I find a way to let in the door.
I use actually became
I stopped doing one next to another one.
I'm thirsty.
Usually I just I choose raw because I like it. I like what it feels like, you know, the texture.
When I go with the artist, I'm a ghost. When I'm with them, I'm kind of a ghost.
Morse.
The name of my
Morse
best
the
friend
pussy.
killed himself when we were 16. I just do it to
Or
commemorate his life.
If I can ask you to stop letting me call you then. Okay, that's fine. So, do you understand English? Yes, that's fine. So, always I'm sure you can appreciate greeting on the fence, right?
Terry's documentary was shaping up to be the authentic inside story of Perfect, starring the biggest figures in the street art world. With one exception.
Now, Tate Britain Biblica refused
Kobe.
to discuss security arrangements today after a graffiti artist known as Banksy was able to leave one of his own paintings in the gallery's landscape room.
I hear about this Banksy. Banksy. I really like that guy.
Yoshi.
And it's like, I want to interview this guy.
What up, West Side Gangster?
Terry wasn't the only one.
No, the big movie.
By now, word about his
son.
mystery
Oh, for sure. Why? Yeah, I saw it, and then I was going out with my college friends after this movie, and I was so cool. And I had him call me on my dad's cell phone in a movie theater, and I had him keep calling me, and I kept taking the phone call during the movie, like an asshole. So I wanted everyone to know how cool I was.
While Terry schemed to find a way to the one missing star of his film, his other subjects carried on, letting Terry capture every moment created. What none of them suspected was that Terry's street art documentary
All the tape that I filmed, even if it was good, it was going nowhere. It was going in a box somewhere. Sometimes I don't even write it. Sometimes I write it here. But I would never watch it. Never.
This guy right here.
When it was filmed, for me it was done. It wasn't important how it was made. It was important what it was. It was the picture.
Terry's extraordinary habit of filming everything, locking the unwatched tapes away in boxes, had its roots in his childhood in France.
I find out about my mother. I was at school. I remember I was at the playground and somebody come up. Are you laughing? Are you laughing? Right behind the gate. Your mother is dead. And after I was, I didn't know the reality, and after I was back to class, I was crying. From that place, they took me away. I never want to happen. I went to a cousin, something outside of what happened, not to see it, and they just took me away from everything that happened.
Youngest in a large family, his mother's illness had been kept from Teddy, and after her death, the sense that he had missed such an important event stayed. Later, as an adult raising his own family, Teddy became increasingly compelled by the need to include people in events around him.
I felt like
Yo.
I should capture everything because I felt like everything that I would capture at this moment, anytime in my life, the last time that I would see it the same way. It was like a need to be captured. I would make them live forever. Those moments forever. Making a documentary was like having the key of getting all these people. That's why I kept following. And because I never had
Yo.
a movie, and I don't know how to start, I kept going.
As Teddy persevered with his quest to capture the world of street art in its entirety, the profile of the one artist who eluded him was about to become bigger than ever.
He faced the Israeli army fire to drop his latest stunt, subversive graffiti artist Banksy.
By targeting the world's most notorious wall, Banksy turned the spot of hit-and-run vandalism into an international news event. Now it seemed everyone wanted to know the answer to one question. Who was Banksy? His words seemed to be everywhere, yet the artist himself remained as elusive as ever.
Only one. The people that used to be in the studio, they all tell you, well, they even knew how to listen to it. I didn't know what way that I'm going to get this person. What angel is going to bring me to that person.
With no leads to go on, Teddy was forced to accept that he may never find a way to investigate the issue. And then,
so I went to Los Angeles in about spring 2006, and when I met the guy that was supposed to be helping me got turned back in immigration, so I rang the person I knew in Los Angeles and asked them if they could help me. And they said, well, there's this French guy, he's with us basically, and he knows all the best ones are, and then give me a go.
I was in downtown Los Angeles one day. My phone rings. Hello? Hello, this is Shepherd Ferry. How you doing? Yeah, do you have any room? Because I have next here. I would like, I said, what? Red light, I stayed at food. I was driving like crazy that luckily I didn't get caught.
So this guy shows up with like some 60s with these like huge sideburns, swaying, telling me he could take me everywhere, he could get me whatever I wanted, he could fix it all up. He said, have you got a phone? And I said, no. So we went to the phone shop over the road and bought me a phone. I was with a credit, posted the number in and said, right, this is my number. You call me. I have everything you need.
I drive you if you need to go anywhere. I take care of whatever. I'll be your driver. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything.
So I understand that you were just telling me something
Circumstances that conspire to tell you face to face with the oldest secrets of artists, and fate remained on Terry's side when he got his camera.
I never let anybody film anything before. I say you film it, only my hands, from behind, and I'll commission like check tips afterwards.
I felt like I had the piece that we were finished. It was like getting something in the daylight than what you see in the night. It was even more than I expected. It was just incredible. It was cool. It's really like what it represents. I really like it.
For the rest of Banksy's day, Terry made himself indispensable, leading the artist to some of the best meeting spots in the city.
Terry was a pronounced if you're looking you right a mile from him. You have nothing to you wanted to keep going all night long. And yeah, it must matter.
A few weeks after their chance encounter in LA, Banksy invited Terry to England.
I was at all your cameras because what I do is in the play area. Terry was in it because it seemed like a good idea to start a video that you weren't in. I mean, as you can see, all of them starting to disappear the next day.
But Banksy's close-knit team of trusted friends was horrified by the sudden appearance of this camera-only Frenchman.
The first time Terry was filming Banksy, I thought, what the fuck was going on? I thought, nobody was around. I thought it was a big breach of security. Being the man of mystery and being filmed at the same time, it's quite oxymoron. Very dangerous thing.
All the people were working with it, they didn't understand it because you know, like, and he didn't care whatsoever.
I guess Terry showed up at a time when I realised that the reaction to this stuff was one of the most interesting things about it.
She's so hot in this one.
To run away as soon as we'd done it. At least with Terry, we had someone around afterwards who could capture something.
You see, when I saw the picture, it was like kind of a
Banksy.
he does very, very good graffiti. Well, thanks. I know he's taking for information. I like it.
Someone is annoyed with BT telephones.
Yeah, bringing around open my drinks, all the stuff about it. So yeah, he proved his worth on that project. Something to never got out of this.
Over the rest of his time in London, Banksy took Terry everywhere, even allowing him to film inside his studio as he prepared for his first big beverage.
What's more important? Having an account? Fine.
Ask the question, why me? Why?
Remember, I got a telephone call right during this scene. Right? Yeah. It was like the third one of that movie. And I would not shut off my ringer. Because I just thought I was that fucking cool. There's some amazing under videos. You know you should be creating more accounts.
Back in LA, Terry struggled to keep himself entertained after the high of his swimming backstory.
I'm like a bird. I always love to grow up. I'm like a bird. Never wanted to be like him. I like to fly. One artist, that's the way that I am. One life. I like to live. My wife is worried. Don't become an buy some tape and go somewhere. I wasn't worried, but I'm sure.
Alright, so why aren't you lying back there? Lying back there? Just don't mind you. Okay, move. Let's go. I know. Alright, so lean back. Fucking
Bye, Chichi. Bye, Shaki. I love you.
For 5 years, Terry's family had learned to cope with his endless trips away. But now, there was a new development taking all his time.
The way it started, I got a picture of me holding the camera, and I asked somebody to let it spin it, and I liked it, so I made a small stick, and I made it transparent, because I never saw it transparent, little stencil. And I liked it, so I went to Kinko's because I learned.
So, I know you don't want to do it.
And I learned at 10 o'clock.
I did someone go to our house.
And until 8 o'clock in the morning. And I made like this image giant of me with the camera. That big image, I thought it responsible. And I started doing it kind of the same story of all day, following out the movement of street art. I started to make copies, make it bigger, and starting to put it all around the scene. The enjoyment of taking the glue and making the thing and going, I was like, it was like a spiral, and I just fell in the spiral. I felt like making the art.
A few months after Italian's school in London, Banksy returned to Los Angeles. He had arrived with his crew to transform a large, rundown warehouse into the venue for his first major US exhibition.
Are you done? Dude, we need if this stream was right, which literally that's all on which you have to go. If the stream is right, you do it through posting in one of the people. It's not through friend requests. So the more emails you have, the better. Or the more of these things you have, the more accounts you have, the better. And then what? If you have a bunch of accounts, then you could just keep posting.
Is Mickey Mouse going to be there today?
Yes, Mickey Mouse will be there. You go to Toontown and he's waiting for you guys.
Are you sure? I mean, don't you have enough accounts for series? Follow people. Really? What's more fun? Following people who do being your friend stuff. Alright, so then what? What you really should be doing is talking to people. There you go. You start talking to people, then you're not a douche. You talk to people that are today, you know you can do it. It's not good enough. Blockchain features. GTA 6 now.
Not that this never to happen. So I'm starting to feel scared. I'm walking to leave. One guy is behind me, two guys behind me, three guys behind me, four guys behind me. And one moment, pom, pom, pom, pom, pom from every corner.
I told him to change my mind, change your shirt. Then when I intelligence right, then when level 5, try commentary, and the answer, so I know where to the goddamn.
While Banksy went on the rides, Terry was being introduced to a very different side of the magic kingdom.
So they put me on a seat. The guy here, the guy here. And they said, one, big.
So they actually started showing other parts of the park. It was like he took his craft everywhere. All of a sudden, it seemed to be a very, very serious thing.
Held in an interrogation room, Terry was questioned by Disney's security team, and one man claimed he was from the FBI.
I don't know what I was there. Like telling me that I have something to do with this person. I don't have anything to do. That means I was there at the wrong time, at the wrong moment. You know, I was taking pictures and things like this, and it says, did you take a lot of pictures? And I said, no, I took one pictures and things like this, but I even deleted when you guys can. No, the camera is on the table, it's full of equipment. And I'm telling that to the guy. So I go, why? The only thing that has to do with
So I tried to just tell me out, said, I said, why? He said, why should I eat? How are you, my darling? How are you, children? And I thought,
like, okay, sure. Take the camera. I put it on. Going to win it right away. I go in 2 minutes and I go, and the thing goes, and I go, I put it on and I said, I don't have any picture on me and I don't have anything. I don't have nothing with you guys and I don't have nothing with this guy because I don't know who it is. Like this, I don't, I'm clear.
After 4 hours of questioning, no evidence to hold him, Terry was released.
So I had to take this to interrogation for the entire female security team. Thought. He did a really good job of stashing the team, so I guess I trusted Terry with everything. That's what I got after that.
The day after his close shave in Disneyland, Terry, along with half of Hollywood, was at the opening party for Banksy's show. It was an even bigger star, however, who voted the real sensation. Banksy had camouflaged his rented elephant with 12 litres of children's face paint in an apparent statement about how easy it is to ignore the things right in front of it. But the American news media could only see what was right in front of them and pay flooded to report the elephant.
Financial pouch coming up at 5:30. Animal rights activists are outraged over an art exhibit involving a live painted elephant.
A problem that we never talked about. Small white car given to visitors.
You already got your interview, so you.
The magical combination of controversy, celebrity, and the painted elephant turned the show into an event.
Yeah, that's all the tendency you get for this show. Usually quite last only 3 days and Skid Row. So I think a lot of people are confused as to how that will happen. As always, to be honest.
Barely legal marked the point at which street art was forced into the spotlight, attracting sudden interest from the art establishment. In the months that followed, prices for work by leading street artists rocketed, with collectors rushing to get in on this exciting market. Street art had white hot cup of the tea. Now, no serious contemporary art collection would be complete without a magazine.
There's a little bunny. That's fine. And then that's Keith Harington. The Andy Warhol now is the first thing I ever bought. I was 20 years old and put it on layaway. It's getting smaller now. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful. But it's in the closet. Oh, yeah, here's a big Banksy. I saw Banksy and every person I told about lots of them.
Penny on my own.
Laundry and Coldplay. God, I don't know what else. They had serious places.
So then these famous auction houses, suddenly were selling street art, and everything was going a bit crazy then. Suddenly it all become about money, but it never was about money. So I said to Terry, right, you will have the footage, you can tell the real story, what this art is about. It's not about hype, it's not about money. Now is the time you need to get the film out.
Banksy had put Terry well and truly on the spot. He now had to devise a way to transform thousands of hours of unwatched tapes into the epic documentary he had been promising everyone for so long.
So we start working on the back of my house, doing some editing. It was like kind of a vision that I saw. And the way that I met it, I really did it kind of the way, like when you have a bucket and you have a lot of numbers, and you say, you look in one, you open, you say, something will go flat. This is the way that I met it. I just took couple things here, couple things here, couple things here. This is the way that like what I said, I'm playing chess. I don't know how to play chess, but life is chess.
Following straight Terry returned to me. All his years of filming, thousands of hours of material had been drafted into a 90-minute film, the intriguing title, Life Remote Control.
Before that, they kept him under easy set when he finished the film, and he came around my house and put the DVD on and he said, this is it, it's now finished.
Rothschild. It's definitely, well, thanks again, buddy. I'm in the chat. My name's nothing in the chat. And if you guys have the time, I'd love to talk a little further in detail about it. Like I said, I'm not trying to make any money, no marketing, none of that. I like to build. I've been in the space a long time.
Yeah, no, I understand, man. I get where you're coming from. It's great to, have you up here talking and show it's just great to speak to the community members always, just the people holding with you, how everyone's feeling about it, and everything's just looking up right now. But I will note your name, and I will speak to the developer. I'll get someone to swing you a message or something like that. And we can definitely clear up some of the confusion right there, because there is a lot of
peace to the whole world. You have to keep an eye on the big picture.
First and second place, you guys first you're tied. Whoever had that higher asset bonus is going to take over that top position. This platform was originally built out for just this project. That's what John Crypto was going to use it for. But he has since changed his mind.
mind after seeing how well it works for our community and wanting to help the other communities in Web3. So now it's available and being used by, I think it's 12 or 13 other communities right now. And these communities pay a service fee for that each month. And a portion of that revenue is coming back to our holders in that engaged to earn platform. So originally, we're still rewarding the holders in ApeCoin, but originally we had staked a whole bunch of ApeCoin and we were paying out the ApeCoin interest. That's how we sustained, is we were paying for the interest in the ApeCoin. But now we have another revenue stream, which is these other projects that are paying for the service that are helping them pump our bags a little bit, I guess, if you will. So, I mean, that's a pretty.
Terry returned home to Los Angeles full of enthusiasm for his unexpected new assignment.
It's been a minute. I still recall the times of kind of sending each other sketches or sending you sketches and you were just critiquing them or having no drawing skills yourself. But here we are. Yeah, it's been a good journey. It's been fun. Obviously, I've had to take a bit of a backseat over the last few months because of family reasons and so forth. But it's you can't fall down. There's a great community here as well. And I'm here in the background, when you need specials, I'm here, taking time to do those as well. Yeah, it's been a wonderful time. I shame we didn't have a CNFT competition this year. Wonderful time, but you could be honest. We started this up.
So I use NBW and I am Mr.
But Mr. Brainwash had some catching up to do. Many of the biggest names in the street art world moved on to gallery shows. So Terry now started to plan the next phase of his artistic career. When Banksy had suggested to Terry that he make some art, he could never have imagined just how far things would go. Terry had now remortgaged his business and sold off whatever he could to invest in a huge studio, screen printing equipment, and a full-time staff capable of producing MPW pieces on a commercial scale.
Just wait one second. Yes. When you have one of the most expensive artists in our generation, and having 100 people with him, you think that he's gonna come and cut little papers and stuff? I'm not gonna make it. I'm just gonna come with the idea and say, this is good.
Harry's creative process, I guess, is inspired
Ayran çorbası, başka bir şey değil yani.
Bir dakika. Her yiğitin ayran doğraması farklıdır ama ona göre. O yüzden.
Bilemem abi. Yani senin yaptığın, yani bir sırtımda cacık olarak geçmiyor. Ayran çorbası olarak geçiyor.
Senin memleket nerede abi?
Yunanistan.
Ah, saspara kalana gitti. Naputum yedi ferto caricore, right?
Abi Yunanca bilmiyorum.
Kabak gibi olsun. Neyse arkadaşlar, her yiğidin soğan doğraması farklı ya. İşte böyle abi, çeşit çocuklarımız var. Tuzlusu, tuzsuzu, işte şöylesi böylesi karıştırmayın orada falan. Nasıl seviyorsanız. Abi. Abi onlar var.
any kind of people, they come to the market and what they
There were definitely two different times. Like, there was two different times this was released at. And that is a sign that the shorts are, they're just as nervous as anyone right now because they're trying to figure out this puzzle like we all are. And there's been some really shady stuff that they've done. Talking with Daniel Borders, he represents another company, they released a press release and they actually changed the wording of the release and then sent it out. So you can't put anything past these people. They will go to any length they think they need to distort or do whatever they think they need to do to get the price under control.
Former CBS studio complex.
To my point, exactly. That's right. That's why I take the shot. I do about that.
So,
I didn't want to do something fancy. I wanted to try to do something big. And yeah, this company's called like the big space. Pictures that I want to make it more like a show. Like there is a park amusement, I'm making it an art. Let's talk about
Very flat to emulate massive LA shows by transforming the cavernous space into a street art spectacular, filled not just with paintings but sculptures and installations too. And if we didn't know how to do any of these things himself, he could always employ people who did.
I answered a nondescript ad looking for sculptors or artists who could work in paper mache.
He said he just needed some things built and he wanted to know if I could build an 8-foot tall spray paint cannon. I said, absolutely. And he said he could build the monster out of TVs. I said, sure. And then he actually got us into the space and had us working on a day rate so that we could kind of keep coming up with projects and change them around.
With a growing workforce and Teddy adding new projects by the hour, the scale of his production was now running far ahead of the little shop Banksy suggested.
Was so much focus on it that all of my money, everything that I own, I put it into. I was refinancing the house, putting my life
about it is that like there's so much like so many pictures and videos, right, that we have of Liam and Zane like together, right? And they're intimate together, that they're close, not buddies, they're intimate together. Same thing with Henry and Louis. Like you can see the intimacy that they have, the way they interact, the way they touch each other, you know, that whatever. And they're like, remember that one time when Zane kissed Carrie? I was like, yeah, like a dumbass boy, like he comes up and licks him on the cheek because boys are stupid and they do things like gross is what they are, you know, right? But like that's what happens. And so they're like, oh my God, you want to deny their love? And I'm like, I'm gonna just walk away from you, darling. Just walking away slowly. Just stick in your corner if you're delusional enough to make it. Right. Well, okay, Rebecca just tweeted this and says he actually spoke with staff. Evidently, he was very upset. Harry was more mad. The words petty nonsense were used. This is not okay. The fandom should always be nothing but respectful. What the hell was she talking about? What?
There's just so much work to do, prices. It's like being an artist overnight. That's what's happening. Like nobody. I never did an exposition in a gallery.
Other ways to get the claim tokens besides the God boxes, like maybe you have like more of a once a month type claim or something like that. I think you'll have claim tokens for new owners as well that are coming to play the game. But for existing holders that have gods, right? I think the supply of meth needs to slow down quite a bit, and that would be healthier for the ecosystem. So hopefully, that and it would create some excitement in those boxes too, because then everybody's rolling. You're rolling those boxes. You're budgeting. How much meth you have, hoping that you get that claim token so you can access, your total supply.
That's cool. But that means
now everybody's like, "Fuck you, I hate that."
Myself,
what's up? Stupid.
Along
with
I uploaded it in the survey monkey or whatever that thing is. What's that site called, bro? Feature Monkey. Yeah, Bap's got featuremonkey.com.
He's very curious how the hell he was actually going to finish it and pull it off, and realized he didn't have a clue of a lot of the minor logistics that needed to happen.
But that's not a legacy show. Most of the people can and can buy.
We've seen people do the dark shows and them around the world. We figured, I want to do something just as great. Teddy was free to spend time selecting which of his many pieces to include in the show. But instead, Teddy busied himself in a different concern altogether. Hype.
He asked me to promote his show, to give it a quote to a press release, send it to my mailing list, post it on my website, and really to validate what he was doing. And I was uncomfortable with that, but I said that I would do it.
So then, when offered over Terry, was the way he surely was not on himself, asking if what would give him a quote to promote his show. Wanted to put it on and so, one of the sentence on the wall.
But Banksy could never have guessed what Teddy had in mind for his modest contribution.
So this is going to be like a gel. We're going to have bar here. I'm going to put some books.
The endorsements were immediately picked up by the media, and within days, Teddy was being interviewed by the editor of the city's biggest listing magazine, LA Week.
And the only thing I want to do in LA is to show that Los Angeles can have great shows. It's like a revolution in human growth.
A few days later, Los Angeles awoke to discover there was a new star in town. MBW front page news.
Shit, what you think now?
That's a wizard, Main Squad.
The first 200 people to turn up would be given a free, one-of-a-kind screen print.
Do you think that people are going to wait for the 200 people stairs up?
So now, Terry had to come up with a way of turning 200 identical screen prints into unique collectible MBW legends. With a crew of 20 people working around the clock, the building was at last beginning to resemble an art gallery. But the walls remained bare, because Terry still hadn't decided which painting to frame or hang.
So how did you like it?
Following all the press coverage, private collectors had begun to inquire about snapping up MBW pieces ahead of the opening, giving Terry his first insight into the value of his work.
The Campbell soup with multiply colors. Yeah, it's very nice, this one. I would say $24,000. The Scarface, is it a big one? Okay, so now $30,000. Prepare me some Kit Kat all over paint. Just listen to me. I mean, let them work with the There's nothing to do there. There's nothing to do. Let go. This is crazy. How much you hit? 18,000. 12,000.
With his big day now upon him, Mr. Brainwash still had plenty to do. Because it was only now, just 8 hours before the doors opened, that Terry's paintings finally arrived, framed and ready to hang. Almost 200 pieces in a variety of themes and styles.
Sharing the murdering lost. Oh, for sure. I never seen somebody do that when we were sitting in things. You know, this is how I'm taking work out of this show. Damn, you look sexy. It's totally ton of less speech around her desk to be drawing in the if you gotta have cheese for the summer house piece on South Beach, or it's so clear you can see to the bone. $100,000 fine out. I'm not surprised in the publicity, so I still love playing it in the second home. Party in the city where the heat is on the beach to the break of dawn. Welcome to Shuma, and in the April, I'm Miami. I'm going to welcome to Miami. What you mean wrong? Next on you know, the mess with bird and pamphlet drip on the ship. It's a trip. Ladies half dressed fully equipped and they be screaming out, Bill, we love your last hit. Hottest thing in the city is right on the beach. Temperature to 0 to about to reach 500 degrees in the Caribbean Sea. With the hot mommy screaming, "Aye, Bobby!" Every man in town, every spot, so fast in the show, like following this fashion show, pound for pound, anywhere you go. Yo, ain't no city in the world like this, and if you got talent, I got to please the fifth Miami. Party in the city, you know. Wiki. Oh, I gotta follow that. Mikey, this guy is all over it. Dog. Guy's just hanging out in Brooklyn, ready to work for that dog. Brooklyn, BK. BKNY. Go fuck yourself, Conrad. Go fuck yourself, Conrad. About anywhere you go. Yo, ain't city in the world like this. And if you ask how I know, I got to plead the shit. Miami. All the other shit is really heat is on. Trying to be just a little bit of that. I'm going to a rainstorm to the mess with, but I can't do a drip on the shit. It's a trip. Ladies have just fully equipped and then be screaming out, your ass hit. Pound for pound, anywhere you go. Yo, ain't no city in the world like this. And if you ask how I know I got to plead the fifth. Miami. In the city where the heat is bouncing the club where the heat is on. I'm going to welcome to
Eventually, with only 3 hours left to get everything ready,
but I can't do a trip on the trip. It's a trip. Ladies half dressed fully equipped and then screaming out, well, be out your last hit.
That have been here since 3:30 or 4 working, hanging stuff, moving stuff, carrying stuff.
Yo, pimp, is you done, son? Is you done, son? Is you done, son? Is you done, son? Look at these bitches. Look at these biatches. Look at these biatches. Look at these biatches. Look at these biatches. Yeah. like a comedian.
What do you think of the
Is
American
that lines of
audience?
blood? It could be. I could be. Just somebody kind of looks like Yo, John. Demon dog.
There should be more stuff like this in
Nothing's
Los
gonna
Angeles.
get
They
it
say
in.
that artists did
Hell yeah, baby.
great.
Yeah, yeah, baby. You think she's just like that? She's living next door, son? Psych, bitch. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. No. Yeah. Hey, you're my next door neighbor. I jerk off to you, woman.
With over 4,000 people flowing through
No
the venue,
way.
Telly's entree into the artwork
No
was
way.
nothing less than a sensation.
Hey,
LA's arts fans watched and spellbound as major new stars
hey,
poured
God.
from their very eyes.
This girl's looking great in the bra. This girl looks phenomenal in this bra. This bitch looks great in this bra. That bitch look great in that bra. What? That bitch look great in that. Whoa.
So desperate were they not to miss out on this cultural phenomenon. Those left outside
Yo,
felt
dog.
compelled to break through the
Hey,
gates.
let's just talk while I'm in a bra. And you're in a tie. Yo, dog. Are you fucked? Dude, there's some underboob there. Some serious underboob right there. Yo, dog. He has been there.
I see this particular one reoccurring in so many different mediums. Why does that one reoccur so many times?
Because I think it's part of the popular culture, and you are all passed away. And I'm here.
Yo, dog.
The ultimate validation was measured in dollars and cents.
Are
By the
you
end of the
done?
opening week, Telly would sell
Yeah,
$1 million
yeah.
worth of art. Mr. Greatness, why?
Was behind my expectations. I would never thought that it was so different. And it's not that it was so different, it was so happy. It was so pleased with what they see. It was so, they were so touched that they caught me as Nancy.
Yo, dog.
As good as that. I love it, somewhere it's great. For
What's
people,
what up?
I think I got accent.
What up, Kels? Hi. Hi. How are you?
Originally booked to run for just 5 days, Life is Beautiful stayed open for a further 2 months. And as word
How are
about
you?
LBW spread, his pieces
How did you hear about me?
galleries and shows around the world.
Great to hear.
From New York to London, Paris, and even Beijing.
How'd you hear about me?
How do I feel about being partially responsible?
If you say Twitter, I'm gonna shit myself.
I feel like
Oh, Twitter Spaces. We're friends on Twitter. If you say Twitter, I'm gonna shit myself.
even when you have the best intentions,
You could have just randomly found me on YouTube too.
huge body of work together and sort of try to
Please say Twitter.
he is a fully formed artist ready for the world stage. I think it's a little premature.
I actually found you. I don't know where. A little while ago. I just remembered. Cool. I stream. When is he? If you're still going, yes. I have.
Or if he copies Shepherd Ferry, if he copies somebody, you'll see with time who I will. Because with time, you'll see my creativity.
Yes.
You'll see how I feel about it.
Yeah, you can hear me. Oh, tight, you can hear me. So I can just talk to you. Yeah, so I do this 24/7, 365. It is a crazy setup. We're watching Girl Next Door there, and we're watching a documentary on Banksy here. And then you're live on Telegram. You're live on I'm live on 6 different YouTubes. And I'm live on 7 different Instagrams. So I do my best to make my life an archive to the world. Shout out to Kel Scythe. Kel Scythe. I wonder if she knows what scythe chariots are. With those like blades on the side.
I think the joke is I don't know if there is a joke.
That's super interesting. I know. I agree. I have more data online than any person in global history. This goes back all the way to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen and the birth of AI and everything in between. We've seen multiple wars. We've seen the coronation of a king. We've seen a lot of things. I think people will study this in the future for human behavior and human biology, just really human existence overall. You are going to threaten Christian for the amount of data online. Who the hell is Christian? Oh, I'm killing him. Really? Oh, for sure. I have my life online for more than 2 years on 6 different angles of video. I gotta look up who Christian is. Thank you for this information. Who the hell is Christian? Let's see here. Dude, is this the same guy who has an incest charge against him from August of 2021? Yeah, no, I probably have more than he does. I mean, you have to think every day I'm putting out 24 hours of video. Yeah, no, I see who he is. He's like he went to jail for some incest charge. Or something like that. Anyway, I probably have more data online than he does. I see that he runs his own like file sharing site. But you got to think, I've got 6 different streams uploading to YouTube at any moment. On top of that, 7 different Instagrams. On top of that, I'm on Telegram. It's a lot of data. I'm not going to... I think I've got more, to be honest with you. I see how much he has and how much I can imagine a file sharing website has. Oh, yeah. From your personal life, for sure. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's all data. Unless he has someone who's uploading 24/7. He'd have to have like 6 people uploading video all day, all night, every day, every night for 2 years straight of a video on his file sharing site. Not as much live video. Yeah, see, here's the thing. Mine is recorded. So you can watch this whenever you want. And it's all live. It's all 100% raw live video. You can watch me go to the bathroom. You can watch me shower. You can watch me eat, sleep, drink. I do everything online. We just finished that documentary. We're going to watch another one. I like art. What inspired me? It's a great question. The future inspired me. My children inspired me. I don't have children, but I think I might in the future, God willing, one day. I think about it. And if I do, I want them to be able to see what their father was like and be able to watch what life was like in society before they were on this earth, but also the future of humanity. We don't have one person who's basically dedicated themselves to science to say, hey, I'm willing to be the world's guinea pig for everybody to study my behavior, my biology, my ecology, my relationships, my circadian rhythms, everything about me. So I would say that the thing that really inspired me was the future of humanity, including my children. Great question. Keep asking them. I'm here for any others. I'm just getting another documentary on here. This next documentary that we're watching is called Why Beauty Matters. That was a pretty good answer. Okay, well, good. I'm glad. We're watching art documentaries.
At any time between 1750 and 1930, if you had asked educated people to describe the aim of poetry, art, or music, they would have replied, beauty. To describe the aim of poetry, art, or music, they would have replied, beauty. And if you had asked for the point of that, you would have learned that beauty is a value.
It was a very genuine. I can tell you are really reflecting. Yeah, no, I'm a genuine person, as best I can be. But yep, that's why I do it, for the future of society.
Beauty stopped being important. Art increasingly aimed to disturb and to break moral taboos. It was not beauty, but originality, however achieved, and at whatever moral cost, that won the prizes. Not only has art made a cult of ugliness, architecture too has become soulless and sterile. And it's not just our physical surroundings that have become ugly. Our language, our music, and our manners are increasingly raucous.
What did you do before this? I'm a certified project management professional, so I develop software for Fortune 500 companies, and I'm also a rabbi.
One word is written large on all these ugly things, and that word is me.
as a
My
career,
problems, my desires,
my
my
9 to 5
pleasures.
was a
Art has nothing to say in
certified
response
project
to this,
management
except,
professional.
yeah, go for it. I think we are losing music, and there's a danger that with it we will lose the meaning of life.
It is cool. How about you? What do you do? Shout out to Kelsai. Do you miss it at all? Yeah, I mean, I do. I can go right back to it, though. So it's not like it's hard for me to go back to it. And I'm still a rabbi, so it's not like I left
During
that.
the last few years, I've been asking questions about beauty.
I get offers very often. I mean, like every day. I work with 401ks and other retirement accounts, level 1 tech support, and some customer service. Remote from home, very cool. I work from home as well. Very nice. I've worked in offices as well, but my last contract was remote. It was during COVID. There's going to be another COVID, another set of lockdowns next year, I think. Remote is amazing. I think they're going to put more people back on remote again. I think we're going to have a lockdown in 2024.
I want to persuade you that beauty matters, that it is not just a subjective thing, but a universal
I
need
heard
of human beings.
there's some flu going on. You're right. That's how this happened last time, isn't it?
In a spiritual desert. I want to show you the path out of that desert. It is a path that leads to home.
Or just some stuff, I forget what it's called. That's what we thought last time.
The great artists of the past were aware
If what
that
they
human
say
life
people
was
would give
full of
if they
chaos and suffering.
like left the
They had a
window
remedy
open,
for this, and the name
if
of
what
that
they say
remedy
people would
was
get
beauty.
pneumonia, right? That is what they're saying. I leave a window open every single day of the year, and I've never gotten pneumonia in my entire life.
To be worthwhile.
You watch though, that type of pneumonia.
Many modern artists.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they said at this last time. That's what COVID was.
The randomness of modern life, they think, could not be redeemed by art. Instead, it should be displayed.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll get some dumb, shitty little. I remember this from my childhood.
The pattern was set
The
nearly
window
a century
thing.
ago by the French artist Marcel Duchamp.
I've heard things like that too. No big deal.
With a fictitious signature, mud, and entered it for an exhibition. His gesture was satirical, designed to mock the world of art and the snobberies that go with it. But it has been interpreted in another way, as showing that anything can be art. Like a light going on and off. A can of excrement. Or even a pile of bricks. No longer does art have a sacred status. No longer does it raise us to a higher moral or spiritual plane. It is just one human gesture among others. No more meaningful than a laugh.
Yeah, I gotta get back to work. I'll try to go.
I think
Nice
they're
talking
making
with you.
fun of us.
Take care. I'm always online. I'm always here for you, baby. Whenever you want. Take care. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Art once made a cult of beauty. Now we have a cult of ugliness instead.
Shout out
Since the
to
world is disturbing,
Kelsai.
art should be disturbing too. Those who look for beauty in art are just out of touch with modern realities. Sometimes the intention is to shock us, but what is shocking the first time round is boring and vacuous when repeated. This makes art into an elaborate joke, though one that by now has ceased to be funny. Yet the critics go on endorsing it, afraid to say that the emperor has no clothes. Creative art is not achieved just like that, simply by having an idea. Of course, ideas can be interesting and amusing, but this doesn't justify the appropriation of the label art. If a work of art is nothing more than an idea, anybody can be an artist, and any object can be a work of art. There is no longer any need for skill, taste, or creativity.
What you were also attempting to do, as I understand it, was to devalue the art as an object simply by saying, if I say it's a work of art, that makes it a work of art.
Yeah, but the word work of art, you see, is not so important for me. I don't care about the word art because it's been so, discredited.
But you in fact contributed to the discrediting quite deliberately.
Deliberately, yes. So I really want to get rid of it because the way many people today have done away with religion.
People accepted Duchamp at his own valuation. I think he did not get rid of art, he just got rid of creativity. However, Duchamp's works are still influencing the course of art today. Artist Michael Craig Martin, who taught several of the young British artists whose work dominates the art world, followed Duchamp's example with his own seminal work called An Oak Tree. This consists of a glass of water on a shelf, with a text explaining why it is an oak tree.
When I first entered St. Peter's and confronted my franchise at for me, this sporting experience, my life was changed by this. Do you think that someone can have the same experience with Duchamp's urinal, or perhaps with your oak tree, which is, after all, a similar thing?
I know that when I was a teenager and I first came upon Duchamp and I first came upon the ready-mades, I was absolutely stunned. I don't think people are overwhelmed by a sense of beauty when they see urinal. It's not meant to be beautiful, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something about it that doesn't captivate the imagination. And I think captivate the imagination is the key to what an artwork seeks to do. Duchamp felt that art had become too interested in techniques, too interested in optics. He felt that it had become intellectually and morally corrupt. Now, his reason for making an artwork that didn't fit the system was not cynicism. It was in order to say, I'm trying to make an art that denies all of the things that people say art should have. Because I'm trying to say that the center of the question of art rests somewhere else.
I take the point that things had to change. Duchamp was trying to change them. But what was he trying to change them to?
Well, he could never, in his wildest dreams, have imagined that what would happen, or that he himself, I'm sure he had no idea how central the thing was that he had stumbled upon, that he had come upon. Essentially, that work of art is a work of art because we think of it as such. I also think it's important to say that the notion of beauty has been extended to include things that would not have been thought of as part of the artist's function, is to make beautiful, make one see something as beautiful, something that nobody thought was beautiful up until now.
Kind of shit.
Well, I'm not sure that it's beautiful, but you see, if you take an example that's not trying to be beautiful, if you take, say, Jeff Koons has done some things which are truly astoundingly beautiful.
Tonight's so much kitsch to me, but kitsch with sugar on.
This is the subject matter of his work, not the substance of his work.
What is the use of this art? What does it help people to do?
I think hopefully it allows people to see the world in which they are living in a way that gives it more meaning to them. And it's not the world of an ideal world, of some other world, some better place, but of the here and now, of the world that they're in, and of trying to live more more at ease within the world that they're given.
So, the art of today shows us the world as it is, the here and now and all its imperfections. But is the result really art? Surely something is not a work of art just because it offers a slice of reality, ugliness included, and calls itself art. Art needs creativity, and creativity is about sharing. It is a call to others to see the world as the artist sees it. That is why we find beauty in the naive art of children. Children are not giving us ideas in the place of creative images, nor are they wallowing in ugliness. They are trying to affirm the world as they see it, and to share what they feel. Something of the child's pure delight in creation survives in every true work of art. But creativity is not enough, and the skill of the true artist is to show the real in the light of the ideal, and so transfigure it. This is what Michelangelo achieves in his great portrayal of David. But when we encounter a concrete cast of the David, perhaps as part of some garden arrangement, it is not beautiful at all. The essential ingredient of creativity. Discussions of the kind I have been having are dangerous. In our democratic culture, people often think it is threatening to judge another person's taste. Some are even offended by the suggestion that there is a difference between good and bad taste, or that it matters what you look at, or read, or listen to. But this doesn't help anybody. There are standards of beauty which have a firm base in human nature. People need useless things, just as much as, even more than, they need things with a use. Just think of it. What is the use of love, of friendship, of worship? None whatsoever. The same goes for beauty. Our consumer society puts usefulness first, and beauty is no better than a side effect. Since art is useless, it doesn't matter what you read, what you look at, what you listen to.
I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass.
We are besieged by messages on every side, titillated, tempted by appetite, never at rest. And that is one reason why beauty is disappearing from our world. Getting and spending, wrote Wordsworth, we lay waste our powers. In our culture today, the advert is more important than the work of art, and artworks often try to capture our attention as adverts do, by being brash or outrageous, like this bejeweled platinum skull by Damien Hirst. Like adverts, today's works of art aim to create a brand, even if they have no product to sell, except themselves. Beauty is assailed from two directions, by the cult of ugliness in the arts, and by the cult of utility in everyday life. These two cults come together in the world of modern architecture. At the turn of the 20th century, architects, like artists, began to be impatient with beauty and to put utility in its place. The American architect Louis Sullivan expressed the credo of the modernists when he said that form follows function. In other words, stop thinking about the way a building looks and think instead about what it does. Sullivan's doctrine has been used to justify the greatest crime against beauty that the world has yet seen, and that is the crime of modern architecture. I grew up near Reading, which was a charming Victorian town with terraced streets and Gothic churches, crowned by elegant public buildings and smart hotels. But in the 1960s, things began to change. Here, in the centre, the homely streets were demolished to make way for office blocks, a bus station and car paths, all designed without consideration for beauty. And the result proves as clearly as can be that if you consider only utility, the things you build will soon be useless. This building is boarded up because nobody has a use for it. Nobody has a use for it because nobody wants to be in it. Nobody wants to be in it because the thing is so damned ugly. Everywhere you turn, there is ugliness and mutilation. The offices and bus station have been abandoned. The only things at home here are the pigeons fouling the pavements. Everything has been vandalized. But we shouldn't blame the vandals. This place was built by vandals, and those who added the graffiti merely finished the job. Most of our towns and cities have areas like this, in which buildings erected merely for their utility have rapidly become useless. Not that architects learned from the disaster. When the public began to react against the brutal concrete style of the 1960s, architects simply replaced it with a new kind of junk. Glass walls hung on steel frames with absurd details that don't match. The result is another kind of failure to fit. It is there simply to be demolished. In the midst of all this desolation, we find a fragment of the streets that were destroyed. Once a forge, now a cafe. People come here from all around because it is the last bit of life remaining, and the life comes from the building. This returns me to Oscar Wilde's remark that all art is absolutely useless. Put usefulness first, and you lose it. Put beauty first, and what you do will be useful forever. It turns out that nothing is more useful than the useless. We see this in traditional architecture with its decorative details. Ornaments liberate us from the tyranny of the useful and satisfy our need for harmony. In a strange way, they make us feel at home. They remind us that we have more than practical needs. We are not just governed by animal appetites, by eating and sleeping. We have spiritual and moral needs too, and
And if those needs go unsatisfied, so do we. We all know what it is like, even in the everyday world, suddenly to be transported by the things we see, from the ordinary world of our appetites to the illuminated sphere of contemplation. A flash of sunlight, a remembered melody, the face of someone loved, these dawn on us in the most distracted moments, and suddenly life is worthwhile. These are timeless moments in which we feel the presence of another and higher world. From the beginning of Western civilization, poets and philosophers have seen the experience of beauty as calling us to the divine. Plato, writing in Athens in the 4th century BC, argued that beauty is the sign of another and higher order. Beholding beauty with the eye of the mind, he wrote, you will be able to nourish true virtue and become the friend of God. Plato was an idealist. He believed that human beings are pilgrims and passengers in this world, who are always aspiring beyond it to the eternal realm where we will be united with God. God exists in a transcendental world to which we humans aspire, but which we cannot know directly. But one way of glimpsing that heavenly sphere here below is through the experience of beauty. This leads to a paradox. For Plato, beauty was first and foremost the beauty of the human face and the human form. The love of beauty, he thought, originates in eros, a passion that all of us feel. We would call this passion romantic love. For Plato, eros was a cosmic force which flows through us in the form of sexual desire. But if human beauty arouses desire, how can it have anything to do with the divine? Desire is for the individual living in this world. It is an urgent passion. Sexual desire presents us with a choice: adoration or appetite, love or lust. Lust is about taking, and love is about giving. Lust brings ugliness, the ugliness of human relations in which one person treats another as a disposable instrument. To reach the source of beauty, we must overcome lust. This longing without lust is what we mean today by platonic love. When we find beauty in a youthful person, it is because we glimpse the light of eternity shining in those features from a heavenly source beyond this world. The beautiful human form is an invitation to unite with it spiritually, not physically. Our feeling for beauty is therefore a religious and not a sensual emotion. This theory of Plato's is astonishing. Beauty, he thought, is a visitor from another world.
we can do nothing with it save contemplate its pure radiance. Anything else pollutes and desecrates it, destroying its sacred aura. Plato's theory may seem quaint to people today, but it is one of the most influential theories in history. Throughout our civilization, poets, storytellers, painters, priests, and philosophers have been inspired by Plato's views on sex and love. If we were to just look in the poetry corner as to the books by people who have tried to express the Platonic vision of the erotic, let's see who there is. Thomas Mallory's Port Dartford, John Donne, here and there, Gawain and the Green Knight, Chaucer, especially the Knight's Tale, poems of the Pearl manuscript, incredible expressions of the Platonic poetry. Cavalcanti, who was the master of Dante, and Dante himself, definitely. Oh, Spenser, of course, the Fairy Queen, Daffodil Gwilym, to take the Welsh version of it all, the Women Troubadours, Christina Rossetti, to be a bit more Victorian about it. And so it goes on. The early Renaissance painter Sandro Botticelli illustrated the theory in this famous painting, which shows the birth of Venus, goddess of erotic love. Venus looks on the world from a place beyond desire. She is inviting us to transcend our earthly appetites and unite with her through the pure love of beauty. Botticelli's model was Simonetta Vespucci. Botticelli loved her until the end of her short life and actually asked to be buried at her feet. She represented for him Plato's ideal. This was beauty to be contemplated but not possessed. Plato and Botticelli are telling us that real beauty lies beyond sexual desire. So we can find beauty not only in a desirable young person, but also in a face full of age, grief, and wisdom, such as Rembrandt painted. The beauty of a face is a symbol of the life expressed in it. It is flesh becomes spirit, and in fixing our eyes on it, we seem to see right through into the soul. Painters like Rembrandt are important for showing us that beauty is an ordinary, everyday kind of thing. It lies all around us. We need only the eyes to see it and the hearts to feel. The most ordinary event can be made into something beautiful by a painter who can see into the heart of things. So long as the belief in a transcendental God was firmly anchored in the heart of our civilization, artists and philosophers continued to think of beauty in Plato's way. Beauty was the revelation of God in the here and now. This religious approach to the beautiful lasted for 2,000 years. But in the 17th century, the scientific revolution began to sow the seeds of doubt. The medieval church accepted the ancient view that the earth lies at the center of the universe. Then Copernicus and Galileo proved that the earth circles the sun. And Newton completed their work, describing a clockwork universe in which each moment follows mechanically the one before. This was the Enlightenment vision, which described our world as though there were no place in it for gods and spirits, no place for values and ideals, no place for anything save the regular clockwork movement which turned the moon around the earth and the earth around the sun for no purpose whatsoever. At the heart of Newton's universe is a God-shaped hole, a spiritual vacuum, and one philosopher in particular set out to fill this vacuum. That is the third Earl of Shaftesbury. Science explains things, but, thought Shaftesbury, its account of the world is in one way incomplete. We can see the world from another perspective, not seeking to use it or explain it, but simply contemplating its appearance, as we might contemplate a landscape or a flower. The idea that the world is intrinsically meaningful, full of an enchantment that it needs no religious doctrine to perceive, answered to a deep emotional need. Beauty was not planted in the world by God, but discovered there by people. Shaftesbury's idea encouraged the cult of beauty, which raised the appreciation of art and nature to the place once occupied by the worship of God. Beauty was to fill the God-shaped hole made by science. Artists were no longer illustrators of the sacred stories and worked as servants of the church. They were discovering the stories for themselves by interpreting the secrets of nature. Landscapes, which used to be mere backgrounds to holy images, became foregrounds, with the human figure often lost in their folds. But for Shaftesbury, it does not need a work of art to present us with the beauty of the world. We simply need to look on things with clear eyes and free emotions. Shaftesbury is telling us to stop using things, stop explaining them and exploiting them, but look at them instead. Then we will understand what they mean. The message of the flower is the flower. Zen Buddhists have said similar things. Only by leaving all our interests and business to one side do we encounter the real truth of the flower. Seeing things that way, we discover their beauty. The greatest philosopher of the Enlightenment, Immanuel Kant, was profoundly influenced by Shaftesbury's idea. Kant argued that the experience of beauty comes when we put our interests to one side, when we look on things not in order to use them for our purposes, or to explain how they work, or to satisfy some need or appetite, but simply to absorb them and to endorse what they are. Consider the joy you might feel when you hold a friend's baby in your arms. You don't want to do anything with the baby. You don't want to eat it, to put it to any use, or to conduct scientific experiments on it. You want simply to look at it and to feel the great surge of delight that comes when you focus all your thoughts on this baby and none at all on self. That is what Kant described as a disinterested attitude, and it is the attitude that underlies our experience of beauty. To explain this is extremely difficult because if you haven't experienced it, you don't really know what it is. But everybody listening to a beautiful piece of music, looking at a sublime landscape, reading a poem which seems to contain the essence of the thing it describes, everybody in an experience like that says, yes, this is enough.
But why is this experience so important? The encounter with beauty is so vivid, so immediate, so personal that it seems hardly to belong to the ordinary world. Yet beauty shines on us from ordinary things. Is it a feature of the world or a figment of the imagination?
Most of the time, our lives are organized by our everyday concerns. But every now and then, we find ourselves jolted out of our complacency in the presence of something vastly more important than our immediate desires and interests, something not of this world.
From Plato to Kant, philosophers have tried to capture the peculiar way in which beauty dawns on us, like a sudden ray of sunlight or a surge of love. For Plato, the only explanation of such an experience was its transcendental origin. It speaks to us like the voice of God. And Kant, too, in a much more sober way, believed that the experience of beauty connects us with the ultimate mystery of being. Through beauty, we are brought into the presence of the sacred. We can understand what such philosophers mean if we reflect on what we feel in the presence of death, especially the death of someone loved. We look with awe on the human body for which the life has fled. We are reluctant to touch the dead body. We see it as not properly a part of our world, almost a visitor from some other sphere. And the same sense of the transcendental arises in the experience that inspired Plato, the experience of falling in love. This too is a human universal, and it is an experience of the strangest kind. The face and body of the beloved are imbued with the intensest life, but in one crucial respect, they are like the body of someone dead. They seem not to belong in the everyday world. Poets have expended thousands of words on this experience, which no words seem entirely to capture.
These great changes in the stream of life, the urge to unite with another person, the loss of someone loved, are moments that we understand as sacred. If we look at the history of the idea of beauty, we see that philosophers and artists have had good reason to connect the beautiful and the sacred, and to see our need for beauty as something deep in our nature, part of our longing for consolation in a world of danger, sorrow, and distress. Today, many artists look on the idea of beauty with disdain, a leftover from a vanished way of living, which has no real connection with the world which now surrounds us. So there has been a desire to desecrate the experiences of sex and death by displaying them in trivial and impersonal ways that destroy all sense of their spiritual significance. Just as those who lose their religion have an urge to mock the faith that they have lost, so do artists today feel an urge to treat human life in demeaning ways, and to mock the pursuit of beauty. This willful desecration is also a denial of love, an attempt to remake the world as though love were no longer a part of it. And this, it seems to me, is the most important feature of our postmodern culture, that it is a loveless culture, determined to portray the human world as unloving. Of course, this habit of dwelling on the distressing side of human life isn't new. From the beginning of our civilization, it has been one of the tasks of art to take what is most painful in the human condition and to redeem it in a work of beauty.
Your tongues and eyes! I'd use them so that heaven's vaults should crack! She's gone, Rabbi.
Art has the ability to redeem life by finding beauty even in the worst aspect of things. Mantegna's crucifixion, displaying the cruelest and most ugly of deaths, achieves a kind of majesty and serenity. It redeems the horror that it shows. In the face of death, human beings can still show nobility, compassion, and dignity, and art helps us to accept death by presenting it in such a light.
Like, where does that lady look? A man think this is why once my family finds out that lady.
What about things which are not tragic, but merely sordid or depraved? Can art find beauty even here? This painting by Delacroix shows us the artist's bed in all its sordid disorder. He too is bringing beauty to a thing that lacks it, and bestowing a kind of blessing on his own emotional chaos. Delacroix says, "See how these sweat-stained sheets record the troubled dreams, the tormented energy of the person who has left them, and how the light picks them out as though they are still animated by the sleep. The bed is transformed by the creative act to become something else, a vivid symbol of the human condition, and one which makes a bond between us and the artist." Some people describe Tracy Emin's bed in that way. But there is all the difference in the world between a real work of art, which makes ugliness beautiful, and the fake work of art, which shares the ugliness that it shows. This is modern life, presented in all its randomness and disorder.
What is it that makes that art rather than just a rumpled bed?
Well, first thing that makes it art is because I say that it is.
You say that.
I say that it is.
The second thing is the tape says it.
Yeah.
But what do you want the viewer, the visitor to the gallery to say? You presumably don't want them to say, "I think that's beautiful."
No, no one's actually said that, only me.
You think it's beautiful?
Yeah, I do. I think
You
it's
do,
really
do.
beautiful, yeah. Otherwise I wouldn't have shown it.
How can this be a beautiful work of art if it makes no attempt to transform the raw material of an idea? It is just one sordid reality among others. Literally an unmade bed. We are back with the question raised by Duchamp's Urinal, whether anything can be art. This question occupies both the would-be innovators and the traditionalists, like Alexander Stoddart, a monumental sculptor whose works stand in public places around the world, as well as in the Queen's Gallery at Buckingham Palace. A defender of conceptual art might say that an idea can be beautiful, and so that There's nothing wrong with conceptual art as such.
Yes, but this is an everybody's field of endeavour. The lawyer can come up with a beautiful idea. You know, the statesman, the medic, let's cure cancer. Beautiful idea. But he doesn't say he's an artist on the back of that. Conceptual art, of course, is entirely word-bound. It is, in fact, a kind of art that's exhausted in its verbal description. So you need to just say half a cow in a tank of formaldehyde, and you're really all the way there. The object itself then can be dumped. Tracy Emin's bed is a perfect example of that.
Oh, yeah.
If you walked past a
That lady's
skip
so hot.
in some
What's her
scheme
name?
and you saw that bed lying there, you would walk on. But of course, if you saw even
That
just
lady
the
was on
torso of
Civil.
the
What's
Apollo
her name?
Belvedere lying in that
What's her
skip,
name?
you would be arrested
She's
by
from
it,
Buffalo.
and you may even climb in and try to retrieve it.
You know, she had Polish accent.
Many students come to
For
me
Z-
from sculpture
for
departments, secretly, of course, because they don't want to tell the tutors that they've come to truck with the enemy. And they say,
What's
I
her
tried to
name?
become a model figure, and I modelled it in clay, and then a tutor came up and told me to cut it in half and dump some diarrhea
Christine
and drop it
Baranski.
there, and that
Fuck
will
yeah.
make it
I
interesting.
want me some Christine
I
Baranski
feel
pussy.
about
That woman is
the
gorgeous.
kind of standardized desecration that passes for art these days. It actually is a kind of immorality, because it is an attempt to obliterate meaning from the human form in some way.
Well, it's an attempt to obliterate knowledge.
The art establishment has turned away from the old curriculum, which put beauty and craft at the top of the agenda. Those like Alexander Stoddart, who try to restore the age-old connection between the beautiful and the sacred, are seen as old-fashioned and absurd. The same kind of criticism is aimed at traditionalists in architecture. One target is Leon Creer, architect of the Prince of Wales model town. Designing modest streets laid out in traditional ways, using the well-tried and much-loved details that have served us down the centuries, Leon Creer has created a genuine settlement. The proportions are human proportions. The details are restful to the eye. This is not great or original architecture, nor does it try to be. It is a modest attempt to get things right by following patterns and examples laid down by tradition. This is not nostalgia, but knowledge passed on from age to age.
Thank you to Alex for being nice.
Architecture that doesn't respect the past is not respecting the present, because it is not respecting people's primary need from architecture, which is to build a long-standing home. I have shown some of the ways in which artists and architects have followed the call of beauty. In doing so, they have given our world meaning. The masters of the past recognized that we have spiritual needs as well as animal appetites. For Plato, beauty was a path to God, while thinkers of the Enlightenment saw art and beauty as ways in which we save ourselves from meaningless routines and rise to a higher level. But art turned its back on beauty. It became a slave to the consumer culture, feeding our pleasures and addictions and wallowing in self-disgust. That, it seems to me, is the lesson of the ugliest forms of modern art and architecture. They do not show reality, but take revenge on it, spoiling what might have been a home and leaving us to wander unconsoled and alienated in a spiritual desert. course, it is true that there is much in the world today that distracts and troubles us. Our lives are full of leftovers. We battle through noise and distraction, and nothing resolves.
The right response, however, is not to endorse this alienation. It is to look for the path back from the desert, one that will point us to a place where the real and the ideal may still exist in harmony. In my own life, I have found this path more easily through music than through any other art form. Pergolesi was 26 when he wrote the Stabat Mater. It describes the grief of the Holy Virgin beside the cross of the dying Christ. All the suffering of the world is symbolized in its exquisite lines. Given that Pergolesi was suffering from tuberculosis when he wrote the Stabat Mater, he is that son dying on the cross too. In fact, he died within a few months of the work's completion. This is not a complex or ambitious piece of music, simply a heartfelt expression of the composer's faith. It shows the way in which deep and troubling emotions can achieve unity and freedom through music. The voice of Mary is written for two singers. The melody rises slowly, painfully, resolving dissonance only to be gripped by another dissonance as the voices clash, representing the conflict and sorrow within her.
Why don't I just give you bar 18? Here we have a very simple and sacred text. The mother stands grieving and weeping at the cross on which her son is hanging. That's really all that you have to say.
But a completely musical person would immediately get the message that it's a piece of grieving. There could be no possible doubt about that.
The music takes over the words and makes them speak to you in another language, in your own heart.
Well, it means that today in our secular world it can delight and move without people having to know what it's about.
We learn without the theological apparatus that there is this thing called suffering, and that it's the death in all of us, but also it's not the end of all of us.
That discussion with General Hospital talk is about the show General Hospital, like just random shit that is in the hospital.
In this film,
I have described beauty as an essential resource. Through the pursuit of beauty, we shape the world as a whole, and in doing so, we both amplify our joys and find consolation for our sorrows. Art and music shine a light of meaning on ordinary life, and through them we are able to confront the things that trouble us and to find consolation and peace in their presence. This capacity of beauty to redeem our suffering is one reason why beauty can be seen as a substitute for religion. Why give priority to religion? Why not say that religion is a beauty substitute? Better still, why describe the two as rivals? The sacred and the beautiful stand side by side, two doors that open onto a single space. And in that space, we find our home.
And our modern beauty season continues on Monday night with large-scale pieces of public art challenging the 6 finalists of the School of Saatchi at 9. Next tonight on BBC Two, this week's Have I Got News For You, complete with extra bits.
When you see an object, you make so many assumptions about that object in seconds. What it does, how well it's going to do it, how heavy it is, how much you think it should cost. The object testifies to the people that conceived it, thought about it, developed it, manufactured it, ranging from issues of form to material to its architecture to how it connects to you, how you touch it, how you hold it. Every object, intentional or not, speaks to who put it there.
goal of industrial design has always been mass production. Has been producing standardized objects for consumption by millions and millions of people. One of the earliest examples would be the first emperor of China. He was waging war to try and colonize more and more parts of what would eventually become China. One of his problems was that each of his archers made their own arrows, and so if, say, an archer died, a fellow archer could grab the arrows from his quiver and start shooting at the enemy because the arrows literally didn't fit his bow. So the first emperor and his advisors came up with a way of standardizing the design of the arrows so that each arrow would fit any bow. Many of the best examples with industrial design are things that people don't think were designed at all. Take the post-it note. It's something we take for granted, but people don't think of it as being designed. And what they don't realise is that from the moment they wake up, almost everything that fills their world has been designed one way or another.
There is a story embedded in every object. Every decision was
This
made
thing is saliva between me,
about
that's so
something.
hot.
This particular toothpick is like a Japanese toothpick, but obviously it's manufactured for sale in the U.S. But what's interesting about it is kind of the evolution of a type of object that happens over many, many years. But you'll notice that the end of it, the tip of it, is serrated, so you can break it off. This was like to signify that it was used. But it also creates a tiny rest for the toothpick. Obviously, a Japanese-style toothpick has a specific cultural context where that kind of functionality makes sense and that kind of ritual makes sense. That may not be used that way at all in the United States. But what's fascinating about these little stories that get embedded in objects is that I'm reminded of a quote by Henry Ford, who once said, "Every object tells a story, if you know how to read it."
We work as consultants, which means we work with a lot of different companies in a lot of different fields. But really, our common interest is in understanding people and what their needs are. So if you start to think, well, really, what these guys do as consultants is focus on people, then it's easy to think about what's needed design-wise in the kitchen or in the hospital or in the car. We have clients come to us and say, here's our average customer. For instance, female, she's 34 years old, she has 2.3 kids, and we listen politely and say, well, that's great, but we don't care about that person. What we really need to do to design is look at the extremes. The weakest or the person with arthritis or the athlete or the strongest or the fastest person. Because if we understand what the extremes are, the middle will take care of itself. It's actually things I haven't seen in 1,000 years.
Try to use less material. Here's one that's hollow inside. A good friend of mine, Sam Farber, he was vacationing with his wife Betsy. I got a phone call one night. He was so excited. He said he couldn't sleep. And what he was excited about is he had been cooking dinner with Betsy, and she was making an apple tart. And she was complaining about the peeler, that it was hurting her hands. And she had arthritis, and she just couldn't hang on to it. And it hit Sam at that moment that here's a product that nobody's really thought about. And I thought was, well, we can make it work for people with arthritis. It can be good for everybody. We knew that it had to be a bigger handle. Kids have big crayons because they're easier to hold on to. It's the same thing for somebody that might not have full mobility in their hand. They need something a little bit larger that's a little easier to grip with a little bit less force. So we did a lot of studies around the shape of the handle, the size of it, to come up with that size that would be perfect for everybody.
But eventually we found a rubberized bicycle, and we basically did this. So it really goes through many, many more iterations than you would think to do a handle that's relatively simple in the end.
One thing with a hamburger is that you have this like constant friction happening, like when you're closing it.
But if you hold on to it, second, like here's the spot that really hurts. It's the biggest pressure point to me.
It's just like this thing, on all 4 fingers, you have friction. So when we started out doing a project, looking at these different tools to understand really how we can design a better experience for someone ergonomically. So really what we did here was just to map it out when we did the exercise with the glove and understanding where the pressure points are. And then we started going into this process of developing these models, some of it is. One thing we realized with this model, if you compare with other pictures, a lot of them just have a straight handle. So you can't, for example, you don't have any control over the weight. So if you're cutting part down, it means that you have to squeeze harder to hold the place, otherwise it's going to slide out of your hands. So with really sort of sculpting this handle area, it sort of locks your hand around this form, so you have to squeeze less, so you have a really secure grip.
We're really at the sort of final stages of our design here, where we put them into a place where we can control them much more closely to get them ready for manufacture. And that is known as CAD, or computer-aided design. It's very important that we constantly are verifying our CAD with physical models. Once you get into that, we use a set of technologies that are called rapid prototyping. So we can really finely control the ergonomics of these parts. So these are the 2 halves that come out of the machine. You can glue them together to make an entire handle and attach them to prototypes such as this, so we can really go out and feel the comfort and work with it to make sure that our CAD model really represents our design intention.
The way we think of design is, let's put great design into everyday things and understand how to make these gadgets perform better.
And that's what we're really always looking for whenever we design, our ways we can improve the way people do things, or improve their daily life without them really even knowing or thinking about it.
We have always to be aware this Japanese guys, what size has to cut in the small bird can fly through. It's nice, isn't it? But all the other things you also have to cut them. It's much more in Japan. They have to cut them. They have to, we would say, to design them. But why we do it? We are doing it now to design the world. We design the nature.
Meine Erfahrung ist, dass die Gegner sehr positiv den Dingen einsichtig sind, begreifbar sind. Das ist, was mich heute besonders stört. Diese Beliebigkeit, die damit verbundene Gedankenlosigkeit, mit der vieles produziert und vermarktet. Nicht nur auf den Gebrauchsgütersektor, sondern in der Architektur, in der Werbung. Überall haben wir zu viel Überfluss. Gutes Design sollte innovativ sein. Gutes Design macht einen brauchbar. Gutes Design ist ästhetisches Design. Gutes Design macht ein Produkt verständlich. Gutes Design ist ehrlich. Gutes Design ist unaufdringlich. Gutes Design ist angenehm. Gutes Design ist konsequent bis ins letzte Detail. Gutes Design ist umweltfreundlich.
last but not least, das Design so wenig Design wie möglich. Wir Designer arbeiten nicht im luftleeren Raum. Wir brauchen die Unternehmerseite. Wir sind keine freien Künstler, wie das oft verwechselt wird. Haben Sie wieder nur wenige Firmen, die Design, wie ich es verstehe, wirklich ernst nehmen. Und das ist im Moment wieder eine bekömmliche Firma. Das ist ehrlich. I remember the first time I saw an Apple product. I remember it so clearly because it was the first time I realized when I saw this product, I got a very clear sense of the people that designed it and made it. The big definition of who you are as a designer it's the way that you look at the world. And I guess it's one of the sort of curses of what you do is that you're constantly looking at something and thinking, why is it like that? Why is it like that and not like this? And so in that sense, you're constantly designing. When we're designing a product, we have to look to different attributes of the product, and some of those attributes will be the materials that it's made from and the form that's connected to those materials. So for example, with the first iMac that we made, the primary component of that was the cathode ray tube, which was spherical. We would have an entirely different approach to designing something like that than the current iMac, which is a very thin, flat panel display. Other issues would be, just physically, how do you connect to the product? So, for example, something like the iPhone, everything defers to the display. A lot of what we seem to be doing in a product like that is actually getting design out of the way. And I think when forms develop with that sort of reason, and they're not just arbitrary shapes, it feels almost inevitable. It feels almost undesigned. It feels almost like, well, of course it's that way. Why wouldn't it be any other way? This is the bezel for the iMac. When we remove the aluminium for the display in the center here, we actually take that material and then we can make two keyboard frames from it. These are literally just a couple of the stages of how you make the MacBook Air. Rough cutting, this is for the keyboard world. And there is a remarkable efficiency and beauty to just how much a single part can do. And I think that's one of the things that we push ourselves on, is trying to figure out, can we do the job of those 6 parts with just one? This part actually starts off as this extrusion. And so this is an aluminium extrusion that goes through multiple operations, most of them CNC machined operations, to end up with this part. And so you can see, just a dramatic sort of transformation between this raw blank and the final part. But what we end up with is a part that's got all of the mounting features, so all of the bosses, this is just one part. But this one part is providing so much functionality. And this one part really does enable this product. So so much of the effort behind a product like the MacBook Air was experimenting with different processes. There's a completely non-obvious, but the way that you hold, to get from this part to this part, that there are an incredibly complex series of fixtures to hold this part in the different machine stages. And we end up spending a lot of time designing fixtures that design of this, in many ways, wasn't the design of a physical thing. It was figuring out process. It's really important in a product to have a sense of the hierarchy of what's important and what's not important by removing those things that are all vying for your attention. An indicator has a value when it's indicating something. But if it's not indicating something, it shouldn't be there. It's one of those funny things. You spend so much more time to make it less conspicuous and less obvious. And if you think about it, so many of the products that we're surrounded by, they want you to be very aware of just how clever the solution was. When the indicator comes on, I wouldn't expect anybody to point to that as a feature, but at some level, I think you're aware of a calm and considered solution that therefore speaks about how you're going to use it, not the terrible struggles that we as designers and engineers had in trying to solve some of the problems. That's quite obsessive, isn't it?
We now have a new generation of products where the form bears absolutely no relation to the function. I mean, look at something like an iPhone and think of all the things it does. In the old days of sort of what are called analog products, in other words, they're not digital, they're not electronic, something like, say, a chair or a spoon, form, follow, function tend to work. So if, say, you imagine being a Martian and you just land on planet Earth and you've never seen a spoon or a chair before, you guess roughly what you're supposed to do with them, sit on or feed yourself with them by the shape of the object, by the way it looks. Now, all that has been annihilated by the microchip. So design is moving from this culture of the tangible and the material to an increasingly intangible and immaterial culture, but that poses an enormous number of tensions and conflicts within design.
I think there are really three phases of modern design. One of those phases or approaches, if you like, is looking at the design in a formal relationship, formal logic of the object, the act of form giving. Form begets form. The second way to look at it is in terms of the symbolism and the content of what you're dealing with, the little rituals that make up making coffee, or using a fork and knife, or the cultural symbolism of a particular object. Those come back to inhabit and give form, help give guidance to the designer about how that form should be, how it should look. The third phase really is looking at design in a contextual sense, in a much bigger picture scenario. It's looking at the technological context for that object. It's looking at the human and object relationship. The first phase, you might have something fairly new, like Karen Rashid's comb vacuum, which is for your devil. That the company sells is basically so beautiful that you can put it on display. In other words, you can leave it on your counter. It doesn't look like it's a crap. Conversely, you can look at James Dyson and his vacuum cleaners. He approaches the design of the vacuum in a very functionalist manner. But if you look at the form of it, it's really expressing that. It's expressing the symbolism of function. There's color introduced into it. It's not a frivolous person, so it's really there to articulate the various components of the vacuum. Or you could look at in a more recent manifestation, this kind of contextual approach would be something like the Roomba. There, the relationship to the vacuum is very different. First of all, there's no more human interaction relationship. The relationship is to the room it's cleaning. I think it's even more interesting that the company actually has kits that are available on the marketplace called Dry Create. It's essentially the Roomba vacuum cleaner kit that's made for hacking. People are really wacky, and they've created things like bionic hamster, which is attaching the kind of play wheel or dome that the hamster uses as the driving device for the Roomba. So it's kind of the ultimate revenge of the animal on the vacuum cleaner. How I think about it as a designer myself is that design is really the search for form. What form should this object take? And designers have asked that question and used different processes.
ça signifie que c'est, à mon avis, c'est très compliqué. C'est compliqué, c'est une grande force. Quand toutes les choses vont très bien, les choses sont classées. C'est exactement comme le peloton. Dans d'autres cas, alors on a une idée, j'ai dit mais t'es con, ton idée est débile. Et là, les choses sont un peu tous les deux, on a une approche assez différente. Erwan parle beaucoup, moins. Donc il y a comme ça un jeu qui est assez subtil. Ça garde.
D'accord.
Erwan a une manière assez frontale de discuter avec des ingénieurs.
C'est pratique d'avoir les deux. Ouais.
En général, Erwan peut avoir une manière assez brutale de considérer que son idée, son approche technique est juste, et l'ingénieur aussi. Donc il peut y avoir comme ça des trucs. Et moi, je peux venir à point, d'avoir et réussir à faire passer quelque chose. Donc c'est assez. Lui, c'est le renard. Moi, je suis le porc-épic. Il y a deux profils psychologiques un peu basiques dans la psychologie de base, qui est des gens qui sont effectivement les porc-épics, qui ont une idée, qui effectivement ont cette idée, avance comme ça. Il y a le renard, le fox, qui effectivement a une idée précise, mais il sait qu'effectivement il faut. Donc en fait, c'est une force. C'est une force. Et on est là, je pense qu'il y a un truc un peu bizarre que je dis, mais qui est assez vrai, c'est que je pense qu'en tant que designer, c'est beaucoup mieux que les gens, ce dont ils ont vraiment besoin, pour des questions ergonomiques, pour l'organisation de leur espace. Une des vraies questions du design, c'est surtout de créer un environnement qui soit juste et dans lequel les gens se sentent bien. Et je pense qu'en fait, justement, parce que c'est particulier et parce qu'on fait une décision, on s'assume mieux soi-même, en fait. Ici, on voit la première maquette qui a été faite de ce type. Pour aller très vite, juste on travaille vraiment souvent comme ça aussi, qui est d'essayer de. En fait, souvent, un de nos gros travail, c'est de enlever au fur et à mesure. Enlever tout ce qui serait un peu perturbant, pas nécessaire, d'aller vers le maximum d'unité. Comme de la musique, effectivement, l'enchaînement, la note qui fait que. Ding, dong, c'est l'accord. C'est quelque chose comme ça. À mon avis, c'est très proche de la musique, effectivement, de réussir à mettre en harmonie, très sensuelle. C'est intéressant. On voulait faire une chaise robuste, sur laquelle les Australiens, sous de pierre, puissent se jeter, une espèce de quelque chose de vraiment une chaise extrêmement. Tu parlais de Magnus, je pense qu'il est plus subtil comme ça. Hey, what about the forks vibe? Can you make a few inquiries about because I'd love to do the forks. I think the forks would be really cool. This is my little table of one of my tables. You know, I've got like a whole workshop downstairs, which is just full of shit. But you know, these are just things that I sort of find interesting and things that I want to have around and look at. You know, sometimes these materials that I'm looking for an excuse to use, as opposed to the other way around. The things like my parka, this is one of my favourite materials, and it's actually made of linen. It's a bit like wood, actually. It feels like it's a living material. It's enormously heavy. These kind of weird meshes and stuff. How cool is that? I have no idea what they use. It's sort of like stainless steel, braided.
start. My career didn't start after art school. It started when I made my first object in my grandfather's garage. I remember my uncle said as soon as I could tell the time, he'd give me a wristwatch. So I figured out how to tell the time. He gave me this wristwatch, and I promptly pulled it to bits. Went up to my grandfather's garage and found an old bit of plexiglass and started hacking away at this bit of plexiglass and transplanted this movement from this non-working watch into that was my first design. I grew up in a generation. I can remember when Thailand was. I can't deny that was a massive event in my life. All of my dreams were about the future. What I want to do is be able to have things that don't exist. You know, things that you can't go out and buy, or things that irritate you, anger, or dissatisfaction at the very least, play such an important role in motivating you to do what you do. But ultimately, my job as a designer is to look at the future. It's not to use any frame of reference that exists. My job is about what's going to happen, not what has happened. As a designer, my philosophy is fundamentally non-disposable and somehow trying to offer products that you want to keep, products that you feel most importantly will stand the test of time and hopefully won't date as bad as other things. It's all about when you have new things, isn't it? Ultimately, we're all still using mobile phone we had 3 years ago. We all have that 5 minutes. Of course, I fundamentally believe that something that's well designed should not necessarily cost more. Arguably, it should cost less, But the problem is, designers become aware for a lot of companies to sort of add value because something is designed and therefore charge more money for it. And it will become more and more sort of pervasive, and things will be marketed in terms of design in the future.
The idea of elitism and the idea of design have merged. And it's out of this kind of culture that the idea of democratization of design comes from. I always tell people that I grew up with good design in my home, with all the Joconbombo and cubic pieces, not because we were rich or because my parents were educated in design, not at all. We were totally middle class and my parents are doctors. It's just because that's what you would find at the corner. There's design that costs more and there's design that costs less. Some of it is good, some of it is bad. Democratization of design is an empty slogan. It really should not even exist.
Target in particular kind of fell right into line with and sort of influenced a lot of pop culture thinking about the importance of design and the kind of virtue of design. The basic idea was good design is something you want. Good design is something that distinguishes you. It's sort of a mark of progress. It kind of, if you are a person who recognizes good design, it distinguishes you from all of the naive and sort of corny bourgeois of the past being everything up to that minute. So you can now buy into that. You can buy into progress, good design, good taste. And they had it available to you in a very attainable way. Often, the way that a product comes into being isn't because a bunch of expert designers sat down and said, what are the 10 most important problems that we can solve? There's a company that's writing a check. What the company wants is new SKUs. They want more stuff, and they want more people to buy it. And that's the name of the game. We tend to want new things. They can do something that has a different look, a fresher look, a newer look, a new now, next now kind of look. And the problem with spending a lot of time focusing on what's very now and very next is that it isn't very forever. And that means that it doesn't last because there's someone else coming along trying to design what's now and next after that. And part of their agenda, whether it's over-articulated or not, is to make whatever used to be now look like them, so that people will buy the new now. Cars are the biggest and most abundant set of sculptures that we have in contact every day in our lives. Although they're reproduced by machines, they're computer-milled stamps that make them. Actually, every one of them is originally carved by hand by men and women using techniques not a whole lot different than Michelangelo. Car designers are making extremely dynamic, sexy objects in theory. In reality, they're bending metal, plastic, glass. This isn't like a woman coming down the catwalk where she's swishing the dresses and showing a little bit here and there and really getting your eyes to goggle. This thing is frozen in time, which means you have to create it in a way so that you, as the observer, look at it and you put the motion in it by the way you scan it. Because that car has to be a reflection of that emotional energy that you want to see in it. I believe very strongly in the emotional authenticity of the product. It should reflect what it is. So if the car's performance object, you should have that feel. It is quite bothersome to me when I see humanistic elements of the car being strange to me. For instance, cars have a face. Well, you can have lots of faces. But when you put that one face on a car, it's there forever. It's just one expression. And because cars have evolved to have two elements, big taillights, a license plate, the backs of cars have also evolved. These things are also very interesting. And some of those are awfully challenging. How do we solve problems of lightness? How do we solve problems of efficiency? I think these are things that may be difficult, but we can solve them. The real challenges of car design, I think, are going to be addressing the future generation's perceptions of what they want cars to be in their lives. Do they want them to fade into the background and just be there when they need one? Or do they want them to stand up and be a representative of them, like basically like we grew up with it? Kind of like avatars. I show myself to the outside world through this car. When you own the car and you drive the car, even your decisions about are you going to put a bumper sticker on it, there's an idea of an audience. I feel pretty strongly, and this is true not just for cars, but for almost everything inside, that our real audience is really ourselves.
the person that you're really speaking to, when you're speaking about why me and this car, why is this the right car? You're making a statement to yourself about yourself. In sort of an abstract way, you're thinking about what they might be thinking of you, and like whether or not they like your Obama sticker or your Save the Christian Fish, or whatever it might be. But the crucial thing is the self, is your own audience, your own story of like, I'm not that guy, I am that guy. Because the truth is, no one cares on the highway.
Dat staal, dat wat je hier doet, dat is niet nodig. Dat weet iedereen. Maar ik zou echt hier werken in rood. Dit is rood. En dit is dat scherm. Maar dat hoef je echt niet te doen, want dan zou je zeg maar, ja, dan moet je iets individueel karakter kan geven aan iets wat toch geproduceerd wordt door een industrie. Dat vind ik interessant dan, omdat ik in het vak design zit. Als je naar kunst kijkt, word je geroerd door iets. En je kan niet je leven veranderen omdat je... of je leven veranderen, maar op dat moment kan het je beroeren. Kan je een emotie hebben. Dat hoop je ook dat een object heeft voor iemand. Een stoel en omdat je de spullen gebruikt in je huis... wordt het ook een onderdeel van je familie en wil je het ook erven bijvoorbeeld. En wordt het die ene stoel waar vader altijd in zat, of die vaas, die moeder altijd. Dat soort verhalen krijg je wel over objecten. Dat is er ook leuk aan. Herinneringen in mensen hun hoofd, waarmee je een betekenislagen kan geven aan het materiaal. Dus ik gebruik of een ambacht wat iedereen al kent, of iets uit een bepaalde cultuur, of iets waarin je een menselijke maat ziet, waardoor er gemaaid is, of iets icoon gebruikt wat we allemaal kennen. Bijvoorbeeld bij de sofa die ik gedaan heb op Visa, waarin er op het allerlaatste nog knopen opgenaaid zitten, alsof ze er zomaar op zitten. Daar zou ik dan niet van zeggen dat is imperfectie, maar dat is toch zeg maar een oog van ambachtelijk detail ergens opzetten. Weet je, dan kan het product communiceren met een gebruiker. Maar dit is het. En je nou iets opmerkingen die ik altijd maak als we met een team aan het ontwerpen zijn, vraag ik ook altijd, zou jij dit kopen? Zou jij hier geld voor over hebben? Dat is toch wel een hele belangrijke reden is dat je toch voor een doelgroep werkt. Er zitten meerdere lagen in het product. Het is een soort puzzel die zichzelf opbouwt. En één van de lagen is proberen een individueel stuk te maken in dat industriële werk. Waardoor je ook het gevoel krijgt dat je een stuk koopt, of dat je een product ziet waarin er aandacht is geweest voor een menselijke detail.
Design is about mass production. Design is using the industry to produce serialized goods. And I try everything I can in the mass market to really change the goods. The people who know nothing about design, the people who say they don't care about design, the people who don't believe that their world should have contemporary goods in it,
Those are the people I think design can have such an amazing effect on their lives. You know, when I was a teenager, I had this white Claritone because it made you come into this white kind of bubble stereo. These two bubble lights. And it was probably very inexpensive. It was a real democratic product. And turntable and all being built in. And it's a beautiful thing. Something looking back, why it was a beautiful thing was because it was very self-contained. And the message was very strong and very simple. And at the same time, it was very human. It was a quality guy. He was like a womb. He was like an extension of us somehow. Soft, engaging, something about it. I used to have this alarm clock radio abroad, and it was Peter Ram's design in the late 60s. And there were these objects in my life that I was in love with. They brought so much to me. And I can remember going through the teenage angst thing of feeling depressed at something and lying on my bed, and I would just look at the alarm clock and it felt better. So I always had this really strong relationship with physical products. It's something that moves through a lot of my form. That is to speak about a kind of digital, technological, or techno-organic world. Somehow I do things that are very, very organic, but I'm using new technologies. I feel like I'm doing something in a way that's a physical interpretation of the digital age. We have advanced technologically so far, and yet somehow it's almost some sort of paranoia where we're afraid to really say we live in the third technological revolution. I have an iPod in my pocket, I have a mobile phone, I have a laptop, but then somehow I end up going home and sitting on wood spindle with Gale-like chairs. So in a way you could argue that we're building all these kind of really kitsch stage sets that have absolutely nothing to do with the age in which we live. It's strange. I find it very extremely perverse in a way. It'd be like, imagine right now, I'm sitting here on my laptop and I gotta go out, what am I gonna do to get my horse and carriage? No, of course not. Why do we feel like we need to kind of keep revisiting the archetype over and over and over again? Digital cameras, for example, which are format, proportion, the fact that they're horizontal rectangles, are model of the original silver film camera. So in turn, it's the film that defines the shape of the camera. All of a sudden, our digital cameras have those films. So why on earth do we have the same shape? Now, without sounding like a hypocrite, I use an archetype. I've designed many chairs. With that given, you say, okay, now I'm going to design a chair. What can I do? How can I put my fingerprints to differentiate somebody else or a designer in a way? And am I playing a game to show that I can differentiate? Or am I actually doing something that is contributing? Because this is the big issue here with design. Are the things we are doing really making an effect and making change? 78% of the world is completely impractical, 70% of the world is uncomfortable. You feel it. You feel the hotel rooms are poorly designed. You sit in chairs that are very uncomfortable. And it's crazy. Imagine if you design 1 million chairs to date, or how many chairs have you done in the world? Why on earth could we have an uncomfortable chair? There's like no excuse whatsoever.
People need to demand that design performs for them and is special in their lives. These objects that they buy, you can't make your GPS thing work in your car. They should feel like a riot because they're so poorly designed. Instead, the person sits there and thinks, "Oh, I'm not very smart. I can't make this GPS thing work. I can't make the things work. This is my field, and I can't make it work." If you design something that's precious that you really love, you're never going to believe that. My father's briefcase made out of a beautiful piece of leather gets better with use, and I've inherited it, and I'll pass it on, right? It's a really interesting thing. Sometimes I get that task, which is to design something that gets better with use. Right? If you think the thing about the most would be great. Something like this briefcase gets better with use.
That's a pretty sweet ticker with everything.
I like the concept of wearing in rather than wearing out. We'd like to create something where the emotional relationship is more satisfying every time. And that you may not worry about it or think about it very clearly. People don't sort of have a strong, they don't have to have a strong love relationship with their things, but they should create a sort of more fond of them. For example, on the laptop we have design, it's actually magnesium enclosure as a paint on the outside. And when it gets dinged, it's dropped and the paint chips off, you see some of the magnesium showing through. Somehow it feels better because of that. The computer we call the grid compass, and arguably the first laptop that was actually ever produced was this one. And you could carry it with you. We designed it to be thin enough to fit in half your wheelbase, so you could put paper in as well. And there was a leg at the back that found the right angle for the ergonomic preferred angle. We wanted to devise a hinge that would allow it to rotate so the display could come out, but also not let anything into the electronics behind. So in order to avoid something like a pencil falling into it, just to show you what could happen. If you put a pencil in the back, it would roll down and drop inside. We designed a scoop with a self-ejecting pencil closed in. When I got the first working prototype, I took the machine home and really thrilled about wanting to use it myself. And it was with great pride that I said, up at the display, I thought how clever I was to have designed this latch on this hinge. And then I started to actually try and use it. Within a few moments, I found myself forgetting all about the physical design and realizing that everything I was really interested in was happening in my relationship between what was happening behind the screen. I felt like I was kind of sucked down into the machine. The interaction between me and the device was all to do with the digital software, very little to do with the electronics. That made me realize that if I was going to truly design the whole experience, I would really have to learn how to design this software stuff. That made me search for a name for it, which we ended up calling interaction design.そのインタラクションデザインっていうのはそのソフトウェアの画面とかところに使われるような、ことが多かったんだけど、僕は考えるそのハードウェア、つまり接触できる塊みたいなものものデザインも結局はインタラクションデザインだと思ってるんですよ。若い子、多分子供の頃だと思うんで、じゃがいもここにいてます。そうほとんど大体剥けるんだけど、ちっちゃなところだけ皮が残りますとして芽がある。それを細かくこう取っていくと、だんだんその泥がついて汚れてくる。きれいに剥いたくせにそこに泥がついて汚れる。それを水の中に入れた瞬間にツルンときれいになるんですよ。その時に全部その今まで曲面だったものが鈍角の面で構成されるようになる。
そのライフがあったので、だからその時にもうメモリーされたそれは自分のストーリーに入ってる。で、ある時携帯電話っていうものが来た時になんかこうポケットの中にペロペロいじってたりするっていうことで、むしろこうエアロダイナミクスなフォーム流線形流面形ではない面で構成したようなものを作った方が、その指でこう触ってしまうような関係性がよりたくさん出て、テクスチャーもそうなんだけど、そういうふうになんかしてしまうの。別にまたそれ手いたずらしてるよみたいに言われなければ誰も気がつかない。自分すらも気がつかないんだけど、あるでしょ。自分の重要な転換点だったんだけど、客観写生っていう言葉を高浜虚子っていう俳句のマスターが書いてるんですけど、心情が湧きすぎてる糸が見えたときに、もう勘弁してくれという感じになると。でも日本の知識ってそうじゃなくて、ただ単純にそこにある現象をさらっと読むことによって、なおさらその人が何を言いたかったかということを相手が引き込まれて想像しようとすることによって、なんか見えない暗黙のつながりみたいなのが、そこに日本的美の最も重要なポイントがあるんじゃないかと思ってます。で、かたやデザインというのは、その僕らがデザインしたものを何のためにデザインするかというと、その人の心、マインドにこう何か刺激をピリピリと刺激を与えるようなものを作るということがデザインというふうに今まで思われた。でも実際の生活を見てるときに、僕がペンで何か書いて、このペンのことなんか誰も考えていないときに自然に握れたり、自分は見つけられるように急になってしまった。そのなんか厳然とそこにある世界の中のもう一つの世界みたいなものを途切らせずにそこにデザインをします。大いに装飾することでデザインと証明する。
Arguably the biggest single challenge facing every other design right now is sustainability. It's no longer possible for designers to ignore the implications of continuing to produce more and more new stuff that sometimes we need and sometimes we don't need. Designers spend most of their time designing products and services for 10% of the world's population that already own too much, and 90% don't have even basic products and services just to lead a subsistent life. Although a lot of designers believe emotionally and intellectually in sustainability, they and the manufacturers they work for are finding it very, very difficult to come to terms with. Because sustainability isn't just a sort of pretty glamorous process of using recycled materials to design something that may or may not be in the colour green. It's about redesigning every single aspect, from sourcing materials, to designing, to production, to shipping, and then eventually designing a way that those products can be disposed of responsibly. That's a mammoth task, so it's no wonder that designers and manufacturers are finding it so difficult.
That's really honest with yourself. Most of what we design ends up in landfills. I'm pretty sure most of the products in most instances of that,
That isn't something that I was conscious of when I started working with design. It didn't really occur to me because it didn't really occur to us as a society. Now, to be a designer, you have to take that into consideration because we have to think about these complex systems in which our products exist.
If the shelf life of a high-tech object is less than 11 months, it should be all 100% disposable. You know, I think my laptop innovation made of cardboard, or my mobile phone could be a piece of cardboard, or it could be just made out of, I don't know, something like sugar cane or some bioplastic, etc. Why on earth does anything have to be built to be permanent?
If I think of my admiration for Eames, it was an admiration for his ability to identify the qualities of new materials which could be used to create new objects. But nobody worried about whether fiberglass was going to cause disease or going to be difficult to dispose of. Life was a little bit simpler for him in that regard. He could just think about using materials for their best design attributes. But now we have to face this idea that what we do is not just the way we create some individual design. It's what happens afterwards. When we've finished our design, people have used it. So this sort of cradle-to-cradle concept.
One of my very first projects was to design a toothbrush, a kid's toothbrush. Brushes at that time typically were just a stick with bristles at the end, which was pretty boring. So we introduced other materials to it and we made the handle thick. And in the end, it became a really successful product. But my boss, maybe half a year after we launched the brush, went on a vacation. The idea was to go to the most remote beach. And the way Paul tells the story is like the next morning he steps out of the tent and he's, wet, scrubbing, and all perfect. And what does he stumble over is our toothbrush. And it's there, and the toothbrush, it's covered in barnacles, the plastic is faded, the bristles are worn. This brush, within months of the product being launched, had been used up, but discarded, found its way into the Pacific, sold as small objects. It's big piece of land, that apparently goes just about everywhere.
Let's go ahead and actually start defining some of the challenges, some of the questions that we might be asking ourselves. Is there any toothbrush that we would actually feel comfortable washing up onto this toothbrush?
So much of the toothbrush is not need to be disposed of, right? It's really like you put the bristles in your mouth, the rest of it is all in. That's why I'm tossing out all this stuff. The greatest handle in the world, because you only use one handle in your lifetime, you make it out of sterling silver.
Right.
You just tear a little thing, and then you just replace it.
Right. I think that's toothbrush assumes that only approach to oral care or one of the main approaches to oral care is through the toothbrush.
What if we didn't need toothbrushes? What would it be?
When I first started the company, the role of industrial designer was primarily about the kind of aesthetics or the kind of cleverness around function, but it was always as a minor piece of, the company was in charge of the major piece of doing, and we were kind of hired guns to complete some aspect.
The question is actually not what's the new toothbrush, but what is the future of oral care? That's right.
As we grew, it became clear that companies were happy for us to do more and more of the actual design of the overall product.
I don't know, I'm just really enamored with the idea of like teeth cleaning in NASCAR.
I kind of think of it as they kind of do analytical thinking. We do this kind of innovative or design thinking where we're more focused on kind of user-centered ideas, stuff that will resonate with people who are going to actually use the product. We kind of come in from the point of view of what do people value? What are their needs? and it just results in different products.
You get the veil and you get these things, break the pulse, something like the wishbone. It's kind of like a
The big design challenge here is like there's a lot of things that we care about, and cleaning our teeth is probably not high on that list.
Yeah, I think the wishbone is nice, but I've taken the real shape of a wishbone.
Design thinking is a way to systematically be innovative. We do these things, you know how some people make lists. Designers make what I call mind maps, where they keep going further and further. Something leads to something else, which leads in. And as you're branching out, you're getting to new ground where your mind has never taken you before. And that's what kind of interesting design stuff happens in my mind.
When I came into design, designers would be at the drawing boards and they'd work at the drawing board. They would maybe have some magazines and some things to look at and to inspire them. And one of the things I did when I came was drag people out of the studio into the environment and put designers into the position of looking at people and going through the steps that other people were going through as a source of inspiration. It's really about trying to make an empathic connection with people in their context. So that as designers, we're picking up on the vibration of what they're about and being able to somehow identify with that and have that spur our creative thinking and creative response.
Technology and things you keep, things you love, things that get better with time.
I think today I see my role as a designer to help define what we should be creating. And the output is not necessarily obviously a design, it's not obviously a product. Recently, we designed a new banking service for one of the big banks here. And there were 2.5 million people using that savings account today. So I'm not just giving form to the thing that has been created.
I think that what designers will do in the future is to become the reference point for policymakers, for anybody who wants to create a link between something that is highfalutin and hard to translate and reality and people. And I almost envision them as becoming the intellectuals of the future. I always find it really funny, the French, whenever they have to talk about the price of gas or the cheese war with Italy, they go to a philosopher, right? It's kind of hilarious, but it's funny. Philosophers are the culture generators in France. I want designers to be the culture generators pretty much all over the world. And some of them really can. And no matter what, they should become really fundamental bricks in any kind of policy-making effort. And more that's happening. But I see designers as designing not anymore objects per se, in some cases, yes, but also scenarios that are based on objects that will help people understand the consequences of their choices. People like John and Rabbi do that exactly. They call it design for debate.
We use design as a medium to try and explore ideas, find out things, question. Cinema, fine art, literature, craft, every other medium seems to have a part that's dedicated to just reflecting on important issues. Yet design, a thing that's responsible for so much of the environment around us, doesn't do that. That's one of the things that attracts us. So even though our design ideas are never really put into mass production, we always try to suggest that they could be mass produced, that they could be on the scale of hundreds of thousands, because that's part of what we're interested in.
We love the idea that with a product or shopping, we love showrooms. Because what is a showroom? You go in there, around like here, and you You imagine this is in your home or something. You project yourself into this other space, but you could actually buy that and have it at home.
It's true, when you walk into a gallery, you don't imagine the sculpture at home, how it's going to impact on your life. If you walk into a shop with its electronics and furniture or a car showroom, and you do imagine yourself experiencing this, enjoying it. So when we do conceptual products, we're hoping that people will imagine how that will impact on the way they live their lives. We were part of an exhibition, and Fiona and I decided to focus on robots. There are 4 of them altogether. One of them, for example, might become the interface for important data you keep online or on remote servers. So it's a strange wooden-shaped object which you pick up. It has 2 holes in the top. You stare at its eyes for about 5 minutes. And when it's checked it's you, it releases the information. So it's not just a quick glance at a retinal scanner, but a meaningful stare into this machine's eyes. And also you feel better. You feel like,
Yes, and you access it.
there's no chance of
me.
mistaking. And another thing we became interested was as devices become more clever, more smarter, one of our roles as designers might be to handicap the technology, make it dependent upon us in some way, needy. So we thought it might be interesting to design one that has to call the owner over to it whenever it wants to move.
We really wanted to look at the kind of materiality of what a robot might be. And so one of the key things we wanted was when someone saw the robots, we wanted them to go, oh, that's not a robot, as if, that's not even within the robot language. But the minute they ask that question, then they're immediately thinking, well, what is a robot? What a robot should be, what kind of identity it might have.
People, especially students, often kind of say that at the end of lectures, but if you just design things that get shown in museums and galleries, shouldn't you be trying to mass produce? And because we're more interested in designing to deal with ideas, actually putting things into a museum like MoMA reaches hundreds of thousands of people, more than if we made a few arty and expensive prototypes. So I think it depends. I think we're interested in maybe a mass communication more than mass production. Industrial design has been so closely tied to industry and working in constraints set by industry. Very quickly, you come to the edges of the spectrum of choice, the official choice about what kinds of things that the companies that produce these products believe people want. We know that people want a lot more interesting things, but so far we haven't managed to cross that gap.
People are creative by nature and always not quite satisfied with the design of something that they have, that they bought, they adapt. Is there some way that we can better engage with people's creativity to make more of it, or to enhance what they can do for themselves, or create the tools or the platforms through which people can operate?
The tools with which we do design today are our tools. We make the shapes. People buy and use the shapes. Tomorrow is something different. The tools to make things, and define your work, will be available to everybody.
Because of the connected world, the idea of sort of designing something for a different community in a different part of the world is now becoming very much more prevalent. Before, there was a sense that Africa was so far away you couldn't do anything about it. But now there seems to be a sense that because of the connected world, you can make a big difference to that.
As designers, I think we're so far removed from the actual object. You can design virtually. Prototypes can be made remotely. The actual product's often manufactured in another continent. That's why I think a lot of the products that we're surrounded by, a lot of our manufactured environment seems too easy and too superficial.
Was tendiert und vor allen Dingen die Legitimation des Designs wird es in Zukunft mehr daran zu messen sein, was es denn zu leisten vermag, um uns das Überleben. Es ist nicht, glaube ich, übertrieben, das Überleben auf diesem Planeten möglich macht.
billion to fund a marketing campaign, I would launch a campaign on behalf of things you already own. Why not enjoy them today? Because we all have so many things that are just around. They're in the closet, they're in the attic, whatever. And we don't even think about it anymore because there's not enough room left in our brains because we're so busy processing all the exciting new developments. At the end of the day, when you're looking around the objects in your house and you're deciding what here really has value to you, they're going to be the things that have some meaning in your life. The hurricane is coming. You have 20 minutes, get your stuff and go. You're not going to be saying, well, that got an amazing write-up in this design blog. You're going to pick the most meaningful objects to you because those are the true objects that truly reflect the true story of who
You have to think of each one of these as a little tank.
The story that you're telling to yourself and no
Like
one else.
preparing the troops for battle. Like you think you only need 300, or maybe even 500. You see which ones have someone's letters, I think. Sorry, brother, can't look. Showgirls. Showgirls is one of the best movies, and nobody gives it any fucking credit. But like, I felt personally, I think Elizabeth Berkey does a very good job of acting in it. And this scene at the beginning where she's hitchhiking, it's like very relatable. I mean, like, I might have to do that. So, and I think she does a good job acting in it. This movie killed her career, though. Absolutely slaughtered it. Like, this right here. Right here. She's just like walking in Salt Lake City or some shit. Just trying to get the fuck out of there. I mean, like, this is what I think about what I think. There is. Yeah. Yo, Don. Nancy Pelosi. Go fuck yourself. You dead bitch. I like it, though. Really? I mean, she's cool, whatever. She's dead. She could have gotten a plain steal. For Riz? West Side. Damn, she's beautiful.
In 1861, famous novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky wrote, "If there is a country in the world which to other countries is more unknown or unexplored, enigmatic and mysterious, that country is undoubtedly Russia." For Europeans, he said, Russia is one of the riddles of the Sphinx. Perpetual motion, or the elixir of life, will be sooner discovered than the truth about Russia. Dostoevsky really believed it was impossible for anyone from the West to fathom the mysteries of the Russian soul. But I think that there is a way to at least begin to understand Russia, its rich history and its extraordinary people, and that's through the story of its art. That story will take me across the vast Russian landscape to encounter the rich but often neglected art of its past. From the power and mystery of the Russian icon to the Baroque splendors of St. Petersburg, and on to the political protest paintings of the 19th century and the abstract art of revolution itself. And I'll chart the dizzying story of modern Russia, from the tyrannical heyday of communism to the artistic experiments of today. On the edge of Moscow's Red Square lies the State Historical Museum. Its ethnographic galleries are rarely visited, but they're a treasure trove of Russia's prehistory, filled with the relics of its most ancient past. I think of the great rooms of the State Historical Museum as a kind of Aladdin's cave of all the civilizations that once occupied the vast territories that are now what we think of as Russia. And it begins with this boat, this wonderful boat created approximately 9,000 years ago by an unknown tribe who floated down the River Don in southern Russia in that vessel. We know almost nothing else about them. Here we are in the second room, and suddenly we're somewhere quite different. We're in the Urals, towards Kazakhstan, and this is 3000 BC, about the same time as the peoples of ancient Egypt. This is what's happening in the Urals. They're making these extraordinary idols, almost like African totems. This is a museum of the many Russias that once lay beneath the soil of this disparate land. These clay fertility goddesses, with their jutting hips, were dug up from the Caucasus. And this iron elk was found on the shores of the Black Sea, created by a people with roots in Greece. The sheer span of time and space in here is mind-boggling. Here's a series of death masks dug up at the absolute eastern limit of what would become the Russian Empire, and they date from about the 1st century BC, 100 years before the birth of Christ. It's extraordinary to think of those faces, once alive, staring out, looking at you. And when you reflect on the immensity of Russia's territory and the diversity of its peoples, I think you become aware of just what an immense challenge it must have been for the first people who decided to turn all of this into one nation. I'm traveling to the place where the first attempt was made to mold many peoples into one Russia. That place is Kiev, now the capital of modern-day Ukraine. There's an old proverb which says, Moscow is the heart of Russia and St. Petersburg the head. But its mother is Kiev. And that's all because of one ruler and his vision. In the 10th century, the city was at the center of a vast pagan empire known as Kievan Rus, ruled by an ambitious prince called Vladimir. He wanted to unite his people under the banner of a single religion, and in the year 988, he made a momentous decision. He ordered the destruction of all the Slavic pagan idols and converted his country to Christianity. Prince Vladimir sent his emissaries far and wide in search of the one true faith, capable of binding his disparate peoples together. But they beheld no glory in the churches of Western Christianity. And as for the Muslim world, they found its ceremonies foul-smelling and frenzied. However, when they got to Constantinople, when they beheld the great cathedral of Hagia Sophia with its towering dome and its glittering mosaics, they said, "We knew not if we were in heaven or on earth. God truly dwells with those people." So it was that Vladimir decided to recreate the glories of Byzantium here on the soil of Kievan Rus. The result was this cathedral, Santa Sophia. It was built and decorated by an army of master craftsmen sent from Constantinople to realize Vladimir's great plan. So how does this new and unfamiliar deity, this Jesus Christ, announce himself to the peoples of 11th century Kiev? Well, he arrives in an astonishing blaze of mosaic glory. There he is, Christ Pantocrator, at the very summit of the central dome of the cathedral. He's surrounded by a circle, all the colours of the rainbow. And he gazes down at us with this tremendously solemn, awe-inspiring expression on his face, holding the book and making the gesture of blessing. And he's got his angelic entourage with him. These four extraordinarily impassive, severe, solemn, brightly patterned Byzantine archangels. You can see why the emissaries of Vladimir, when they went to Hagia Sophia, felt they were in heaven. And that's exactly the effect that the Byzantine craftsmen and master mosaicists who created this extraordinary image, that's exactly what they were setting out to create. When you imagine what it must have felt like for an 11th century person from here to see that golden glow, that radiance, it must have seemed like a kind of miracle, as if the light of the sun had somehow been brought indoors and placed up there. The focal image of the whole church is actually not Christ Pantocrator in the dome, which is only fully visible to the priests at the altar. The central image for the people at large is this great mosaic of the Madonna Orans, the Madonna praying. Now, she is the symbol of the church because the church contains God. She herself had been a living church, so to speak. In her flesh was Jesus Christ, in her belly. And that idea is contained here, or expressed here, architecturally. She's been placed in this apse that itself feels like an enclosure, almost like a womb. She's Mary, Mother of God, but she's also very much Mary the Merciful. And there's a telling detail in the form of this little gold-embroidered handkerchief that's tucked into her belt, which, according to local tradition, is there to wipe away the tears of all those who might come to her seeking consolation. If ever there was an image that embodied the role of Kiev as the mother of old Christian Russia, I think this is it. Prince Vladimir hadn't just adopted a religion, he'd imported an entire Christian culture, the culture of Byzantium, forged over centuries in Constantinople, modern-day Istanbul. The impact on the people was immense. They leapt from the world of pagan idols of stone or wood to these glittering visions of heaven. It must have been like travelling 1,000 years in one day. But there was one Byzantine art form above all others that Russians would take to their hearts. Perhaps because it had a simplicity that spoke directly to them. To Russian Christians, it would become the most powerful symbol of their faith and their nation. The icon. A painting on wood of a saint, or a prophet, or Jesus Christ himself. Now this famous image, Our Lady of Vladimir, is really the founding icon of the whole Russian painting tradition, the Holy of Holies, the holiest religious painting in all of Russia. Art history, stylistic analysis, tells us that the picture was painted in about 1130 by one of the great masters of Byzantine art working in Constantinople, and it was brought to Russia as a great prize, a great treasure. But as far as the early rulers of Russia were concerned, and as far as the tradition of the painting has always been presented to the Russian people, it wasn't painted by a Byzantine artist in the Middle Ages. It was painted by St. Luke himself. It was, if you like, almost a photograph taken in the Virgin Mary's kitchen of her with her son. And it projected this new race of Christian people, this race of converts. It, so to speak, it projected them straight into the center of the Christian mystery. This is Christ, the vulnerable baby, in the arms of his mother. Look at the tenderness with which he clasps her neck. Look at the sadness in her eyes, those beautiful almond-shaped eyes that look out at you with the foreknowledge of his death. And in this type of image, they place great stress on his vulnerable body. The underneath of his foot is presented to us, I think, in an attempt to make us imagine the terrible torment of having a nail pierced through that foot. It's full of pathos and humanity, this type of image, and I wonder if that isn't partly why it struck such a deep chord in the Russian imagination, because they had their own Slavic traditions of worshipping a fertility figure, a mother. And this is very much an image of the mother of God and God. It's welcoming, it's got a warmth about it. Icons aren't realistic in the Western sense. They're spaceless, shadowless. Yet they'd always been venerated in the Eastern tradition precisely because they were held to represent the actual likeness of the saints in heaven. And nowhere have they been venerated, even loved, as deeply as in Russia. So far from the roots of the Christian faith, it's as if the people needed something sacred they could touch. As well as the art of the icon, there was the art of the book. This is the Ostromir Gospel. It was created in 1056, less than 70 years after the conversion of Old Russia. It's the most ancient surviving Russian book. The illuminations range from impish grotesques worthy of the European Gothic tradition to this beautiful vision of St. Mark, wrapped in patterns of gold. But it's the text of early Russian books like this one, written in such supple calligraphy, that was so significant. At a stroke, this script removed one of the biggest obstacles to completing the conversion of the Kievan Empire. Now, you can't teach the Bible unless you can transcribe the Bible into your own language. And that was a problem in Kievan Rus, because they had no written language that we know of. So they appealed to the scholars of Byzantium for help, and the result was this wonderful script known as Cyrillic. Now, the invention of Cyrillic marks the very beginnings of the Russian literary tradition, but I think that Cyrillic itself deserves to be seen as a work of art, a work of design, and it's charged with significance because the scholars responsible for it used Greek as their basic template, but to that they added a series of letter shapes based on symbolic forms, the circle, the triangle, and the cross, all of these forms loaded with Christian significance. With the help of Bibles and books like this, by the beginning of the 13th century, a rich Christian culture had taken root. But almost as soon as it was established, it was under threat. In 1237, a great army of marauding nomads advanced into Kievan Rus from the plains of the east. They looted and destroyed churches, burning precious Bibles and icons. The Mongols were a warrior race driven by power and acquisition. Art wasn't a currency they understood, so unless they could melt it down for gold, they destroyed it. When the Mongol hordes drove across the Eurasian steppe, they forced a wrenching displacement of the old Orthodox culture of Christian Kiev. The city and the surrounding region was looted and pillaged. All routes south were blocked by Mongol fortresses. As a result, Russian culture was suddenly cut off not only from declining Byzantium, but also from the civilization of the West, from France, where the first universities were being founded, from Italy, where the first glimmers of the Renaissance were being seen. Old Russia would know nothing of that. It was its destiny to develop in isolation, as its people were forced north into Muscovy, the wooded lands. The Mongols' main priority was simply to isolate the Russians, so they could form no alliances and build no power base. They became a subject people, obliged to pay taxes to their nomadic masters. For more than 200 years, Russian Christian culture existed in a strange forest cocoon. To the rest of the world, it was as if they'd ceased to exist. During this period, the writers of medieval Europe and Byzantium simply stopped mentioning them. These years have been called the silent centuries. Central to everything was the forest. Their lives were dominated by its rhythms, its cycles. Long, freezing, dark winters, followed by the joyful rebirth of spring. This was a world, but one from which the old pagan gods of the Eastern Slavs had not yet departed. There was Mother Nature, the goddess of fertility of the warm, damp earth. And counterposed to her was the god Perun, the god of lightning, thunder, and above all fire. Fire that was a source at once of life, light, warmth, and refuge, but also death and devastation. Now, I don't think you can ever understand the unique forms that would be taken by Russian Christianity, its art and its architecture, unless you grasp that its roots lay in this soil. Having reduced the people of Rus to subjugation, the Mongols left them alone as long as they paid their taxes, eventually allowing them freedom of worship. Denied real power over their destiny, the Russians turned towards God and focused all their energies on the spiritual world. In the 14th and 15th century, countless settlements sprang up in lonely forest tracts and along northern lakes and rivers. This is Malya Kareli in the depths of the Russian north, more than 1,000 kilometers from Moscow. Here, they've preserved one of the most evocative of those early settlements. Now, the quintessential expression of Christian civilization in Russia is this. It's the wooden church. Wonderfully homely form of religious architecture, built like any other house in the forest from logs. But they build it tall, so it can be seen from miles away above the tree line, because after all, this is the house of God. One of the most characteristic features of the little wooden church are its onion domes, and they've been shaped by the forest too. To me, they look like architectural fir cones. What immediately strikes me about this space is its small scale and its intimacy. Like if you imagine this room filled with a congregation, you'd feel very much as if you were part of a family of worshippers. And that's carried through into the art and architecture, I think, that idea of the church in Russia as a kind of home, a perfect version of the hospitable home, because this is what's known as an iconostasis, and it's an utterly and uniquely Russian invention. Only in Russia do you find it. This great screen of images raised up in tiers above you. In the Eastern Byzantine Church, the icons, the images are dispersed throughout the space, but not in Russia. They bring them all together to form this kind of golden wall of imagery. And as you look at it, with the candles shimmering off it, it gives off this warm glow. And I think it's very much like the hearth at the center of a house. The humble church did indeed become a welcoming forest home. Here, the beleaguered people of Rus could count on the hospitality of God to provide light, warmth, and sustenance. And in place of the old forest ritual whereby the visitor was given bread and salt, here the visitor receives the flesh and blood of God himself in the form of the communion. The whole rite sanctified by the protective gaze of the icons. Icon painting schools flourished in the forests of old Muscovy. And today they're still making icons in the old way. That's because the ideal of the icon painter has always been not to innovate, but to remain true to the sacred prototypes of each saint and prophet, passed down by holy tradition. For every icon, there has always been an established pattern, almost like a stencil that had to be traced. But despite the inherent conservatism of the Eastern icon tradition, the truth is, by the middle of the 15th century, it had taken a unique form here in Russia. But if you want to experience the essential Russianness of the Russian icon, there's only one place to go. That's the Holy Trinity Monastery in Sergiev Posad. I'm here on the holiest day of the year, the feast of Saint Sergius himself. For centuries, this has been a place of pilgrimage for Russia's Orthodox Christians. They come not only to remember Saint Sergius, but to worship before the icons painted by Russia's most celebrated religious artist, Andrei Rublev, who was himself a monk here in the 15th century. I met Father Dolmat, a deacon in the modern order of Saint Sergius.
Здесь мы видим в примере преподобного Андрея редчайшее сосложение и духовных качеств, и качеств Творца, как артист. Для того, чтобы написать хорошую икону, нужно не просто иметь навыки письма. Здесь важно не только приобрести рецепцию традиции иконописания, использовать правильные краски, правильные формы. Здесь важно жить той же жизнью, которой жили изображаемые святые.
According to Father Dolmat, it's also important that the person experiencing Rublov's icons should do so in a heightened spiritual atmosphere during an actual Mass. This is the Great Iconostasis by Rublov and his workshop. The colours are very subtle, not as strident as Byzantine icons. And above all, there's this rich old gold standing for the vault of heaven. The paintings are faded, smoked by time and incense. But there's a wonderful simplicity about the storytelling in these scenes from the life of Christ. But as the Mass unfolds, it's as if the art is transformed by the intensity of the ritual. The people and the icons seem to be communicating with each other, heaven bending to earth, earth reaching to heaven.
So it's an extremely moving, powerful experience. It's very hard to put into words. But what I'm struck by more than anything else is this extraordinary sense of intimacy. When I think of the great spaces of Western Christian art, I think of Giotto, I think of Michelangelo. Giotto creates this sense of sacred theatre. Michelangelo is like a great epic poem, but they're essentially painted books telling you a story. It's not like this. It's not like that at all here. It's Christianity as a refuge from the cold. It's Christianity for a people whose roots lie in the forest. It's totally visceral. It's utterly emotional. And when you're there in that space, you feel as if people are almost literally warming themselves at the fire of the Christian faith.
Less than 30 years after Andrei Rublev completed his paintings, Byzantine Constantinople fell to the Muslims, and Russians suddenly felt their nation was the one true home of Christianity. But icons don't only appeal to the faithful. In recent years, they've become emblems of Russianness for the country's new rich. I'm off to visit publisher Viktor Bodarenko, owner of the world's largest private collection of Russian icons. I'm curious to know why a secular man, a non-believer, would want to possess so many sacred objects.
Victor, Good morning.
Thank you for having us. It's such a pleasure.
It's my pleasure also. Come on in.
I hadn't imagined your house like this at all. I don't know why, but I wasn't quite expecting all this contemporary art in an icon collector's house.
Now you can see in England how simple Russian people live in Russian villages.
Oh yes, all right, this is a simple Russian village house.
I feel this is my roots, I feel it. Sometimes I can sit on the sofa and look at this wall. Sometimes I can sit in that armchair and look at this wall, and I feel this vibration of hundreds of years, feeling on my grandparents praying to these sacred images which formed this civilization.
This is extraordinary.
I am glad you like it. I like it myself.
This is like your very own iconostasis.
Yes.
Amazing. What aspect of Christianity do you think that the icon painting emphasizes? Does it emphasize the human aspect, or the otherworldly, the divine, the mystical?
I guess it emphasizes human aspect. When you're looking at the Mother of God, don't you see in her sad eyes that she feels that her child will be killed, people will kill it, and she already feels this, and you can see the grief in her eyes, grief on her face, grief.
Almost gesture.
Yes, in every gesture you can feel this.
Talking about, whether the icon in Russia is slightly different. I wonder if, the way that this rock formation is painted and the way the sky is painted, this reminds me a little bit of certain things in Persian painting, Asiatic, that you don't find that in
I know you British always push us below and below to Asia, but
I'm not trying to. Is that you don't like that idea of that?
No, I like the idea. I love the idea. I love the idea. We are not Asia and we're not Western Europe. We are just Russia. Why do we have to be like that, or just like you, or just like we are just Russians. We have our own civilization, our own alphabet, our own language. Just let's say Americans don't have their own language even. We have everything our own. I don't understand how does it happen that we become adversaries. It's also an enigma, by the way. Maybe it's the next film you should.
Well, here's to international friendship, and thank you so much for showing me your collection.
You're most welcome anytime.
It's been great.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Victor.
Ooh.
But the Russians haven't always loved their icons. This picture shows soldiers in the 1920s carrying armfuls of images out of a church that they've just looted. Under the communists, who feared and despised Christianity, churches were shut down and icons removed. But the communists respected the power of the icon nonetheless and cleverly appropriated it for their own ends. Under Lenin, public spaces had, like every Russian home, a so-called red corner. But instead of an icon, there was, of course, a portrait of the party leader. Stalin, too, would seek to recreate his own image in the cast of an icon. But the communists were by no means the first to steal the icon's magic and make it their own. In 1547, Russia's most despotic, cruel, and whimsical ruler came to power. His name was Ivan the Terrible, and he's one of the towering figures of Russian history, immortalized in the films of Sergei Eisenstein. In the celluloid retelling of Ivan's life, he's shown suppressing the scheming feudal lords of Muscovy, uniting Russia and shattering the Mongol yoke. He did indeed achieve all that, but he wasn't quite the black and white hero Eisenstein made him out to be in this film.
Ivan was brought up in the Orthodox faith, but he was hardly a model Christian. As a child, his hobby was torturing small animals. He once killed more than 30 puppies in a single afternoon by hurling them from a tower of the Kremlin. And that was just the start of his psychopathic rampage through life. By the age of 13, he was a serial rapist and murderer, and he could do whatever he liked with impunity because his authority was absolute.
Ivan had a paradoxical relationship with the Orthodox faith. Devilish misdeeds would be followed by agonized repentance. This strange, twisted relationship would be dramatically reflected in the religious art that he commissioned. In the State Tretyakov Museum hangs a work painted for Ivan's palace, a huge narrative icon called the Church Militant, which would change the rules of icon painting forever.
But for me, this huge, extraordinary, panoramic icon of the Church Militant is the ultimate example of Ivan the Terrible's political bravado, his devil-may-care willingness to use the imagery of the church in the service of his own ends. Now, what it represents is a truly extraordinary watershed moment in the history of Russian icon painting, because Ivan had to convene a special church council to make this possible. What it shows us for the first time is a ruler, a Russian ruler, actually crossing the line, entering the world of the heavenly and the holy, having himself painted into the icon, because there he is, leading the massed forces of Christendom towards the New Jerusalem, the city of God. Okay, he's just behind Archangel Michael. But look who he's put himself in front of. Saint George, Saint Demetrios, Saint Vladimir with his two sons. He's in front of all of those figures from the Christian past, and he's also in front of Constantine the Great, the founder of Constantinople. This burning city stands for Gomorrah, but I think in Ivan's own iconography it stands too for the city of Kazan, which he had seized from the Mongols and torched. And I think what this picture crystallizes very clearly is this strong sense in Russia at this point in history, the middle of the 16th century, that having for so long been somehow at the margins of the Christian world, they are now at its very center. Byzantium has fallen. The baton has been passed, and Ivan has taken it over. And look, as a clinching symbol of that, look how the artist has painted the heavenly city of Jerusalem. He's painted it as an idealized vision of Moscow. But Ivan's sense that Russia was the new Byzantium led him to an increasingly distorted view of the world and his own importance. He became ever bolder in twisting art and the church to his own ends. To see the most disturbing evidence of this, you have to travel to a place called Alexandrov Slobodar. Ivan built a monastery there, where he spent much of his later years consolidating his power and staving off the plots to unseat him. As Ivan grew older, his fits of psychotic rage became ever more frequent and his paranoia deepened. He surrounded himself with his own elite guard, the much feared Oprichniki. They were his private army, his secret police, and his death squads. These days, Alexandrov Slobodar is down at heel and definitely off the beaten track. But it was once the nerve center of Ivan's empire. These monastery precincts were stalked by Ivan's secret police, whose emblems were the head of a dog, symbolizing their status as the Tsar's watchdogs, and a broom standing for their determination to sweep away his enemies. Murders and executions were a daily occurrence, and Ivan directed much of the depravity from his own private chapel, the Trinity Cathedral, decorated with a great fresco sequence. On the west wall of the church, we've got this vast depiction of the last things. Christ seated in a circle of gold, surrounded by the heavenly host. And as so often, whether in the Orthodox Church or the Western Church, as so often with depictions of the Last Judgment, the artists really pulled out all the stops when it comes to his depiction of the torments of hell. Up here, we've got the resurrection of the dead. And he's paid particular emphasis to those lines in the book of Revelation about the sea giving up all those who've drowned or been eaten by monsters. There we can see some people being regurgitated. There, up on the left, you've got the blessed going off to heaven to meet St. Peter. Down here below,
I thought he said some pizza. I'm like, damn, motherfucker, give me a line for that.
There's Judas with his money bag sitting in the lap of the devil. Here, underneath, a set of inscriptions detailing the 7 deadly sins in Old Russian: avarice, adultery, lust. We've got the torments of the damned. Here, the gnashing of teeth, weeping and wailing. Here, freezing to death. Here, being eaten by worms and consumed by flame. Being thrust into eternal darkness and boiled in pine resin. Now, if you want to get a full sense of just how perverted Ivan the Terrible's relationship to God became, you have to realize how he used this space. He didn't use this space as a place of solemn contemplation, somewhere for him to meditate on the might of God. He actually used it as the administrative center for his evil empire. He signed execution orders in here. And worse than that, he's known, the archive tells us that he used this area of the picture as a kind of instruction manual for torture. He himself copied these tortures. He enacted these very tortures on those who had displeased him. I don't think it was enough for Ivan the Terrible to be God's representative on earth. He wanted to be God. Ivan the Terrible was the first ruler to call himself Tsar. And in doing so, he'd invented perhaps the most terrifying of Russia's institutions, the absolute rule of a single individual. From the Tsars to the communists and into the present, the figure of a single all-powerful leader with the fate of millions at his mercy has been the one constant. And today you can still meet people who've had to endure the autocracy that Ivan invented. And their responses to such absolute power have also, through the centuries, played a vital role in shaping Russian art and culture. Здравствуйте! Baba Vera. This is Baba Vera. She's lived most of her life as a subsistence farmer in modern Muscovy. Thank you for having me. Very nice to meet you. What a beautiful house you have. Vera's parents lived under the rule of Russia's last Tsar, Nicholas II. And she and her husband Anatoly experienced the extreme hardships of the Stalinist era.
Ну, Сталин, он жесткий был и требовательный был. При нем проспишь на работу, он тебя сразу там на 15 суток или на сколько. Есть было нечего, там балын-то, вот туда на километров 5, Наташ, да? Пойдем, вот это от зимы картошка остается, весной она там, а мы пойдем эти кавардашки там, гнилые картошки, притащим их, бабка намочит в чугунах.
Чем я занимался? В начале войны.
На трудовой.
В поле ходил.
Совалкой.
Сеял совалкой. Целыми днями. Пахали.
Косили с косами.
А пахали сейчас Господь шить пахать. А ведь целый день пахать. Там не сидишь, а ходишь за день. Целый день ходишь. Без выходных.
But against the hardship, it's as if Vera has turned her home into a work of art. Icons offer consolation, but just as important is Vera's love of colour and her mischievous sense of fun.
Надо до самой старости всегда быть оживленным, такой, больше внимания на тебя уделяют. И дед лучше любит, говорит, баб, какая духня сегодня хорошая. А то другие, да, идут такие. Не надо, этого не надо. И старость не надо. Она не нужна, старость. Зачем она нужна? Надо жить. И глядеть, что дальше будет. Веселиться надо, жить.
And with that, she exploded into song.
Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm gonna put you back in time.
Сердце девичья забилось трепетно, а поутру небольшой мороз. Забыла.
No, she. I'm thinking about what's it called?
Back in old Russia, there was an art form that spoke for the Veras of this world.
About the fucking Mongols.
Images like this were called luboks, prints of popular stories and folk tales, and they provide a glimpse into the vast mass of unrecorded lives in Russian history. They're full of mischief and wicked humour. And this could almost be Baba Vera belting out her song. There's a carnivalesque relish in the world turned upside down. Here, the mice are burying the cat.
Hardcore history, but it's not on here.
It's laughter in the dark, with a few vodkas to help the party along.
Yeah, you gotta like get his own shows or some shit.
People might have dreamed of change, but old Russia was for centuries static, inward-looking,
See?
fossilized. Russia had remained essentially isolated from the outside world ever since the fall of Kiev. But one man would change everything. A Tsar who came to power nearly a century after Ivan the Terrible. His name, Peter the Great. It's a measure of Russia's insularity that Peter was the first Tsar in history to travel abroad. I'm going to the city he created in his name. It too was the product of a journey. In 1697, Peter had embarked on a tour of Northern Europe, immersing himself in art, culture, science. He wanted finally to undo the consequences of the Mongol invasion and reconnect Russia to the West. There was time for some extracurricular exploits along the way. It's a little-known fact that Russia's greatest Tsar spent part of his reign on an extended bender in Deptford, South London. The diarist John Evelyn lent him his house so that Peter could inspect the shipyards at nearby Greenwich. But soon, Evelyn's housekeeper was complaining that the place was full of right nasty people. Apparently, Peter and his new friend, the astronomer Edmund Halley, who discovered Halley's comet, were spending the evenings getting drunk, pushing each other around the garden in wheelbarrows and throwing up in the flower beds. When the Tsar and his entourage finally left, Evelyn found that all the doors had been broken down, the locks had been smashed, and his pictures were full of bullet holes. But despite all the hijinks, Peter really was a man on a mission, the result of which would be the complete transformation of Russia. Peter was dazzled by his travels in Europe, by the new technology and ideas he experienced there. And he came to think of his own nation as backward, primitive. He had himself painted again and again by the great court painters of Northern Europe. But ultimately, it was Russia itself that was to be fitted out in a new suit of European clothes. And he started by laying the foundations for a new capital city, a gateway to Europe. He could hardly have chosen a less promising place. Barren marshlands by the banks of the river Neva, facing the Gulf of Finland on the fringes of the Baltic Sea. Tens of thousands of workers would die, erecting a whole city on these barren mudflats.
We choose to build a mountain because it's far.
650 kilometers northwest of Moscow, St. Petersburg represented not just a huge geographical reorientation of Russia, but an immense political and cultural shift. This great fortress represents the very beginning of Peter's great project, and at its centre is the spire of St. Peter and Paul's Cathedral, like a great exclamation mark, a needle piercing the sky, saying, "This is the city that Peter built."
Just somebody looking nice, baby. His niece is in Colorado.
The Cathedral of St. Peter and St. Paul was the first building constructed to reflect Peter's grand European vision. It was designed by an architectural legend called Tensini, and it marks a sharp break with Russian tradition. You have to come round the side of the building to see that perched on its central cupola, there's a tiny little onion dome. That in here looks rather like a boiled sweet, an embarrassed concession to the old Russian ways. Because in all but name, this is an Italian Baroque cathedral transplanted to Russian soil. Look at the sexy curve of its facade, those Borromini hips jutting out. But I think if you really want to understand just how sharp a break it marks with the old conventions of orthodoxy, you have to go inside. This is such a far cry from the old, homely, humble churches of Muscovy. Here I feel almost as if I'm in a secular palace. There's something almost sickly about the surfeit of decoration in here. Look at those great trompe-l'oeil classical columns. They're almost like sticks of barley sugar. Just because you're ahead of your time to the far end of the church.
Are you somebody's going to
appreciate the magnitude of the transformation taking place. Yes, there is still an iconostasis. That great Russian innovation, but it's been transformed into a huge piece of gilded Baroque stage scenery. And yes, there are still icons, a lot fewer of them, and painted in a Western style. There's something mystery about them that it feels to me almost like postage stamps stuck into the.
And when every other angle of that story has been examined to death, somebody's going to look at that back.
Out of the west side, Star Diggins.
And the reason you know that this is true is because you can see it happening in every other area of history where there's an interest in people. Revisionist history is a classic term, often used by people who are sneering at the whatever view of history was 200 years ago stays the view of history. Nobody ever changes that because messing with the way things really were. The most dramatic things really were, though, of course, are in part determined by it's announced by a single painting. A work of art today to become a dispassionate observer in a view of things with the emotion leached out of the story.
Jonathan and give a very intimate
now, most of the time, that's an advantage. Most of the time, it allows you a dispassionate observer status. But it comes at a cost. You lose something in the story.
Jonathan's son of King Saul is telling David that he must flee the kingdom or his father will kill him. A religious painting, but unlike any work of art created by an icon painter, you've got chiaroscuro, light and shade, you've got space, you've got this complicated sense of human psychology and so forth. None of those things are present in the shadows world of the icon. Picture represents everything that Western artists have been doing for half a millennium, and everything that Russian artists are simply unaware of in their world of small wooden churches, their forest refuges.
You go right outside of the Third Reich today, people still feel the pain of the loss of loved ones.
There's nothing but ever to say again. Russian artists respond to this type of realism, this type of space with their own fantastic
those people are going to pick at you.
obsession of realism. Russian collectors suddenly respond to European art. Russian taste would be transformed. And what's actually so significant is it's one of Peter the Great's very first acquisitions. He actually bought this picture as the first Rembrandt ever to come to Russia.
The sense of evil and outrage that today wouldn't let you say good things about Adolf Hitler today, because who cares about the good things? Look at the bad things he did. The reason maybe I feel so strongly is I specifically ran into a situation of floodgates, and here in the Grand Professor was still at university around his legacy. Is that she was the teacher who taught the Western Chinese instructors, taking a bunch of his courses, artists, officers, you are the closest advisor we have. The far side Chinese. The paper was on Mongol military tactics and advanced. Probably the greatest article of all time, 1200s. Spent a whole semester focusing on this paper.
Peter opened Russia up to the West and to modernity. But it would be a mixed blessing, and even today there are Russians who say, yes, he created a window onto Europe, but what a shame he didn't double glaze it. Peter set his nation on a new course, but it would be a stormy journey.
Over and over, he's writing it ready in various places on the paper. What about the civilians? What about the deaths? What about the executions? It was over and over and over. It was all about the nasty things that the Mongols did. Specifically in this story, the nasty things that they did to the Chinese people, his ancestors. And when I asked him why this was something that lowered my grade, because the paper didn't have anything to do with that, it was a paper on tactics and strategies. He said, how can you divorce the military that made all of that Holocaust possible from the Holocaust itself? He said, if you were writing a paper on the German Wehrmacht in the Second World War,
on the outskirts of
would you leave out the Holocaust? And I said, yes, because it has nothing to do with the Holocaust. One is about this angle of history, the other is about the other end. He said the Wehrmacht made the Holocaust possible. I remember leaving that meeting thinking he was too emotionally wrapped up to this whole thing because it was the 1977 as well. This pain and suffering left over from the terrible Mongol conquest. It wasn't seeing it straight. The emotion somehow of deaths in the 1200s was still affecting ethnically Chinese history by the same engineers who built Soviet warplanes. That came back to me when I was reading some of the stuff for the story I'm going to talk about today. We're in a period of revisionist history, because we are with most subjects. Everything's in folds, right? But we're in a particular swing of the pendulum. I'm sure it will correct itself over time on this subject, where historians and others are writing about this subject and minimizing the deaths completely, considering that this is one of the greatest incidents of human-caused mortality in the planet's history. Minimizing the deaths here would be like minimizing the deaths caused, as a direct result of the existence of the Third Reich and the Nazis. It would be like saying, yes, lots of people died, and we all know that, but make sure you focus here on the economics in Central Europe, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. My Chinese history professor would say, don't lose track of the Holocaust. Now, let me tell you why it puts me in a weird position. It puts me in a weird position because I'm a fan of these people. I want to talk about the Mongols, these same people I wrote this paper on in college. I've been interested and fascinated with them forever. I have an affinity for them. The problem is the stuff I'm reading today has swung so much to the other side of the classic image of the Mongol rapist and pillager, from 100, 200 years ago, that I almost don't recognize the people anymore. I'm reading books that brush off 30 to 50 million deaths. Brush them off. Sentence here or there saying, yes, the Mongols did great damage in certain places, but that's dwarfed by their impact on globalization and trade and commerce. And you would call it the classic trade-off of empire. There's a great line that was uttered at the time of the Roman Empire about the Roman Empire, where the person uttering the line said, the Romans create a wasteland and call it peace. Just because you killed all the people and burned down all the houses doesn't mean the trade routes won't run fantastically in that wasteland. These are some of the classic empire trade-offs, and many of the greatest historical figures, greatest in air quotes there, are people who get a lot of credit for their achievements based on stuff that happened that they never intended, byproducts of their historical deeds. And if you took away those byproducts that was credit given to them by later historians, their whole demeanor looks different. Take Alexander the Great as a perfect example here. Alexander the Great is one of the most admired historical figures of all time. There are many historians today who run against the grain, trying to point out to you that that is totally undeserved. When you read about the things that some guy like Alexander the Great gets credit for, it's all stuff that he never intended to have happen. You read your history books, and Alexander takes this fantastic killer army, kills untold numbers of people, conquers all these territories for himself, basically, his future glory, his Macedonian nobles, loot, spoil, you name it, Achilles and glory. And this has the byproduct effect of spreading Greek culture, for example. Alexander's conquests are noted, for example, for spreading Hellenism to the east, which then triggers the Hellenistic age, which is one of the great, ages of mankind. And so, therefore, whatever Alexander did that was terrible as part of his conquests is somewhat balanced out by this positive stuff, by bringing, Sophocles' drama and lifelike statues and artwork to Eastern Iran, I guess. When historians do that, they are shooting an arrow and painting a bullseye around it afterwards. They're acting as though that was somehow Alexander's intention and deserves credit for that achievement. Instead, it's a byproduct of what he did. He never intended it at all. And if you take away all those byproducts from his achievement record, he ends up looking like a very different character. Take Julius Caesar for a second. Here's a guy that conquers modern-day France, known then as Gaul, destroys the Celtic domination of the region, kills millions of people, it's been called a genocide before, does it for his own personal gain, for money, for political power in Rome, for the rich class in Rome, and Julius Caesar is often credited for bringing modern-day France into the Latin and Mediterranean cultural sphere, looking up to the grid of that era, so to speak, bringing culture and literacy and all these things to that area. If you went to a modern Frenchman today and said, was it worth it that the Romans killed all those Gallic peoples but brought you into the cultural sphere of Roman life? And I imagine many Frenchmen today would go, yes, certainly worth it to us in the long term to have that happen. Of course, the person on the street didn't know any of the people on the Celtic side who had to die to make that possible. How many Celtic deaths is the introduction to Mediterranean culture worth? How many Iranian deaths is the spread of Hellenism worth? Well, if you don't know them, and it's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years ago, the number of deaths really don't matter anymore. We're still benefiting from the fact that Hellenism spread, and we didn't know any of those people who had to die. If you take away or exclude these byproducts of these historical conquerors' careers, things like the spread of Hellenism for Alexander, these conquerors end up looking a lot more like people who came on the scene and inflicted a horrific amount of killing and suffering on others for no good reason. Unless, of course, you consider conquest a good reason all by itself. If the conqueror in question happened to be an ancestor of yours, you might indeed, consider it a good thing. It's interesting how countries will associate their own greatness with the largest spread of their territory, geographically speaking, or the greatest domination over other peoples. You look at a map, and the high water mark of nations is when they encompass the most territories and have the most people under their control, and win the most victories in battle. Whatever it is, we still think of national greatness the way they thought of it in earlier times. We just aren't as enamored with the overt use of the powers it sometimes takes to achieve that. Historians are just as susceptible, by the way, to looking at the bright side of conquest. They will almost argue for the need sometimes for these people to appear on the scene. These people, in the minds of some historians over the ages, have been agents of change. There's a term used in economics that I think applies here: creative destruction. The best way I can think of to describe creative destruction's concept is when you think of an old forest, one that's rotting and bug infested and choking the light from the ground. Nothing can grow; it's just stagnant and dying and not going anywhere. It's a waste. Then a fire comes and burns it all down. The ashes regenerate the soil. The clearing allows the sun to reach the ground. The space that's been created allows new seedlings to pop up, and you create the conditions for new growth and regeneration. The way historians have written history casts certain individuals in that role of historical arsonist for a good cause. The world is stagnant. All these cultures are literally in rotting houses that just can't seem to fall from their own weight. And then Alexander the Great comes in with gasoline, lights the whole region on fire, and creates the conditions for the next world to sprout up. Julius Caesar does the same thing. All of a sudden, these people who never had any intention of starting a new world, so it would be better for all of us, get credit for that. And as generations pass and we forget the names of all the people that died to make that possible, all of a sudden these people who don't deserve maybe a good label attached to them, look at their motivations for what they did, begin looking increasingly benign and great over the ages. The figure that I want to start the story with today falls into the same category. It's a category of people that you have to call great men. The classic sense, great in quotation marks, the great men of history. There was a historian, also a member of Britain's Parliament about 100 years ago, named Lord Acton. Lord Acton had a great line about these people. He said, great men are almost always bad men. And what he means by that's pretty obvious. Let me ask a question to you this way. Would you be willing under certain conditions to order the killing of an innocent woman or child or only person? If you said that you would not be willing to do that, you are already off the potential great person list. At least in terms of world leaders. Even the most humanistic of world leaders when it comes to their own personal outlook. I think of a guy like Jimmy Carter, a president that might have been so humanistic that he had a hard time doing his job sometimes, a guy who builds Habitat for Humanity houses. Here's a guy who probably was responsible for less deaths as an American president than any other president I can think of in modern times, and yet there's still certainly quite a few people who died because Jimmy Carter made a decision one way or the other. I couldn't handle that. Hence, I'm off the potential great person list. Some of these great people, the Alexanders, the Julius Caesars, these people had to be willing to kill millions. How should history treat that? As Lord Acton said, great men are almost always bad men. But what happens if they're the ones who are historically necessary to go around lighting the dead wood of these decaying societies on fire so we can create the conditions for new age? Enter the seed of this story. The seed of this story is one of the more exceptional human beings that's ever been born, especially in terms of achievement, certainly in terms of gifts as well. He's not the beneficiary of some wonderful luck in terms of his birth. He's not like Alexander the Great, doesn't get the best army in the world handed to him instantly. I mean, got the plate all set. He's born into a clan of poor, tribal, pastoral nomads, given the name of one of his father's defeated enemies. It was called Temujin. He was a Mongol. And the only history that exists from anyone who might know about the birth of this person is called the secret history of the Mongols. Claims he came out of his mother's womb clutching a black blood clot the size of a knuckle bone. That is symbolic of where this story is going to go. And if you find yourself a little squeamish at that description right there, you best turn this story off right now. Because it gets bloody and deadly and tragic. And if you're looking at it from the Mongol side of things, it also gets glorious. Yet at the same time, it's hard not to think about how many people might have survived this time period, that child not been born. Somewhere between 20 and 50 million people are going to exit this earth during this child's lifetime as a direct result of what this child does, of decisions this child makes. It's a touchy subject, too, because this Temujin is the greatest figure in Mongolian history. He's revered as the founder of the nation. He's the George Washington. He's on their money. But what if George Washington had killed millions and millions of people? Of course, Americans have the advantage of the moral high ground because our founding father comes at a time that was so comparatively genteel. It was called the Enlightenment. They wore powdered wigs and they bowed to each other. And when one side defeated another side in war, the general of the defeated side would hand the sword over to the victorious general, who would often hand it back in a symbolic, genteel, gentlemanly way of conducting affairs. Americans didn't have a founding father who came from, say, the Dark Ages or the Middle Ages, where the manners and customs of the time were rougher. Mongolia's founding father comes from one of the roughest times and roughest places you could ever imagine. If we're all a product of our environment, this guy is Exhibit A, that can literally transform a story. This Temujin is born in what in Europe and the Middle East is the Middle Ages, born in 1162, or maybe 1167. The year of birth is not exactly known. He's born at a time where Europe is living in the era of knights and crusades, should I say crusade going on in the Middle East. He's born into an environment that has changed surprisingly little in more than 1,000 years. His pastoral nomadic lifestyle is shared amongst a wide range of people stretching thousands of miles to the west of where he's born. He's born in this geographical feature on the Eurasian land map that's known as the steppe. The steppe is like an ocean with the water taken out of it. Matter of fact, it's the size of two Atlantic Oceans almost, put side by side, east to west, stretching from the plains of Hungary all the way to the Pacific Ocean, surrounding China on two sides, and consisting of geographical and weather patterns that just are not conducive to the growth of big cities. This era lends itself to a certain lifestyle, and the Mongols are just one of many, many peoples who exist with that lifestyle. And you should think of it like the Great American Prairies, but stretching on for 5,000 miles. Sometimes you're in grasslands, sometimes you're in savanna, sometimes you're in desert-type climates. There are some mountains here and there, some very big ones in some places. There are some rivers here and there, and a lake or two. But by and large, this is a harsh environment that's flat for the most part, and the winds whip through it, and the weather changes moment by moment, and you can have snow in the middle of July, and winds that'll knock you off your horse at all times. The horse is the key feature. Somewhere, and historians argue over this point viciously, somewhere between 1000 BCE and 4000 BCE, these nomadic groups of people, probably in what's now modern-day Ukraine, did something that will change history in major ways and will prove that human history is not always about humans. They will domesticate the horse. And when the nomads of Eurasia get their hands on the horse and integrate it into their population, an entire new era of world history begins, one that has only ceased to be a reality on the geopolitical scene in the last 500 years. They will create a relationship, maybe is the best word, because some people will call it an alliance between humans and animals. If you're a real animal rights activist, you might call it a master-slave relationship. But somehow, these people that had to walk in the Eurasian steppe in prehistory all of a sudden could ride. This whole flat expanse of ocean with the water taken out of it seems to lend itself to horses. And pastoral nomadic societies all around the world tend to focus on a certain animal to base their society around. There are peoples known as donkey nomads in some places, other peoples known as camel nomads. These peoples of the Eurasian steppe would be the horse nomads. These horses became such a part of these people's cultures that they developed skill sets that allowed them to stand apart from other riders in the world. I just had my H.G. Wells out recently, the sci-fi author who wrote Amateur History 100 years ago. And he had this fascinating bit where he was talking about how human beings in various environments develop skills and mechanisms, might be a good way to put it, to cope with that environment that give them almost special abilities. In a role-playing game, you can call it a special ability. If somebody comes from a mountain culture, you're going to see things that person can do in a mountain culture that we flatlanders can't. For example, some of the changes will be physical. Their lung capacity might be increased growing up, in a low oxygen environment. Right? You think of the Sherpas who guide people up the mountains in the Himalayas. They're also going to have cultural knowledge that's transmitted by their mountain people about the best ways to survive in the mountain, where you can find food, the do's and the don'ts. And you're also going to have training, years of experience in the mountains because you grew up there. Those factors apply to these people on the Eurasian steppe too, who start riding their horses at age 3, who ride them constantly, who develop a relationship that is hard for us today to understand. It's one of these places where we're more cut off from our forebears. In the modern world, we don't have the same kind of relationships with animals that they had in most of world history. There are some things that people 300 or 400 years ago would be able to relate more to people of thousands of years ago than they're able to relate to us now, because they still have certain connections to animals that we didn't. We take transportation for a second. If you wanted to travel overland 200 years ago from one city to another, the fastest speed you're going to be able to go is the speed of a horse. That's the same speed that would have been your top speed 1,000 years before that time, and 1,000 years before that. You get an idea of how unchanging this dynamic was, and how long something like the horse was actually cutting-edge technology. The Mongols lived 500 years after the Huns. who lived 500 years after the Xiongnu, lived hundreds of years after the Scythians. All these people had societies that seemed virtually the same. Minor differences here or there, especially since they had a tendency to raid their neighbors. And as their neighbors changed, the stuff they stole from their neighbors changed. So they might have a more updated wardrobe because instead of stealing from the Chinese in 200 BCE, they were now stealing from the Chinese in 500 CE. The stuff you steal looks more modern, you're going to look more modern too. But the lifestyle was relatively unchanged. Temujin's Mongols were living very much like Scythian tribes and were living more than 1,000 years before. The pastoral nomad lifestyle was a tried and true lifestyle. It didn't have to change very much. After all, it had been in existence a heck of a lot longer than the lifestyle of its sedentary rivals. People who lived in cities and practiced agriculture were, historically speaking, the new kid on the block. The way Temujin lived, that's an ancient lifestyle, and it creates people with special abilities. And you see these kinds of special abilities anytime you find native societies, tribal groups of people who live sort of more close to the earth. You think of the Native Americans or the tribes in Africa, all these people that could track and had what you would call special abilities because the Apaches, just their ability to hide or the ability to track or their ability to find. These are all great advantages, and the nomadic tribal peoples needed all of them because they were constantly rubbing like sandpaper against their settled society neighbors or against their tribal neighbors. These tribes on the steppe often fought with one another more than they fought with anyone else. But when they fought societies like China and Byzantium and Rome and these Middle Eastern societies in Persia, they were fighting societies that are sort of like our own in the sense they're constantly developing new technologies, constantly honing military science and building off of experience from the past, via books and learning, having huge organizational advantages over the tribal peoples. To compensate for this, the tribal peoples used their native ability. This alliance with the horse was really one half of what made these steppe people so formidable on the battlefield. The other half of the equation was necessary to turn this into the weapon system that's one of the most famous in all world history, was the bow. These Eurasian steppe nomads or horse archers, most famously anyway. All the tribes you can name from world history from the Eurasian steppes based their whole military on riders wielding bows. People who are so good at it that you must think of an army composed of nothing but trick riders from some circus somewhere. Those are the only kind of people who come close to your average steppe horse archer's abilities on horseback. And not just trick riders, you have to imagine trick riders who are also expert archery marksmen at the same time. I mean, the steppe nomad was able to famously shoot birds out of the sky in flight. Think about how hard that is for a woman. As a matter of fact, we're told that the Mongols specifically, although I would imagine the tribal peoples of the steppe also had the same situation happen. We're told that the Mongols were trained not to let their arrow fly until that precise moment in the horse's galloping motion when all four of the hoofs were simultaneously off the ground, thereby to not have your aim jostled, I guess. And the relationship between Mongol and horse, again, I would assume this is a typical steppe thing, reminds an observer from a settled society more like the close relationship between, say, a shepherd dog and a sheep herder. These horses were told, historian Richard Gabriel says they would come at a whistle, which is something right out of a Lone Ranger movie when you think about it. But he also says that they would follow their owner around like a dog. This is really handy if you're a Mongol trooper traveling with tons of extra remounts, which is what they did, 3, 5, 7, 20 sometimes extra horses with each trooper. You have to actually herd those horses and keep track of them. It's really hard to move the army. If they follow you naturally, how helpful is that? It should also be pointed out that the women in the Mongol society, again, like women in other steppe society, are far from helpless when the menfolk were away. In fact, the steppe is the original, ground zero for where the legend of the Amazons comes from. And there were tribal societies of the steppe, for example, the Sarmatians, who had women who fought in their ranks, supposedly weren't allowed to get married until they had killed the foe in battle. There's some incentive for you. So the Mongol women were told could shoot almost as well as the men, if not as well as the men, and ride as well as the men. After all, they were in the saddle virtually just as often. And it was they who trained the toddlers of the Mongol tribe, both boys and girls, how to shoot and ride. So if you were an enemy of the Mongols, you stumbled on a Mongol encampment, and the menfolk happened to be away, it wasn't as much of an advantage to just be facing the women as it might normally be. I should also point out that this Mongol bow was like a bow flex machine, a weightlifting machine. It was a 160-pound pole. And the Mongols supposedly could shoot 12 of these arrows a minute and had 150 arrows in their quiver. We're told that at the openings of battles, they sometimes expended their whole ammunition load, relatively quickly. How many times could you pull a 160-pound bow back before your arms wouldn't do it anymore? You have to imagine these people as, in a muscular sense, ripped from the strength of their hands, all up their arms into their neck and shoulder muscles in their back. These are sinewy, strong people who shoot all the time. It's like using a weightlifting machine. In battle, they fought like a swarm of bees. They would give you nothing to really lash out at. If they were pursued in battle, they often just ran away, shooting pursuers as they did. They provided no solid object that pursuers could get their hands on, and they couldn't catch them because usually, of course, these horse archers had a lead on them. So you could just tire yourself out if you chased them. You would get away from the protection of your formation. You would likely fall into an ambush, since that was one of the preferred tactics of all these nomadic horse archers. Their favorite, by the way, stratagem, and everybody knew about it who fought them regularly, and they still fell for it time and time again. It must play on some battlefield human emotion. There's something called the feigned flight. The feigned flight is exactly what it sounds like. It's a fake route. The Mongols, especially, had a unit that was designed almost like a great unit of actors. They were to go up there and almost suicidally, fight with the enemy army and then turn around in a certain command and flee in terror. The records, it makes it sound like they were kind of taught to do a good job of making the enemy think that they were scared of running away, and then when the enemy would pursue them, these mangudai, they were called, would lead them into an ambush. Until the invention of gunpowder, no society will ever get a really good way of handling these horse archers on the battlefield. The best way of handling them is to hire some just like them. Go find some tribe that's an enemy of the one you're fighting and get them to help. Or lead them into terrain that's not the steppe. If you can get these people out of their element, they're a little like, a bunch of Atlanteans who have an underwater civilization. And they're really powerful in the water. But if you get them out of the water, they weaken. As a matter of fact, all of these steppe conquerors, they would sometimes conquer these societies and settle down, and kind of become agriculturalist and settled people themselves. And they would quickly lose all their battlefield edge. A generation or two later, all of a sudden, they don't have steppe nomad horse archers anymore because they don't live on the steppe. This would be a recurring problem, and one that later steppe civilizations would figure out. You have to keep sending people back to the steppe or they lose their special abilities. As dangerous as these horse archers were, though, on the battlefield, they really only presented terrible dangers when they would unify into big confederations. Individual tribes would coalesce under a powerful, influential leader, and then they went from being a nuisance to being an existential threat. And this happened many times in history. Maudun did it with the Xiongnu, TRUMAN did it with, I believe, the Turks, Attila did it with the Huns. But the greatest of all these unifiers in all history happened to be that Mongol boy we introduced a little while ago, Temujin. It's possible his name doesn't ring a bell, which is understandable because once he unifies these tribes, he's going to be given a name, a more familiar name. Temujin grows up to be Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan is, simply put, one of the most stunningly impressive figures in all history. And you have to judge him almost completely on what he did because there's so little actually known about the guy. He's one of the great mysteries of history when you think about it. Nobody as large as he was is as little known as he is. He comes from a time, really the high Middle Ages, where you would expect to at least know what he looked like. Think about kings from this era and how much is known, whether they're Chinese or Byzantine or European. He's a greater figure than any of them, and historians don't even know what he looked like. They don't know the year he was born. They don't know how he died. They don't know where he's buried. He's a very mysterious figure. We don't have anything from him directly that you could legitimately say he said. Everything is from a later writing. Somebody said, this is the oral tradition, write it down, whatever. There are no proclamations that you can specifically say, Genghis Khan said these words, exactly like that. I mean, there's some tantalizing clues that he might have had red hair, for example, that Persian historians said. He was surprised that his grandson, Kublai, the famous figure in his own right, didn't inherit his red hair. He got more nationwide. Also, supposedly, he had what were called cat's eyes, or the eyes of a cat. Some people have chosen to believe that this means his eyes were green. I choose to believe that it means that they were like a cat's in broad daylight, sort of like the eyes of Sauron. Again, believe what you want. It's not that unusual, though, to have that be the case. As a matter of fact, green eyes and red hair, you can still find that occasionally in the Mongolian population of today. It's one of the wonderful ethnic things that you'll see in this mixing of different peoples on the steppe. You'll see different features that you wouldn't expect to find on one person. The Turks were famous for having a strain of peoples in them who had blonde hair and green eyes and Turkish features. Always reminds me of that famous National Geographic photo of that Afghan girl with Middle Eastern features and hair color with those bright blue-green eyes, which is a wonderful example of some of that wonderful genetic mixing that happened on the steppe, where you could have people from 3 or 4 major different racial groups in the same tribe together and mixes of all of them. Genghis Khan may very well have been an Asian featured man of unusual physical proportions. He's supposed to have been big, but also had red hair and green eyes, or Sauron's eyes. And also, again, that story, as you know. Now, physical features aside, what makes Genghis Khan so impressive is that he's almost like watching a human version of a piece of metal, beaten and over hardened into his final form. He grows up in an almost perfect laboratory experiment of survival of the fittest in play. He's not handed an empire and a perfect army like a guy like Alexander the Great gets handed to him. Genghis Khan works for everything. By the time he unifies all the tribes, this guy has lived through a life that it defies all the odds that he was even alive. Forget that he managed to bring himself up to such an exalted level. His life, as related in the secret history of the Mongols, so take it with a grain of salt, is one adventure after another. It would make a great movie. It's not without its dark side, though, biased as it is, of the portrayal of the Mongol Khan, the eventual Mongol Khan. Here's a guy who's assassinating his brother, his older brother, with the help of his younger brother, when they're still kids. Shot him full of arrows because he stole fish from him. It was the final straw. His older brother had been lording himself over the two of them for a while, so Temujin and his younger brother sneak up on the older brother as he's sitting there in the grass. The older brother perceives that they're there and basically says, are you sure you have to do this? And if you do, spare my younger brother, would you? And then they shoot him from 2 sides. The mother freaks out and calls them destroyers. It's almost as though she knows her son's destiny. Genghis Khan is going to be one of the best examples history provides of one of these people you could call a creative destroyer. The impetus of that creative destruction dynamic we talked about earlier. If the world is a tinderbox at this point, Genghis Khan's going to come through and light it all. He was this age's greatest historical arsonist. And those who say that the climate was ripe for a good, rejuvenating fire, will point out that the conditions in life on the steppe had grown to become intolerable. Being captured, women were being raped, there was no law and order, raids were constant, everyone was fighting with everyone else. Life was miserable. Temujin himself had been kidnapped twice in his life. Everybody in the story seems to have spent some time in the custody of their enemies. The women often came back pregnant. I mean, the whole thing was intolerable. Now, there are two schools of historical thought on this. One is that this was an unusual time, and that law and order had broken down because, the power of one unifying tribe had disintegrated. The other school of historical thought is that any time where there was any law and order on the steppe, those are the exceptions to the rule. And that normally it's like the Wild West out there, and that what Genghis Khan's early life consisted of was pretty normal. Regardless of which school is correct, the admirers of Genghis Khan will point out that he was bringing law and order to the region every time he conquered another one of these tribes and absorbed it into a confederation. He was bringing the benefits of empire. Sure, it's going to cost a lot of people, but you'll have law and order and peace and commerce and justice when, we put a central authority in place. Make no mistake about it, though, this guy was a disciplinarian. And the Mongols were ruthless. After destroying the fighting ability of one tribe in battle, he forced every male to walk past a wagon, and anyone who stood higher than the linchpin of the wagon had their heads cut off. In his rise to power, Genghis Khan destroyed whole tribes. Ironically, one of these tribes, where Genghis Khan kills every male of the age of a child, will actually lend its name to the Mongols. The Mongols first appear in Europe and in the Middle East. They would be called Tatars or Tartars. That's the name of the tribe that Genghis Khan cut the head off, essentially, during his rise to power. It's an example of what happened to many other tribes. His defenders will point out that the creation of nation states is not always violence-free. You want to make an omelet, you got to break a few eggs. And part of creating the kind of climate where there can be law and order and justice and commerce and all those things, a sense of personal security, is breaking the power of all these independent tribes. And especially their ruling aristocratic nobles who don't want anything to do with kowtowing to Genghis Khan. This is all part of creating the empire, or the nation, the proto-nation state amongst these nomadic peoples. And the Chinese are becoming aware at this time of Genghis Khan, because the Chinese are always trying to stay abreast of what's going on in various power struggles on the steppe. Chinese foreign policy for like 3,000 years is all concerned with how do you keep all of these nomadic, dangerous horse peoples on our borders from combining into a powerful, dangerous confederation. Use barbarians to fight barbarians. Same strategy the Byzantines were using, on the other side of the steppe. Keep the tribes divided, keep them fighting each other, play one off against the other, and if anybody looks to be garnering too much power and authority, find some adversary that also resents it, use them to cut them down to size. When the Tartars are being, a problem, there were supposedly, historians have estimated 350,000 members of the Tartar tribe. When they're becoming a problem, the Chinese enlist Genghis Khan's help, supposedly, to help break their power. They will continually interfere in steppe affairs, and Genghis Khan's rise to power begins to concern them. And if they hadn't been aware of how significant it was becoming by 1206, Genghis Khan himself made it obvious. He had it declared. One of the seminal moments in Genghis Khan's life occurs at a Mongol assembly known as a Kurultai. It happens on the bank of a river, but it's a giant affair with huge tents and people coming from all over, mostly Mongols, to proclaim Genghis Khan the ruler of all who dwell in felt tents, is the way it's put. Meaning all these pastoral nomads who exist on the steppe. Now forget for a moment that there are tons of tribes to the west that have no idea of the existence of the Mongols, who have direct contact with places like Russia and who have no idea that this assembly is going on, have never heard of Genghis Khan or anything. They are, without knowing it, now subject to his dominion. And when his representatives eventually find them and point out that they are, their choices are to submit or die. Any sort of wavering on this makes them rebels. Ignorance of the new law is no excuse. And many tribes will essentially have their doom pronounced on them for not knowing that at this 1206 get-together on the bank of a river, their existence was put into the hands of a sovereign they've never heard of. Nonetheless, many of the great tribes of the Eurasian steppe were covered by this and understood what was going on. What was going on is this was the proclamation of a new steppe confederacy being formed. The worst nightmare of all of the settled societies who bordered the steppe. The only time these tribal people became dangerous to your entire way of life is when they combined, and all of a sudden this leader, this Temujin, this Genghis Khan, which everyone argues about what that means. I'm not a historian, so I'm not going to take sides. Many think universal ruler, oceanic ruler, there are other interpretations. But his name was Temujin, his title was Genghis Khan. And now Genghis Khan, at least in his own mind, ruled everyone who dwelt in felt tents. And if you had a different opinion, you were going to have to fight him. Now, the actual get-together where he's proclaimed, emperor, basically, is important for a lot of reasons. One, right there and then he issues proclamations that basically begin the process of breaking down old, tribal barriers, of turning the traditional culture of the steppe into something that's more organized and more like, as I said, a modern nation state without buildings and cities and any of that. A nomad, pastoral version of a structured society, turning it from tribal to something perhaps more feudal, might be a good way to put it, and changing the leadership of all these tribes from people who got that way through their birth to people who Genghis Khan believes, deserve it. It's still an entire society devoted to Genghis Khan, but now the people that are most devoted to Genghis Khan, who are most competent in serving his interests, are the ones who get promoted. Your bloodline doesn't matter anymore. Genghis, by the way, was the descendant of, great Mongol nobility once upon a time, but grew up because of the poisoning of his father when he was merely 9, in circumstances that were anything but loyal. Those years of privation had taught him the importance of good people at all levels, and this is one of the things that truthfully sets the man apart. He has an amazing eye for talent. When he spots it, he grabs it. He puts it to his uses, and he doesn't care if it comes from an enemy or from someone who just shot his horse out from under him or whatever. If he thinks you can help, you're him. He's going to bring you in. The second you make a mistake, the second you screw up, the second you turn against him, your head will be lopped off in 1 second. But Genghis Khan tended to foster amazing loyalty amongst the people that he brought into his circle. It'll trickle down to the very lowest levels of Mongol society too. Whenever cities are sacked, the Mongols will go through the city and find people and question them as to what they can do. Can you read? Can you write? Big weapons. What can you do? And anybody who's got any skill that would be useful to the Mongols, they just grab them. The truth of it is that it was sort of the opposite of what happened when the Khmer Rouge came over. Cambodia was known as the killing field that you may have heard. Anybody who had reading classes or seemed to have any education or skills in the modern world was executed because those people were contaminated by modernity and they needed to be wiped out. The Mongols had the other attitude. If you could be useful to them and all those skills were useful, you might survive the sacking of the city. Those that didn't get pulled out of the crowd for having useful abilities were the ones who were massacred. One of the reasons the Mongols did better than any other steppe confederation, and there were many over time, was their incorporation of people who had skills above and beyond what your typical nomad had. Now, to give you a feel for Mongol society at this time, it's worth quoting something from The Secret History of the Mongols.
Look at that.
This apparently was a book that was only to be shown to members of the Mongol royal heritage somehow apparently got out because, of course, we have translations of it today. And much of it is a very heroic story about the rise of Genghis Khan and the early Mongols and sort of their genealogy. That's debatable about how useful that is from a history point of view. But what isn't debatable is how this document, written only a generation after Genghis Khan's life, reflects Mongol culture and values. You get an idea of what was important to them and how they thought. Some of it, of course, is symbolism in these sorts of writings, but some of it is very clear as to what the mentality was. Now, all during this 1206 Kurultai, it's all Genghis Khan laying down laws and rewarding vassals who've been good to him and all that. But a few years before this, he's proclaimed Khan of the Mongols. And in the secret history, they sort of run down the oaths that are made to him when he's made great Khan. Listen to this and get an idea for the cultural aspect of the Mongols during this time period, and of steppe people as well. And then they moved the whole camp to the shores of Blue Lake in the Gorelgu Mountains. Altan, Kukar, and Sasha Becky conferred with each other there, and then said to Temujin, "We want you to be Khan. Temujin, if you'll be our Khan, we'll search through the spoils for the beautiful women and virgins, for the great palace tents, for the young virgins and loveliest women, for the finest geldings and mares. We'll gather all these and bring them to you. When we go off to hunt for wild game, we'll go first to drive them together for you to kill. We'll drive the wild animals of the steppe together so that their bellies are touching. We'll drive the wild game of the mountains together so that they stand leg to leg. If we disobey your command during battle, take away our possessions, our children and wives. Leave us behind in the dust, cutting off our heads where we stand and letting them fall to the ground. If we disobey your counsel in peacetime, take away our tents and our goods, our wives and our children. Leave us behind when you move, abandoned in the desert without a protector." Having given their word, having taken this oath, they proclaimed Temujin Khan of the Mongol and gave him the name Genghis Khan. I often reread that passage when I'm thinking about the Mongols to remind myself that no matter how much it's in vogue today to talk about the higher-minded motives of Genghis Khan and his Mongols, if you're reading the stuff they wrote themselves from their own value system during that period, you can't ignore the desire for loot. And by the way, it's not a Mongol thing, it's not a tribal peoples thing, it's an everybody thing. I mean, first of all, look at any of the Germanic tribes. They're looting till the cows come home, right? But you could just cover it up a little bit with a veneer of civilization. And it doesn't look so much like Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, and all those people are looting. It doesn't look like Napoleon's looting, when he spreads Republican values across the European continent. But he sure as heck is. There's a wide stream of goods and people flowing from the conquered territories back to Paris, or from the conquered territories back to Rome, or from the conquered territories back to Pella in Macedonia, or from the conquered territories back to wherever Genghis Khan and the Mongol leadership happens to be camping today. And listen, part of this story that's hard to get around, but is almost completely ignored today by many of these historians that want to portray this as some 100% positive thing, is that this is a story that has a lot to do with rape. A lot to do with rape. As a matter of fact, DNA tests have shown that more people in my listening audience right now are probably direct descendants of Genghis Khan, direct descendants, father to son, than of any other person in the world in history before that time. 1 in 500 Asian males are direct descendants. 15 to 16 million people in the world direct descendants of Genghis Khan. It's also a pretty good bet that many of you had female ancestors that were not there willingly. This mixing of DNA that makes you a direct descendant of Genghis Khan. There's a pretty good chance that that wasn't voluntary. You have to be careful when you read something like The Secret History of the Mongols, because I don't know if it's the way it's originally written, or the way it's translated, or just a cultural difference in understanding. But The Secret History will call people who are obviously rape victims wives. And it looks a heck of a lot more legitimate. It may be more like a harem where they have 50 60, 70, 100 wives, but at least they're all wives, right? Got to get past that a little bit. For example, there's a wonderful story, well, wonderful in a horrible way, that's indicative of this whole thing, that happens to Genghis Khan as he's consolidating his power on the steppe. He's busy wiping out tribes, mostly Turks. The Turks were perhaps the most dominant ethnic group of steppe nomadic peoples, although their tribe probably had Mongols in it too. A people called the Naiman. And when the Naiman decide to go to war against Genghis Khan, their ruler, Khan, has a mother. And this mother makes a statement that's recorded in the secret history about how the Mongols just stank and how they were filthy. Which, by the way, may have been very true because apparently they had this prohibition against washing clothes. Some historians think they would have offended the Mongol god of water, so they would wear these clothes continuously until they just rotted off of them and obviously not wash them. If that's true, well, they probably did stink. She said this openly, according to the secret history. She said that the most beautiful and pure Mongol girls, if they would wash their hands, would only be fit to milk their animals. And in the secret history, after Genghis Khan defeats this tribe in battle, kills their Khan, executes their population, according to the secret history, they gathered them all at the foot of the Altai mountain range, and they disposed of them. This mother of the Khan who made these statements about the Mongols' smell was brought before Genghis Khan. This is how the secret history puts it. Lastly, Genghis Khan commanded that Gerbisu, Taeyang's mother, be brought before him. He spoke to her saying, "It was you who said the Mongols stink and their clothing is filthy. If we could only make their most beautiful girls wash their hands, they'd only be fit to milk our cows and our sheep. Then why are you here?" And Genghis Khan took her as one of his wives. End quote. Now, this kind of meshes with a quotation that was probably not said by Genghis Khan, but that he's famous for saying. You know, that one of the greatest pleasures in life comes, by conquering your enemies, sleeping with their wives and children and all those kind of things. I mean, it's a well-known statement that probably was never uttered by the Khan. But that's exactly what that incident recorded in the Mongols' own history of themselves seems to indicate some pleasure, in taking revenge. Here's a woman who is the mother of the Khan that Genghis has just killed. He's then wiped out her entire people. She hates Mongols, the smell of them and everything, and now he's making her his wife. That's torturous, and it's certainly rape. So when the Mongol historical records talk about wives, realize that that's not always a voluntary relationship. Again, it should be pointed out that this is no different than most other conquerors during ancient times, Dark Ages, or medieval times. The Romans did stuff like this all the time. The point is that because the Mongols are perhaps the greatest conquering nation in history, perhaps the greatest series of conquests ever, and were the most successful, the rapes matter more because there were more of them. Was it a higher percentage of rapists in the Mongol army? Just more success conquering other people. It's more actual people probably raped as part of the Mongol conquest than probably any other period you can think of, simply because of the vast scale of it. A lot of DNA got spread around during this
Listen to this one, kids.
It has to be considered, at least for the female carriers of the DNA, to have been a tragedy of its own. It was a tragic period for the steppe people, this whole rise of Genghis Khan. Whole peoples were wiped out. That's the destruction part. The benefits, though, that Genghis Khan brought to the steppe are the creative part of the creative destruction. In 1206, at this great Kurultai assembly that he holds, he unveils, well, most historians think so, there are some like David Warren who doubt the whole thing, but he supposedly unveils his code of laws, his famous yasa. This is a set of rules designed to create that order and justice and personal security on the steppe that's been missing. The penalties for many of the violations in this new law code are draconian. They will cut your head off for any number of things. One thing that the people like the Europeans noted when they fought the Mongols was this unbelievable level of obedience.
Listen to this one, kids. Kids, listen to this. Listen. Listen, get your fucking ears next to the speakers.
The special dispensation was you
Push,
get 9
perhaps.
chances, or you get 5 chances. before you get the final warning. Most people got no chances. You screw up once, don't pick that string up that the guy in front of you riding his horse dropped, and boom, your head's off. Tended to foster a high level of obedience. And the draconian nature of these laws and the fact that they were rigorously enforced created a step that was probably a better place to live in terms of peace and security and justice than anyone had known for a very long time. The cost was very great. The benefits perhaps worth it, you'd have to ask a step person at the time. Nonetheless, what Genghis Khan now had created, this step confederation, another step confederation, had been sought by the people of Central Asia for some time. So you have to think that the fact that it was around was considered to be a very good thing. It was one thing from the viewpoint of Central Asia to see a new Central Asian nomadic confederacy form. It was another thing entirely to look at that same development from one of the sedentary civilizations that bordered the steppe. If you're a place like China, you've just seen years, centuries, more than a millennia of foreign policy attempting to prevent just this from happening failed. Genghis Khan is your worst nightmare, and he proves it soon after he's managed to quell the disharmony of the steppe. But once you deal with the disharmony of the steppe, once you create this confederation of nomad tribes, what do you do with it? This becomes a place where historians start to diverge on their view of what Genghis Khan's motivations were. What did he want to do now that he created this unbridled power? What he ended up doing was turning his attention to the various Chinese states. The question of why is a disagreement historians fight over. The standard view is that China was on his radar because China was where all the good loot was. And that this confederation of Eurasian nomads required the Khan to deliver the stuff when it came to promised benefits. And they had a sort of a trickle-down way of those benefits reaching the average Mongol. All booty taken belonged to the Khan. The Khan would then distribute the booty to various nobles and leaders that he thought deserved it, who would then distribute it to their followers and all the way down the line. Some historians believe that there was a lot of pressure at all times to keep this flow of stuff coming, and that the more loot these very poor people like the Mongols got their hands on, the more loot they wanted. Created a dynamic where you had to keep the conquest coming so you could keep the flow of goods heading to wherever the Mongols were camped this week. Remember what we said, heading to Rome, heading to Pella, heading to Paris, heading to the tents of the Great Khan. I've seen other theories where historians say that drought conditions and climatic problems on the steppe may have forced these people into rubbing up against their neighbors in a way that provoked disagreements and eventually warfare. Steppe societies always sort of rubbed up against settled societies in the sandpaper-like way. Their culture and values were so different, often involving things like raiding and slave taking, that oftentimes it was hard to avoid conflicts breaking out. In his book Russia's Steppe Frontier, author Michael Khodorkovsky has a whole chapter called The Sociology of the Frontier, or Why Peace Was Impossible, about these sandpaper-like relations between steppe nomads and the settled societies, in the same way that Native American tribes sometimes found it impossible to stay in peace while rubbing up against European colonists and settlers. The same thing was true on the steppe. Steppe peoples going back to prehistory had a very similar relationship with the settled societies to what the Native Americans had. Sort of a trade and raid policy where sometimes they were trading and sometimes they were raiding and sometimes they were doing both at the same time. Some of the revisionist historians who like to downplay the negativity around the Mongol conquests will suggest that the Mongols were simply responding to what we would call today retaliatory trade policies on the part of the Chinese. The steppe peoples always needed the Chinese and the settled society stuff more than the settled society needed the steppe nomad. And so sometimes the people like the Chinese and the Byzantines or the Middle Easterners would put the screws to the steppe people. Some of these historians would suggest that's a reason right there that modern countries might go to war. Yes. The Mongols are sometimes portrayed as retaliating towards bad, negative trading practices, heavy-handed trading practices. And and oftentimes portrayed these days as fighting a sort of a defensive war. The Romans were said to have conquered the world in a defensive war, or in a fit of absent-mindedness. There's a trend in some historical thinking to put the Mongols in a similar category. Conquered the world due to a trade dispute. Now, the Chinese had traditionally divided steppe barbarians into two types, what they called cooked and uncooked. The cooked barbarians were the ones that had already absorbed some of the Chinese culture. It made them easier to deal with, it softened them somewhat, they became more tractable, you could negotiate with them. It also helped in some ways to eliminate some of the more rough edges. What might have been savage barbarians when they first showed up from the middle nowheres of the steppe, after a couple generations next to China, would mellow a bit, become a little bit Chinese even. The uncooked barbarians were the ones who were farther into the interior of the steppe, who had less direct contact with the Chinese states, and who were considered to be more barbaric and more dangerous. The whole goal was, when one of those new societies appeared, was to cook them as soon as you could. When the Mongols formed this confederation, you get an entire steppe society led by a group of, in Chinese terms, uncooked barbarians. They were extremely dangerous, and the first of the Chinese states to find this out firsthand is a place that I will mispronounce the name of, but it was called Xishan. One of three, or if you believe some historians, 4 Chinese states that were in existence at this time. It's a little bit confusing. Suffice it to say that in the periods where China is strong, their borders encompass a huge area. In the periods where the Chinese dynasties are weaker, those areas shrink and are ripped off sort of in pieces, leaving a certain center core that's still Chinese, but with other areas belonging to dynasties that may be comprised of foreigners. In this period, it's a place called Song China in the south that is still truly Chinese from top to bottom. In the north, the traditional area around Manchuria, but even around modern-day Beijing, this area is so vulnerable to attack by steppe nomads that it's often under their control. Some historians have a name for those dynasties. They're called conquest dynasties. And things like the Great Wall, which is so famous, are put up in these areas because this is a completely vulnerable spot of China, and many times have fallen under foreign domination. In this period, it's under the domination of a people called the Jurchen, originally from Manchuria, and a group of steppe and forest nomads. They ousted a people called the Khitan, who were almost Mongol, although you might even call them proto-Mongol. In the west, there was another sort of Chinese state called Xishan. Now, this was a sort of a Buddhist, Tibetan, Uyghur, Chinese mix of a place, but it was the weakest of the 3 current big Chinese kingdoms. This is where Genghis Khan decided to attack first. For the first time in his life, Genghis Khan is now going to be commanding his army against a very different kind of force, one of the armies of these settled societies. He's been fighting for decades. He's been fighting against other pastoral nomads of the steppe, who fight with troops very similar, with tactics very similar to his own. Genghis Khan's Mongol army is not some brand new thing on the scene, no matter how much we military fans of history like to pretend that it is. It was maybe 1 generation better than the Khitan army, which was 1 generation better than the army that came before it. I mean, it was part of the normal evolution of steppe military tactics. You kind of cheapen the real thing that made the Mongols so effective if you blame it all on having a superior army. The main thing that made the Mongols so great militarily was leadership. And it starts off with Genghis Khan, who was probably the greatest military strategist who ever lived. Remember, tactics are battlefield command. Strategy is what happens on the larger level, while you're maneuvering to get to the battlefield.
It's a wizard.
To be a great strategist like Genghis Khan, was. And to have a nomadic steppe army, as the Mongols were at your disposal, is to put the perfect weapon into the hands, of the man who knows how to use it. He's like a great swordsman, and of all the weapons you could hand him a sword. The Mongol army was probably the most strategically mobile army until the invention of the internal combustion engine. Nothing like a steppe army, and the Mongols were the best steppe army that ever took the field. First of all, they didn't have a supply train most of the time. Every now and then they would. But most of the time, especially in this period when Genghis Khan was leading them, the Mongols have no slow train of wagons and civilians and support, elements to slow them down. The entire army is mounted and it moves at the speed of a horse. Each Mongol soldier is self-sufficient. Now, oftentimes the army would drive herding animals with it. Just have usually Mongol boys too young for battle in control of the flocks of sheep and other animals that kept the army fed. But even if the army didn't have these animals trailing along with it at full speed, they didn't need it. The Mongol society built around the horse, as it was, meant that these horses that the Mongols were riding carried everything they needed to live. Now, the Mongols didn't just have one. Each cavalryman had at least 3 remounts with them. So you have to imagine when this army goes on campaign, it kicks up a lot of dust. This is a big army where animals outnumber people, 5, 6, 7 to 1. But you could live off those animals because they were the same animals the Mongols often lived off of when they were at their encampments. First of all, the horses were all female and you could milk them. Mare's milk was a staple of the Mongol diet. They could even create their famous alcoholic beverage out of it. They also had no problem at all borrowing a little blood from their horses as needed. This is an age-old steppe tactic to put a little slice in the horse's neck, put a cup underneath the stream of blood that comes out, mix that with milk or water, and drink it on down, and you're good to go. These Mongol armies could move so quickly that these settled societies couldn't deal with them. They would appear out of nowhere. As a matter of fact, a lot of historians believe that the reason that chroniclers in the settled societies always thought these Mongol armies were huge is because they would see them everywhere and never think that it could be the same elements being seen over and over and over again, just moving really fast from one place to another. They assumed it was another unit entirely. I had a teacher once that said the role of a good strategist is to win the battle before your army even arrives on the battlefield, through superior maneuvering and whatnot. The Mongol army was built for maneuvering, and Genghis Khan was the greatest strategist, in my opinion, who ever lived. That's a marriage made in heaven, or if you happen to be one of these Chinese states, a pairing made in hell. One other aspect of Genghis Khan's leadership that's been mentioned, though, as well, his ability to spot other great leaders and to incorporate them into his forces. And we touched on this a little earlier, didn't we? No matter how great of a leader Genghis Khan was, he's one man at the top of a pyramid. The Mongol army is so well led at every level because Genghis Khan makes it a point to grab any gifted people he sees and impress them into his forces. He would find enemies. One guy who turned out to be one of his greatest generals of all time was actually a person who supposedly shot his horse out, the Khan's horse out from under him. And when he was brought to the Khan, he admitted it, which the secret history says Genghis Khan said most people wouldn't admit to that. Guy turns out to be a gifted general. Boom, Genghis Khan puts him in command of some of his forces. This was the great Jebe, known as the Arrow, just because of that incident with the horse. Another one of Genghis Khan's generals, a guy named Subadai. Jebe and Subadai probably both belong on the top 10 greatest generals of all time list themselves. So imagine if you yourself belong on that list as Genghis Khan, and now 2, maybe 3 of his underlings belong on the list too. That's an amazingly well-led army. And all through the ranks, Genghis Khan was promoting people based on their ability to lead only. This was a departure from normal practice on the steppes where one's relationships and alliances and family and all that sort of stuff determined, you're moving up through the ranks. One can think of a system like the British system in the 1700s and 1800s where, you could buy command and you would move up because of the importance of your parents or your family or whatever. That was normal practice among steppe tribes too. Genghis Khan turned this into a system of merit, and the benefits were all through the army's leadership. He had the equivalent of centurions and sergeants down at the very low level. He was training the next group of great commanders with his imperial guard, and his generals were some of the best who've ever lived. And there are parallels again. I'm sorry to bring up Alexander so often, but these world conquerors sometimes have some intriguing similarities. Alexander the Great was maybe the greatest tactical general of all time. And yet around him was a core general staff of people who were unbelievably gifted too. They have their own name. They're known to history as the Diadochi. And these commanders were so august that when Alexander dies at the tender age of 32 or 33, they split his empire up, each one taking a nice giant hunk and ruling them as kings. Guys with such august names who start whole dynasties like Ptolemy. The Ptolemaic dynasty, Ptolemy was one of Alexander's subcommanders. The Seleucid dynasty, Seleucus was one of Alexander's subcommanders. Guys like Antigonus, Lysimachus. I mean, it's a huge group of amazingly good commanders. So often in history, military history buffs like yours truly become engrossed with the weapons and armor and formations and whatnot of these armies, forgetting that these are just tools and weapons in the hands of men. And sometimes you can win against the other guy with completely inferior weapons based on your ability to both use them and plan for an outcome. There's a Mongol saying that sort of sums it up. An army of donkeys led by a lion would defeat an army of lions led by a donkey.
What up with the gangsters? Gangsters. Why do you do that? I don't know. I'm bored.
In this western Chinese state, the Khan himself
I'm sexy.
arrives
I
from
don't know.
the Gobi Desert.
What the fuck is this shit?
Utilizing his most famous tactic, which is a standard tactic amongst great generals, known as the indirect approach. Don't attack an enemy frontally where they think you're going to come from. Go to great lengths to come from a direction he's not expecting. In this case, the western Chinese state run by people called the Tang, for instance, Xia, thought that the Gobi Desert could not be crossed by an army of human beings. They would die and leave their skeletons somewhere in the vast wasteland. Genghis Khan not only gets through the Gobi Desert with his army just fine, but arrives from a direction unexpected against this Chinese state, ready to fight. And the Khan's arrival from, the Gobi Desert area was a sign of how serious this was going to be for this Western Chinese state. They had dealt with Mongols.
Some of the most western gangsters you ever seen.
Their territory in 1205 and 1207. In 1209, the Mongols were coming not as raiders to steal, they were coming now to conquer. And this was different. This was an existential threat. Before Genghis Khan, as we said, you get these nuisances, raids, which will kill people and take away slaves and burn towns and steal stuff, but it doesn't threaten the integrity of the state. Genghis Khan now is here to conquer this western state and incorporate it. That's a whole different thing. That's exactly what
I've never seen such a pimp before.
Would happen if all these tribes were consolidated.
Edward James Belmont, Josh.
In 1209, the Khan arrives from the Gobi Desert ready to take down the western Chinese state of Xia.
Please check your internet connection.
So battles are fought between these different kinds of armies. But now the Mongols have to deal with disciplined Chinese infantry and infantry blocks. And it's a whole different kind of situation. Now, it's no problem on the tactical battle. The problem comes when these Chinese retreat their cities. The Mongols have the same problem virtually every, not just 10th century, the Russian barbarian army anybody's ever run into has. They have a problem.
What up? I'm a broken boy. How you living, pimp? How you living, pimp?
They will actually just storm some of these cities using lots of these more. It goes on through the process. War Western China.
This is our mayor, Mr. Peskov.
He's the mayor of Moscow. They get a chance to see on a much smaller scale what it's going to be like if you decide to take on the other two
Drone that you see in front of you
This is a
symbolizes
smaller
how
version of
he's
St.
sweeping bad things out of Moscow, how he's making the non-city
And fails to
Tell your friend is the mayor.
Много всяких проектов, хорошие друзья, of course.
and begin to do something that they will use throughout their
So,
country. To take the civilian
говорит, мне
population
кажется,
and
знакомым
make
лицо этого
them
человека.
In this case, they have this very dangerous idea
The health is spirit and healthy body.
and then unleash the bugs onto others. They don't want to conduct this damn war because it's extraordinarily dangerous and break all these civilians.
Those whom I love, those whom I cherish, I try to create the images.
It has a good impact. The bad effect is that the Mongols
If I liked you, maybe I'll make a sculpture of you.
up to their horses' shoulders or something. It's already operations. The upside is that it tells the people of Western China that this is eventually you should give up now. Strangely, King.
Look at this one shot. That's about to down the block.
Western Chinese state doesn't go this far, but they give them these incredible amounts of stuff. But perhaps more importantly, in terms of the strategic vision of things, Genghis Khan had solidified one of his plans by reducing this Western China state to a form of vassalship. He eliminated the chance for it to stab him in the back if he took his armies elsewhere. But there is another way. He had a plan to do just that. In 1210, he calls strange a conference of his commanders. Is the work of tells everyone that they have to attend. His heroes are the constructivists. One who remains in his own
Look at this athleticism, Yosh.
to receive my instructions without the weight of a stone dropped.
God damn it, Yosh. No, fucking so athletic. Kids, we're gonna have to call the Nevada State Athletic Commission to this motherfucker so athletic.
Things like siegecraft. They need to build scale Russians. Each of them have their own contingent of troops whose job is to besiege walls. Why would you want to do that? Because the great plum of money, gold, everything you could ever want was sitting right over nearby. Luxurious stuff. Ripe for conquest that it had already been conquered over and over again by armies similar to his own.
Yeah, of course, because as everyone knows that oil is come from the organic materials, and we can imagine that all life which kind of stay in the territory of Russia, this is its hair. That's why when we burn in car, the oil, we burn our history, we burn our past. I think it's very important ideas to think about.
Andrei Volodkin's work is dark and disillusioned. Let's hope that. He's fascinated by the structures and ideas that once seemed to promise a communist utopia. But he takes a carnivalesque pleasure in disrupting. So I feel like we're getting really down into the basement of your thought.
Yeah.
This is, yes, it's like a mock altar. Everything's turned upside down.
Yeah, that's why it look like life to oil and oil to life.
It's funny because we always want to take one and turn it upside down.
Yeah, because when you see that.
Are you going to do it?
Yeah, yes, I need. It's really, I really like this walk in this kind of way. It's much more formal stuff to me.
Yeah, I quite like it that way around. If we make a revolution, shall I help you?
Yeah, because before I thinking, it's a little bit too direct, and I even can't sleep about it.
Oh, that's great. So we're actually changing the work. More on Karl Marx. If you could change the world, how?
Yeah, like we do now.
Just turn everything upside down.
Yes, of course. It's great things. It was one walk, and now start to be another walk. I really love it.
You
love it. So we've done some good work today. I like Volodkin's vision of history. For him, it's a story of revolution and circulation. It's as if, after all the failed experiments, he's drilling down to the essence of Russian reality, oil, the substance of prehistory, and the fuel of its economic future. When I think back through 1,000 years of Russian history, there's surely another cycle at work here. A seemingly eternal alternation between conformity and rebellion. For centuries, one set of tyrants after another has tried to contain the population, to fuse the many into one, using art as a tool. But I wonder if Russia's people have finally had enough of being controlled and disciplined. I can't say what lies ahead for Russia or for Russia's artists, but I know one thing for sure. As the old Russian proverb says, life will never be just a walk through an open field.
Tomorrow night here on BBC HD Dub is the true start of Christmas with the Carols from Kings. That's at 6:15. In the meantime, though, there's comedy with the Green Ones here next, and the irascible Charlie Brooker is over on BBC 4.
Imagine a shimmering city conjured out of thin air, rising in just a few decades, where once there had been a wilderness of barren marshes, a place to rival the beauties of Venice and Paris. St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg was founded at the start of the 18th century in imitation of the great Western European cities. Russia had never seen a place like this with its elegant classical facades. It was part of a great cultural project to end centuries of isolation. But when Russia opened its doors to Europe, it didn't just let in new ideas about art and architecture. It let in a host of other, even more dangerous ideas. Ideas that would lead to bloodshed and, eventually, revolution. For the next 2 centuries, art was to be a battlefield, pitting the glories of the court against the anguish of its peasants, showing the beauty of the landscape and the demons of the mind. From a crushing symbol of tyranny to an art that would devour Russia itself. This is the story of Russia's journey from royal excess to mass rebellion, and of how art went from being the servant of the state to an agent of its destruction. For centuries, Russia had been cut off from the culture and ideas of the West. But in St. Petersburg, you see a whole nation making up for lost time. Peter the Great began the immense project of Europeanizing Russia by founding the city in 1703. But he never lived to see the imperial splendor of its architecture.
Its brightly coloured palaces were created in the decades after Peter's death by his daughter. She would dress St. Petersburg up in the colours of 1,000 ball gowns. Her name was Tsarina Elizabeth I. Elizabeth's been rather written out of Russian history. Peter the Great, Catherine the Great, never Elizabeth the Great. But she was great in her own way, and she certainly left her mark on Russian culture. Because when we come to St. Petersburg and we admire its wonderfully elegant architecture, what we're really admiring is her taste. Peter might have got St. Petersburg built, but it was Elizabeth who really decided what it would look like. Elizabeth was positively bacchanalian in her pursuit of pleasure. She loved parties and masquerades, and she was drawn to the grandiose European style of the Baroque. In the 1740s, she employed an architect with Italian blood, Bartolomeo Rastrelli, but their buildings have a distinctly Russian feeling of excess. The Catherine Palace was Elizabeth's own Versailles, but on an even grander scale. The facade's nearly a quarter of a mile across. And this, the small wing, was Elizabeth and Rastrelli's version of a convent. Their take on the Baroque was an exotic hybrid, painted in bright colours like the churches of old Russia, and topped glittering onion domes. Now, Elizabeth was no mere follower of fashion. She was one of the most dynamic and progressive patrons of art and architecture of the entire 18th century. When you look at this wonderful wedding cake of a building, I think what you realise is that she brought into the world of Russian art a new spirit of panache and theatricality. And nowhere else in Europe was the Baroque style pushed to this extreme level of fantasy. The most magnificent of all these creations is on the coastal fringes of St. Petersburg, Peterhof. It was begun by Peter the Great as a modest affair, but in the 1740s, Elizabeth and Rastrelli waved their magic wands over it. With its grand staircases and its gilded water-pumping statues, Peterhof's a wonder of architecture and engineering. It's also a miraculous survival. The Nazis tried to blow the palace up during the Second World War and reduced large parts of it to a shell. It's taken more than 60 years to return Peterhof to its former glory, and the work still continues. This is Elizabeth's Chapel, the very last section to be restored. A mind-boggling 200 pounds in weight of gold leaf will be needed to complete the job. Here, the finishing touches are being applied by an army of blue-suited architectural artists.
Sheen. Remember when you would call him Sheen? And he'd be like, hey, Mikey. I'd be like, hey, Sheen. And he'd be like, hey, Mikey. And I'd be like, what's new, baby? He'd be like, my Mikey. Just learning my operation by Barrows. I'd be like, oh, that's tight. Very cool. Get the hat out. That's very cool. Like, oh, cool, dog. Like, all right. Off to Torrance. Really? Oh, God. I always have to Torrance. Why? Why not?
Thank you very much. I got the joke.
Of course. Dude, these fucking Japanese.
If you want to experience the full Baroque blast of Peterhof, You have to go to the grand staterooms of the main palace.
Yo, Pip.
It's almost as if
Supernova
complex.
in East.
What? She touched to turn to gold.
I'm a supernova in the West, motherfucker. Listen.
Today's show is sponsored by
Alright, John. Come on. What are those planes called? Japanese zeros. You're making Japanese zeros, baby. Really? Oh, motherfucker. You are... You're building Mitsubishi zeros.
There's not a square inch of this room that isn't decorated. Now, the art history term for it is Russian Baroque, but I think of it as the Baroque of bling. It's just fantastically excessive. And you have to also imagine that in Elizabeth's day, these rather ugly light bulbs, of course, wouldn't have been there. They would have been actual candles with flames. And then, if you imagine this whole space full of people dancing, the effect must have been positively hallucinogenic.
All right. Mitsubishi zeros, dog. Mitsubishi zeros. Mitsubishi zeros. There should be like, dude. Mitsubishi zeros. If you could get, Yoshi, if you could get 350.
Especially around the Philippines. The young Japanese soldier, guy in his early 20s,
That'd be incredible.
is dropped off.
I don't think you can do it, but
Heavily jumped off Philippines. And is told to do what he can to hamper Allied activities in the area. They continue fighting until he hears orders to the contrary by the commanding officer who sent him on the mission. This soldier, hero, Asian convention will switch that around and he will follow his orders until his commanding officer tells him he can lay down his weapons.
Japanese zeros.
He will eventually come out of the jungle into a clearing, hand over his sword, stand at attention while the guy who ordered him into that jungle in the first place formally dismisses him with honor. This happened on the 9th of March, 1974. 29 years after the Second World War. This guy had been fighting, shooting at, being shot at, killing and injuring the locals for 30 years. 29 to be exact. He came out of the jungle. He came out with hundreds of rounds.
What's up, baby? Yeah, I'm well. How are you?
And hand grenades. The guy who dismissed him, his commanding officer, 29 years previously, had a
What up, Wesley? How you living, baby? Hope you're kicking ass taking names. Shout out to Wesley.
A government official shows up at his office and says, yeah, you know, one of those soldiers you wanted to kill 29 years ago, yeah, he's still in there and he will cover the issue. Tell him it's okay. He was found officially by a kid, a hippie kid is what the soldier called him. He called him a hippie kid. He said he was looking for wild pandas, the existence of pandas in the wild, the abominable snowman, and Lieutenant, oh no, lest you think that this is a once-in-a-lifetime Robinson Crusoe shipwreck kind of anomaly. He's not the only Japanese World War II soldier that surrenders in 1974. There's another one. 1972, there were two in in the 1960s. There were a bunch in the 1950s. And in the 1940s, after the war ended, sometimes whole units were still fighting. It was almost 3 years after the war ended, a unit of a couple of hundred of these Japanese soldiers with their heavy weapons finally surrendered. What the hell is that? Account for that. It's not just the Philippines. It was happening on places like Guam, for example, Saipan. I mean, there were people still running around caves after the war in Iwo Jima. It was fascinating that what you saw here didn't happen in the other theaters of war, because the other theaters of war Japanese. So fascinating, interesting cultures on the planet. Japanese expert large African-American colonies, unquestionably the most distinctive of all modern industrial societies culture-wise. And it is a fascinating example of how human beings can be stretched and trimmed and shaped like a bonsai tree by the cultural influences into many different diverse versions of ourselves. Anyone who's a fan of National Geographic, for example, sees the many different colorful cultures and subcultures all over the world, and the extreme differences of humankind, and how wonderfully pliable we are to the cultural influences that determine how we like to dress, what we think is attractive, little marks of status, all kinds of things. Now magnify that by all the eras humankind's ever been around, right? So not just the diversity of like different places all over the world, but all of those places all throughout history. You can see that.
Yo, Doc, what did you say? Okay.
All kinds of different extremes. It's what we can become. I mean, take the physical version.
What did they say? They say they should remain immune to ray where you are eating things. Oh well, gotta. Now you're just sending out Hanukkah presents. Yeah, I knew West Virginia, so I won't be showing up here for a while. Yeah, it's 3921 Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. Care of Rabbi Rothschild. 3921 Claremont, Claremont Street, Irvine, California, 92614. Got you, bitch.
Big, elongated skulls that go way far to the back. You wonder what they must have looked like.
Gotcha, bitch.
Roman looking at them, we might have thought that they were monstrous. However, I don't even know what was it. You might have thought that guy looked hot. So it's all like question, right? The color appearance of sticks and whatnot.
Around 40.
Sometimes it's not things.
326, dude.
The outside.
Dude, each one of these is a Mitsubishi Zero, dog.
Attitudes. We think of recognize reality is probably going to be culturally determined. I am a fan of extreme situations in history. The country that produced guys like you were extreme, and the cultural carrots and sticks were designed to take advantage of the civic attitudes that most societies consider to be positives and turn them up to such a high level of dial intensity that they took a bunch of things that might be considered good in another context to be dangerous. How can your culture impact things like duty and honor and patriotism and a willingness to sacrifice and lay down one's life for the greater good? I mean, these are all things that most societies figure out all sorts of cultural ways to encourage. How about just recognize it? Take, for example, a medal ceremony that might happen in the United States or in a war citation. Somebody was extra brave, extra heroic, or did something out of the ordinary, and maybe you get a medal. who get the medal, the person giving the award will say something like, for heroism, bravery, or sacrifice above and beyond the call of duty. There is a recognition, right, that there are limits to what normal people can be asked to do in normal times, right? If you exceed those expectations above and beyond the call of duty, you get a medal. But what if the cultural carrots and sticks of a given society have evolved in such a way so that there's almost nothing that is above and beyond the call of duty? Right? Culture expects, encourages, and only approves of a level of sacrifice on the part of every man, woman, and child in that society that most other cultures reserve for their most elite military units. Welcome to the world that the Japanese hope now was raised in. Back to Japan in 1974, a ghost-written book of his remembrances was created. It's called No Surrender, Whether Be Your War, and he describes the Japan he was raised in. He says, quote, "At that time, if a soldier who had been taken prisoner later managed to return to Japan, he was subject to a court-martial and a possible death penalty. Even if the penalty was not carried out, he was so thoroughly ostracized by others that he might as well have been dead. Soldiers were supposed to give their lives for the cause, not crawl in enemy prison camps. General Hideki Tojo's instructions for the military said explicitly," he's now quoting the instructions, quote, "He who would not disgrace himself must be strong. He must remember always the honor of his family and his community, and he must strive fervently to live up to their trust in him. Do not live in shame as a prisoner. Die and leave no ignominious crime behind you." When he leaves to go off to war, one of the things he takes with him is a family dagger that his mother says, "If you're captured, use this to kill yourself with." And I tried to think of any other mother sending her son off to war in any other major power in the Second World War with that kind of advice. It's interesting, isn't it? A very distinctive, different culture. Now, some might have a counter argument to this belief that the reason these Japanese holdouts were continuing to hold out was for it to be honor country, the emperor, that sort of thing, by pointing out that a bunch of these people said they didn't know the war was over. So maybe it's more of a sense of being isolated and not getting the news. But the counter argument to that has to do with the fact that these people were often told explicitly in many different ways that the war was over, and they chose not to believe it, and they chose not to believe it because it clashed with their mental indoctrination. So, for example, Hiro Noda, he had family members flown in at high expense to the Japanese government because Hiro Noda was still killing people in the Philippines after the war. He's not just sitting up there in the mountains by himself, but he killed 20 to 30 Filipinos. So that makes you want to tell this person in no uncertain terms and spend a little money to make it happen. Hey, they're killing people, the war's over. But Ananda didn't believe it. They left in newspapers. Here's how he puts it in the book with him. The search party left behind newspapers and magazines. Most of them were recent, and a lot of them contained articles about the Crown Prince's marriage. The newspapers, which covered a period of about 4 months, made a stack nearly 2 feet high. We thought they were reprints of real Japanese newspapers doctored up by the American Secret Service in such a way as to eliminate any news that the Americans did not want us to see. This was all we could think so long as we believed that the Greater East Asia War was still going on. And in a way, he writes, the newspapers confirmed that the war was still going on because they told a lot about life in Japan. If Japan had really lost the war, there should not be any life in Japan. Everybody should be dead. When I arrived in the Philippines in 1944, the war was going badly for Japan, he writes. And in the homeland, the phrase 100 million souls dying for honor was on everybody's lips. This phrase meant literally that the population of Japan would die to a man before surrender. I took this at face value, and I am sure many other young Japanese men my age did. He says, I sincerely believe that Japan would not surrender so long as any one Japanese remained alive. Conversely, if one Japanese were left alive, Japan could not have surrendered. He continues, after all, this is what we Japanese had all vowed to each other. We had sworn that we would resist the American and English devils until the last single one of us was dead. If necessary, the women and children would resist with bamboo sticks, trying to kill as many enemy troops as they could before being killed themselves. The wartime newspapers all played this idea up in the strongest possible language. Now, some of the slogans, one was, struggle to the end. Another was, the empire must be protected at any cost. Another one was, 100 million dying for the cause. He says, quote, I was virtually brought up on this kind of talk. End quote. When Onoda got back to Japan, some of the things that I read, some of his later actions indicate that he was less than happy with what had become of Japan after the war was over in terms of their national values, their intensity level of one another. Now, I can speak from experience that in the 1970s, the rest of the world loved Japan was still a very distinctive culture and very committed to, shall we call it, the above and beyond the Call of Duty ethic. They seemed very intense about that always. It was something that they took very seriously. They were known for, in fact, that people really liked things like Japanese products because you knew that they were going to be intense about, getting it done right. But to a guy raised by the standards of Onoda's era, this was not good. They lost something. And let me tell you what they probably lost, and the rest of the world would consider this to be a good thing, and I think modern Japanese would, for the most part, too. They weren't all prepared, every man, woman, and child, to sacrifice themselves anymore to the level of, the world's greatest military units, right? Act like Spartan hoplites, die on command of the emperor like Spartan hoplites. These people in the modern Japanese world were much more sensible. But in Hiro Onoda's world, there's a level of insanity that's starting to happen, and it's really complicated, but it kind of explains why the Japanese are this very distinctive, different major power in the Second World War, and why there's certain unique elements to the Pacific War against Japan that just wasn't present in the other theaters. Because as we said, the Japanese weren't. Quick little rundown might explain some important things. And by the way, Japanese culture is much debated, as you would expect, extremely complicated, and definitely a place to be left to experts. But let's just say there are some pretty obvious things that we should take note of that might help explain how you get such a distinctive people. And let me use a word here that I like. I like the word intense. I'll point out my stepfather's generation, and he fought in the Second World War. He believed that this regime and this government and this society that turned out a guy like Hiro Onoda was turning out fanatics. And that's a word that was much used amongst Allied troops, fanatics. They are automatons, they're robots. And I should point out that wartime propaganda played into this, but Americans kind of had this image of both the German opponent in the Second World War and the Japanese opponent as robots, but different kind of robots. The German robot was like the Vision in the Avengers, cold, robotic, mathematical, efficient, precise, and deadly because of it, right? But there's a coldness and a logical nature there. The Japanese is the other side of the robot spectrum. They're like foaming at the mouth, crazy robots. They don't stop. Their little finger will come after you if you leave that alone. I mean, they're ready to die for the emperor, excited to die for the emperor. They're a cartoon character that's extremely dangerous. And the word fanatic is a wonderful way to avoid having to look beneath the surface at any of the human motivations that might be forward. Fanatic is just an A to B sort of knee jerk in terms of the depth that they need to be examined. But real people that might be extremely motivated or feel extreme pressure and societal and cultural coercion to do something, for example, fly an aircraft piloted by them suicidally into an enemy ship, those people might have some really interesting motivations too, some interesting points of view. What do they think they're doing? What sort of a range of options and choices do they think they have? This becomes a much more human story when we realize two things. One, any of us could have been born there. There's a certain randomness, even if you believe in, a deity selecting everything about you. They could have selected that you end up in Japan in the 1920s. Go to school with Hiro Onoda. Besides that, there's a certain understanding that what happened in Japan can happen again. It will happen differently. Never looks the same. But look at the elements involved and wonder if you can't imagine them being filtered instead of through a Japanese cultural filter, the cultural filter of your society, but used the same way and turned to the same kind of uses and maybe turning out the same kind of intensity that the Japanese really seem to exude all throughout the story. Now, let me point out this wonderful phrase that was used by a rabbi to describe the Jewish people once, but I love it because I think it's a wonderful shorthand phrase that applies to a bunch of different, very distinctive people on the planet, and the Japanese are certainly one of those. So I'm going to substitute the word Jews with Japanese for this, but the rabbi said, the Japanese are like anyone else, only more so. Don't know if I got the exact wording correct, but the line is perfect because it denotes a level of intensity, right? They have all the same human qualities as you do, they just have them at a higher intensity level, right? You think you're a good gardener, and you're done when you're done, raking and taking care of it. Well, go look at a Japanese garden, you'll feel like you didn't do anything, right? The intensity with which they pay attention even to the little lines in the dirt. I mean, what happens if you take this intensity too far, dial it up too high? Even if we're talking about being intense about, are things that you normally consider to be positives in a less intense level. I mean, you got patriotism, you got duty, you got love of country, sacrifice for the state. I mean, all these things that so many people today would consider positives. How high do you have to turn the dial up on the intensity level, though, before they backfire on you? We already had one superhero reference in this conversation because it just happened, didn't it? But I got another one only because the Japanese holdouts, to me, isn't that sort of like a Japanese version of the Captain America backstory? Right, he's a Second World War person from the 40s, gets put to sleep essentially, gets awakened in the modern world, and is continually contrasting. The last thing he sort of remembered, in his mind, it was like last week he was in the 40s with the world he finds now and the values and all these modern different things. Aren't all these holdouts who are like gone for decades, aren't they all like Captain Japans in that sense? I mean, the Japan of the 1970s, despite the rock music, the blue jeans, and the longer hair that would have been on display for this Japanese war veteran, but the Japanese of the 1970s were still like everyone else, only more so. But in the eyes of someone like Onoda, it seems his attitude was not more so enough. So let's acknowledge a few things right away. The first thing is it's one of the oldest tropes in history that people look back and pine away for a golden age that they missed that really never existed, and old people do this anyway. So you probably got some of that going on. Let me also say that I know from personal experience, because it's the era I grew up in, that in 1974 there were a lot of World War II veterans from the United States of America that didn't look too fondly on the direction American culture was going, or think that the intensity level of devotion to ideas like duty and honor and patriotism and self-sacrifice was strong enough in the American culture of those days. So in a funny way, these bitter opponents in the Second World War, the Japanese Imperial Army and the U.S. military, would have had something in common if they were reminiscing about the kids today, in the early to mid-1970s. And yet on the surface, there does seem to be a little something different, doesn't there? From the Japanese to the Allied perspective, if you're pining away for the golden age on the Allied side, you're pining away for the things that brought you victory, right? If the kids today, have more honor, patriotism, love of country, we can do great things. Remember what we did in the war? We won the war, but the Japanese didn't win the war. The war was a tragedy for them on so many levels. So why would you look back on the values that kind of made you the kind of country you were, that you could fight a war like that fondly, if that's what it led to? Well, perhaps the devil's advocate counter-argument here is that yes, while these specific values and the intensity of the era, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being most intense, the Japanese during the era Hiro Onoda's growing up in are at an 11, and yes, that got them into trouble eventually. It led to Japan's downfall as a great power. But the counter-argument that can be made is Japan never would have been a great power had it very specific, distinctive nature of the Japanese. Let's understand, this is a people not quite unique, but darn near unique in the period of colonial domination by the colonial powers of the Western world that managed to avoid that. They did not avoid it because anybody was going soft on anyone else or because Japan wasn't a tempting target to snap up. They avoided it because they created the kind of society and military that made it impossible for somebody to snap them up. And they did this while coming from way behind in the technological race in almost miracle-like fashion that I think, and remember you are getting my full take on this for good or ill, but the intensity of the Japanese character is in large part, I think, a factor in this. When you start talking about like national characteristics, it bleeds very easily into weird territory, through racism type stuff, but it's not a Japanese racial thing that accounts for the way they are. It's a cultural one. It's carrots and sticks. But by the way, full disclaimer here, there's going to be a lot of race talk in this program. Not because it matters to me or because I think it's important, but because it matters to the people in this story and they think it's important. The late 19th, early 20th century is one of the high watermarks of, let's call it global racism and the pseudoscience of it. And it will impact this story. To give you just one example without going too deeply into it, there will be cases where we'll just take white Western society and use the terms that are popular at the time period because that's going to keep us grounded, right? We'll use the terms they used contemporaneously, but there will be white military powers that will get badly hurt from misjudging the capabilities of a non-white power simply because in racial terms they consider them kind of subhuman. We don't have to worry about those people because, listen, they're white and the word they used were monkeys. And the payback for that karmically is to get your rear end handed to you by a bunch of people, that you underrated because of some weird construct of racial superiority that warped your perception of reality. And of course, perception of reality eventually meets the real reality. And there was some payback there. More on that in a little bit. My point is we'll get to the racism thing and we'll talk about race because it matters in a story that's very multiracial in an era that's very racist. In this case, though, how do you figure out who the Japanese are and why they are the way they are? Well, first of all, this is a subject for experts. Obviously, Japanese culture has been much debated, even in the United States. I remember as a kid when they started outselling us so much on cars, a fascination with this Japanese corporate culture and the way they did things. So this is a much talked about thing. For a person like yours truly, I can only hit the big points. There are some obvious things that you can look at and go, wow, that must have affected the story. I don't know how. I don't know to what degree. I don't know how it mixes with the other factors, but boy, you can't ignore that. There's a couple of those I want to get into here because it helps explain how we get to where we are. Every society in the world, right, is a blend of old and new. In the case of Japan, the proportion of old to new includes a lot more old than most places. This is by design, and their history kind of consciously shows not just how they preserve this distinctive way of life, but how trying to preserve their distinctive culture can get them in trouble where they then need those qualities of intensity and everything we were talking about before to dig them out of a hole of their own creation. There's this interesting dynamic between the Japanese wanting to remain distinctive that causes problems that then their distinctivity requires them to help them get out of. Without going too deeply into that, let me explain a little of the background here. These big events that reading Japan for Dummies will help you understand. First of all, we all get the idea that geographically speaking, Japan has the opportunity to be different just because they're an island nation or a series of islands. Having that little bit of water that cuts you off from the mainland allows you at times, sometimes depending on the situation, long times to keep the ebbs and flows and tides and sometimes storms raging on the big continent away from your shores. Now, the fact that you're an island does not determine in any way, shape, and form how you develop. There's lots of different ways you could go for lots of different reasons. Take a look at something on a map that theoretically should be pretty similar. Take a look at Japan on a map and then take a look at the British Isles. Theoretically, these places should be somewhat analogous, shouldn't they? And yet, the Japanese will have periods in their history where they, as much as possible, try to limit contact with the outside world. That's just the way they wanted to go for reasons that are understandable once we get into them. And the English and British, in a larger sense, are just the opposite. A very outgoing country might be a good way to put it. So outgoing that by the time we're setting up this story we're getting into now, they directly or indirectly control a huge chunk of the globe. The Japanese culture is, of course, ancient, dates back to really early times. And the relationship that probably has meant the most in Japanese history to the development of that island nation is the one that they've had long term with China, the Jupiter of East Asia. If you ask a Chinese person, they might say it's the sun. Not a necessarily impossible to justify point of view either. If you think about China basically being the superpower of East Asia throughout most of human history, except for certain periods of time when it reaches certain low points in power. When the civilizational stock market dips for the Chinese stock, most of the time the China of the world is at least as powerful as today's modern day China is, and it helps keep things sort of stable. I had a Chinese history professor that said that if you wanted to make an argument, you could perhaps say that the entire Second World War and the pre-Second World War in Asia is a result of China's historic weakness during that time period. And it's interesting because if you think about modern day China plugged into that era, you can't imagine any of that happening at all. Instead, the normal powerhouse of the region, the Jupiter, is eclipsed in the time period leading up to the Second World War, which creates a vacuum that, like my professor said, if you wanted to, you could probably get a B+ on a paper when you tried to tie that together with the reason everything was happening. Right? You have a vacuum in China and a very wealthy territory that seems to be available in an era where the great powers of the world probably could be compared to a bunch of ravenous sharks looking to snap up an increasingly small and dwindling supply of yummy territories. That, of course, later on in our story, in the case of the Japanese and the relationship to China, I had a buddy that compared it once to a big brother, little brother relationship, which I thought was kind of compelling. Here was his thinking. He said that China, of course, is big brother, and that for most of their early relationship, little brother tags along, learning from big brother, pretending to be big brother, emulating big brother. But at a certain point along the way, as they both mature, there comes a time in their relationship where little brother can reliably kick big brother's ass. And that changes the nature of the relationship somewhat. If you're looking at this, though, through the wide-angle, long-view lens, I think you'd have to say that the relationship, despite the occasional sibling spats and pirate activity, has been peaceful and mutually beneficial, especially beneficial if you're looking at this from the Japanese point of view. Because like all of China's neighbors, they will benefit continually and in an ongoing fashion over the centuries from Chinese innovations. And off the top of my head, think about writing that the Japanese take and convert to a Japanese style, but it's from China originally. A ton of philosophical ideas, an entire governmental organizational sort of template, religious concepts till the cows come home. My goodness, how about the most Japanese, as I think about an institution of all? The emperor itself might be an innovation taken from China, maybe as far back as the 7th century AD. What's funny though is like all foreign innovations, the Japanese managed to take these things and turn them Japanese somehow in a way that instead of changing Japan's distinctive culture, somehow is just woven into it. Now, there have been opportunities in history, we shall call them historical close calls, when Japan could have fallen victim to the same outcome that many wonderful distinctive cultures all over Eurasia fell to at one time or another. Occasionally you get these great historical blending opportunities, sometimes that occur against the will of the people being blended, and this will take those wonderful distinctive cultures and sort of homogenize them. If you're talking about whiskey, it's a blended sort of thing, whereas a place like Japan is a wonderful distinctive single malt. time, the little bit of water separating Japan, as we said earlier, from being a part of these great blending opportunities. But in the late 1200s, you have a couple of close calls. The Mongol conquests are going on, and they're blending cultures all over Eurasia with each other, against their will. They will run out of room to conquer any more in East Asia. They run up against water eventually, but the Mongol manifest destiny being what it is. By the time Genghis Khan's grandson, the great Kublai Khan, is on the throne of China, he'll launch 2 amphibious assaults over the waves on Japanese islands. First of all, imagine that for a minute. In the late 1200s, tens of thousands of troops over the waves, and you don't just have to get them there, you have to supply them the whole time they are there, and for a significant amount of time. I mean, we're talking many weeks. The Japanese will fight these armies to a standstill with an absolutely ferocious defense. Now, in the defense of Mongol admirers everywhere, this is not a Mongol army as you would normally think of it. Most of it is a bunch of Korean and Chinese auxiliaries who are conscripts and don't want to be there because, after all, their countries have been conquered by these same Mongols. Nonetheless, a ferocious defense that provides time for Mother Nature to intervene twice. Now, let me tell you, as a military history nut, looking at this battle shaping up, I'm like a boxing fan who's bought the pay-per-view and is very excited about this conflict, only to have it end in a Japanese victory by disqualification due to kamikaze twice. The kamikaze, of course, the famous divine wind, the wind of the gods. This wind that comes up and so badly damages this Mongol-Chinese fleet twice that it has to call off the invasion and go back home. When you think about what would have happened to this distinctive Japanese culture and how it would have been strangled in the cradle that the Mongols conquered Japan and homogenized it and governed it with officials that might be from 45 different peoples. I mean, bring in a good old Russian governor to control Japan for a while and see what happens to that distinctive Japanese single malt whiskey, when you start adding all these other elements. So that's why it's an important historical event. And this kamikaze is, of course, the deciding factor. But if the Japanese military can't hold off these Mongol forces as long as they did, they never have time for the weather to intervene. So the key to the whole thing at ground zero was the Japanese organization and military system. It was a cultural system, one might call it an organic system, that was similar and is often compared to the broad contemporary system in Europe. The Japanese, during the Mongol-Chinese invasions, were in a feudal stage, it's often said, at the same time when Europe was in a feudal stage. It's a really dicey subject. I mean, a lot of people complain about trying to fit the square peg of Japanese culture into the round hole of the European historical template. I mean, the context of things like knights and feudalism is a European context. The problem is it's the best analogy for Europeans to understand the situation in shorthand, even with all the problems attached to it. Maybe you could say both Europe and Japan starting to explore the early ideas of statehood and that kind of thing. Both cultures with a hereditary warrior class that made up an aristocracy that had a bunch of fighters who, as individuals, compete for the title of most dangerous warrior of all time, right? If you were a military historian buff, where would you place samurai, the core of the Japanese army for hundreds of years, the cutting edge, the same way that knights were in Europe? Hard to not place samurai in the top 10. A lot of people make an argument for the top 5. I think you have to put samurai on the top 10 list based on morale alone. I don't think there's ever been an army that's had higher morale than what samurai bring to the table. I mean, even knights, who I love, and who will fight to the death. I mean, it happens all the time, but not usually. Usually, when you kill enough knights, they rout. That's an unusual thing to happen to samurai. They are more willing to die than perhaps any other troop type you can think of. And if you find troops that are as willing to die, usually it's a small group of special elite or unusual fanatical people, the berserkers over in the old Scandinavian armies or what have you. This is a huge chunk of any Japanese army. And one of the best comparisons, I think, that does sort of fit when you start saying, okay, what's similar about knights and samurai is that the real thing when it comes to these kind of warriors, the real deal as they were in history, is different than the way they were romanticized later. And we all get this. I mean, think about King Arthur for a minute, and courtly love, and jousting, and the Holy Grail. I mean, think of that kind of the sword in the stone. Think of the romanticizing of what was certainly, I mean, if you're comparing the Knights of the Round Table, you know, in the late 19th century works to something like real knights, well, think about how much the reality differs from the romantic version. Well, the samurai had the same situation going in the 1400s and 1500s, for example. This is the golden age of samurai warfare. Not the golden age of samurai, the golden age of the real thing, the warfare. The gritty, bloody, crimey, horrible, and let's be honest, venal sometimes warfare that is the real thing. I mean, you have samurai who fight all the time during this period because there's a lot of wars. Sometimes you're fighting the Chinese, like we said, but most of the wars are with other Japanese armies and with other samurai. There were hundreds of thousands of these guys, and they fought a lot. In the late 1500s, there will be a lot of fighting. Japan is in the process of some very big wars that will lead up to a big battle. It's famous, the Sekigahara battle in 1600. There was like 170,000 people supposed to be there, and when one side beat the other, it was the big push over capsize moment when Japan kind of gets unified. That's a very quick sounding process the way I said it, but that battle tips things over to a point where you get a new government that sort of unites Japan. The government is called the Tokugawa Shogunate, sometimes referred to as the Bakufu. I hope I mispronounced that name properly. I believe I did. Now, as the name implies, the country is nominally run by something called a shogun, translated often as like generalissimo, military dictator, a hereditary usually, by the way, military dictator. Japan's history, look at a timeline, and it's littered with these shogunates. And when the shogun is running the show, the emperor is a figurehead. Now, the dictionary may say that the shogun runs things, but in reality, he's dealing with a bunch of local lords, these people called daimyos. Japan during this time period split up into about roughly 200 separate little areas, and each one of these areas has its local lord, and they raise their own taxes, they raise their own military forces, they owe allegiance to the central government, but they have broad ranges of powers to deal with everything in their own domain, their own way. You can see why maybe people can be forgiven for applying the feudalism tag to that, because on a surface level it kind of looks that way, doesn't it? The entire period is sometimes known as the Edo period, Edo being the old name for Tokyo, and that era lasts from the early 1600s to like 1868, some 250 years. That's going to leave a mark, culturally speaking, wouldn't you think? And the fact that it's going to go on until the time of Hiro Onoda's parents or grandparents means that it's going to leave a mark that persists even on the soldiers fighting for Japan in the Second World War. It's an immensely influential period. And part of the reason it's so influential is it's a time where the cultural head binding is particularly tight. And the Edo period is known as, I would suggest, a double-edged sword, a good and bad kind of thing. On the good side, in the early 1600s, I'm not sure there's a cleaner place to live than Edo, Japan. For a mild germaphobe like myself, probably the only place I could go back to in the time machine if I had to run away from the present and take refuge in the past, where I wouldn't be totally freaked out. Pretty safe, very safe, compared to most other cities of its size around the world at that time period. Pretty darn literate, very artistic, population flourishing, but it also has a level of cultural repression that it would be difficult for modern people living in the free world anyway to put up with. In one story I was reading, said that Edo, Japan has most of the features in embryo of a totalitarian type state, you know, in the early 1600s, including things like thought police. One of the things they crack down on is people who aren't particularly happy staying in their place. They will lock in a system that keeps people in their place. They're all about the status quo. And if you violate that, the repression can be particularly harsh. They will, in a sense, weed out malcontents and people that cause trouble, and particularly nonconformist types. I should point out that if you're comparing early Tokugawa Japan to other countries, you know, for example, go to the West and see what they're doing. They're totally up in your intellectual business there too, weren't they, in the early 1600s? I mean, they got heresy trials. They're burning people at the stake, and you don't have freedom of speech. You don't have freedom of thought. So not that different in the early 1600s, but over the entire course of the Tokugawa shogunate, things are going to change on the other side of the world. And by design, they're not going to change anywhere near as much in Japan. Now, the reason that this period is particularly harsh on internal dissent and free thought and all that has to do with the priorities of the Bakufu, because they're less concerned about some foreign invasion coming from Eurasia, like a bunch of Mongols or something, than they are about somebody domestically overthrowing them. They're kind of afraid of the common people, you know, getting weird foreign ideas in their head that make them uppity. They're also afraid of people like themselves, other samurai, because history shows that they're the most dangerous class to fear if you are the ruling elite. Your own people are the most likely to kill you. So in a peaceful society with no outside threat, the Tokugawans are worried about something happening domestically. The Japanese are worried about dangerous foreign ideas undermining their society and corrupting their population, leading them astray, might be the way they would put it. And their answer to this is to close Japan to the rest of the world. That's what the Tokugawa are famous for. And of course, that's not really what they did, but when I was growing up, that's the way the history books put it. Historian Mary Jensen points out that it's a sign of the, you know, ethnocentricity of that era, that you would think that closing trade with the West is the equivalent of cutting yourself off from the entire world. Because the Japanese still, most of the time, traded with China, Korea, places like that. But in an attempt to, you know, keep Japanese society from being polluted with these outside intellectual contagions, they will shut down trade with most of the rest of Europe. Over time, it should be pointed out. But nonetheless, that's how they're going to try to address some of their worry about the population getting uppity and agitated. The other thing the Tokugawa have to get a handle on, and that they're known for, is solving the samurai problem that they inherit. After all, if you're famous, as the Tokugawa are, for bringing peace to Japan, maybe for the first time in a sustained way in hundreds of years, what do you do with all those professional warriors that are part of a hereditary, aristocratic warrior class whose entire role in society is to be the fighters, you know, in a time of widespread, sustained peace? It's actually a big problem, and there's a lot of economic points that are brought into this discussion. So you bring out a history book and it'll say something like, well, this is an economic class now that has nothing to do, but they suck up an enormous amount of resources, blah, blah, blah. R. Taggart Murphy had the best thing I ever saw, though, when he was discussing, let's call it the human side of this. And you think about it and you go, well, I can totally see that. It's the problem of having a bunch of people who grow up emulating the great warrior deeds of their samurai ancestors, who train for war all the time, whose whole point in the society is as a warrior, and who never get to use their skills. Anybody who spent 5 minutes in a martial art knows the feeling of wondering, as you sit there and practice even the most basic rudimentary moves, I wonder what this would be like in a real situation. So imagine with these young, Murphy doesn't use the term, but it's implied, testosterone-fueled, ambitious young Japanese people who only want to achieve what their ancestors have achieved. But their ancestors lived in a wartime environment and they live in a peacetime environment, imagine how well the idea of idle hands are the devil's tools works for them. So they had to have, and one of my histories had a great way of putting it, they had to have their energies redirected into another part of society. What were you going to do with all these samurai? How were you going to justify the cost to society? Give them another job. And the Tokugawans take this warrior class and they put them in the bureaucracy. And they start having them do management jobs. They become the sort of the organs of the state. And the part that's kind of interesting to our story is they kind of do it in a way that implies or mandates, I don't know what the right term is, that they take their samurai values with them into their new jobs. It's even weirder than that, though, because it's during this period now that the samurai don't fight anymore, that they actually kind of double down on the ethical standards. They get more conservative, more unyielding, more militaristic. Part of it is because they're romanticizing the earlier past now, so they actually think that these samurai they admire from the warrior period had higher ethical standards than they really did, and they're going to try to live up to those.
What's up, gangsters?
Murphy says about both that paradox and the fact that, hey, listen, the warrior ethics that worked well on the battlefield will work well in the bureaucracy. He writes in his book, Japan and the Shackles of the Past. There was, in fact, hardly any occasion for samurai to put their martial training into practice. As the actual experience of battle receded into the mists of history, the ethos of the samurai became paradoxically ever more rigid and militaristic, with stress on absolute loyalty to the superior, preparedness to carry out any order even at the risk of death, and a disdain for softness and physical comfort. End quote. He continues a little bit later, quote, but it was not just the austerity, the whole samurai ethic, the disciplined, unquestioning response to any order, the personal rectitude and contempt for moral or physical laxity served just as well to shape a compliant bureaucracy as it had originally done to form a vigorous military. End quote. Now, obviously, there's an incongruity here, though, over the stakes involved in different environments. If you're adopting an intensity level that seems apropos to a battlefield environment, a situation where people could die, there's life or death here if you don't follow your honor, duty, loyal, tradition, all this kind of stuff, and now expect those same kinds of standards of intensity to apply to a situation that is not life or death, kind of create an incongruity there, don't you? And if those were never even really the standards in the days that you're admiring anyway, well, that makes it even more unrealistic, doesn't it? We said that the 1400s and 1500s were the golden age of samurai fighting, but the 1600s and the 1700s are the golden age of creating the fleshed-out samurai of mythology, where he's not just a warrior, he's a Confucian scholar, he's a literate, ethical judge of the rest of the common people, he's a poet, a flower arranger, a calligraphist, and many other things. If you want to look at this from a class perspective, Mary Speed Jensen have an interesting line suggesting that some of the non-samurai people living in Japan might have seen them more like an occupying army that stayed generation after generation. Interesting counter way to look at it. It is worth pointing out, though, that the samurai had many different grades and ranks, and at the top ranks, these are the guys who are like running the country, the big, powerful samurai, who are never going to have to worry about their place in society. But at the bottom rung of samurai, those people can be practically poor, just keeping their head above water. Now you put them into the Japanese version of the DMV job, and life is tough for these people, and it's squeezing them, and it doesn't feel so special to some of them to be samurai anymore. They certainly often don't remember too much how to fight. I read a quote from somebody writing in the 1800s that said the samurai are as weak as women now. They just sit around and do nothing. There's no martial training at all. But the expectation level of conduct could be life or death. I mean, one of the things that we should deal with real quickly here is the Japanese propensity, and you'll see it on display in the Second World War all the time, for suicide. This also can probably be traced back in large part, especially the military version of this, to the samurai, where a battlefield ethic might require you to do something that extreme in some situations. It gets looking a little fanatical when it's applied to situations that are nowhere near that extreme. A What started as a ritual sounds to me more
I get the feeling that if I don't empty my piss Pyrex within 24 hours, with each subsequent 24 hours, I can smell the piss approximately 2 feet away. Science. Look at this. We built 8 Japanese zeros. I don't really like that as the analogy. Here's the thing though, with any analogy, when it comes to war, basically, every civilization has fallen. So, Empire Japan, except those that are historical. That's what I was thinking. It's like a Mongol invasion. What the fuck?
Military by enlisting in the Army. RMB will be enlisting according to their respective procedure.
As I said, we know for closing Japan, they don't really close it. They begin to choke off trade with the West. Eventually, we get to the point down to trade. One Western power, the Dutch. So they've got the Dutch isolated in one port, Nagasaki. And eventually they build a little man-made island right off the coast. And they connect it to the little ramp. Well, they have samurai guards the ramp. It's basically you have to show the papers when you interact with Japanese on the stage. And they're worried about all kinds of things, but like the number one intellectual contagion of Tokyo is they're worried about Christianity. Japanese Christians, which was part of the early on until the era. The problem that Japanese had Christianity is the same problem that a lot of other places had. Look at how the problem that Rome had, for example, before Rome went Christian. It says, just like Judaism, that there is a Lord that is supreme over the earthly above things. And certain kinds of emperors have problems with that, right? Japan, the problem that the Tokugawa saw is, listen, your loyalty is to your daimyo, your lord, to the shogun, or your parents, or there's a whole Confucian hierarchy here. That's part of the list of people you owe your allegiance to, loyalty to, your devotion to. And there's no place for some Christian god at the top of the food chain here, so it's a threat. It's hard to see anyone, but it's the most visibly obvious one, and it's something that others like Shogun and his compatriots about the Europeans' entirety. They would ask a lot of questions about Protestants and Catholics to try to understand the lineage, and eventually they were so convinced. So your houses, you're all out. But think of all the stuff Japan misses because it's not engaging fully with the rest of the world, European powers. I mean, just off the top of my head, you see the Enlightenment, the French and American Revolution, the Industrial Revolution, the Polish Revolution of 1848, Marx, all this stuff. And remember, these things are tsunamis. Places like social revolutions, big wars. In 1800, you can say, well, the way that people experienced them at the time that they happened is that at least they got them one at a time, usually, and in the right order. So sometimes you have to recover from one thing to the next one hits you. It's time to sort of incorporate, absorb lessons, what happened from that era. When Japan eventually will have to join the rest of the world, they're going to get all that stuff at once, out of order, and they're not going to build up the intellectual union systems. They're going to be like people in the Americas at first contact with actual contagions, the intellectuals. That's how they do it. Medical problems the Japanese writers and whatnot actually saw it. This is hundreds of boxes showing stripes. System of government not really doing its job. Theoretical habits on Western food show us up in Japan's harbors and basically says you don't get to stay closed in each story about the rights calls the policy of seclusion because it doesn't really mean closed. But basically, to people who showed up in Japan in the 50s, this is an American thing, by the way, a couple of Matthew Perry. And as far as he's concerned, they're closed. And that's what we stop. So there will be 2 visits by Matthew Perry during his time Japan. So they were never really closed, so they can never really be open. But those are the terms of this crisis. And this is sometimes thrown into the gunboat diplomacy category because Japan didn't necessarily want to do this. Just as an aside, the historical twilight zone moments is the military story of entire pains. He talks about Matthew Perry's 50 years before the Civil War showing up from a completely medieval kind of people and military awaiting him sort of on the shoreline. Dyer says they were no guys, but Perry's mention says they were guys, but makes it sound like they were taken out of a museum. And so when Perry shows up, he sees a society where they all have swords and spears and body armor and that kind of thing. That's a pretty cool contrast right there. That was a crucial thing for the Japanese side because when the rest of the world shows up and forcibly opens Japan, Japan finds out how outgunned it is. So outgunned, foreign barbarians from imposing their will on Japan. And they will quickly, just the United States, everybody kind of comes in on to realize Japan was open for business, so let's throw some money into the treaties there. But at the same time, recently focused on China. And I think it's safe to say that by 1860, you see a Japan that is potentially on the road to being a colonial victim. This inability to resist great powers. The United States was really not a great power during this time. You call them a higher second tier power in this time period. The inability of Japan to resist that was almost like a strong place that Japan's back for the show. They were already kind of certainly finding it tough to evolve into 250 basically human beings. And so not being able to defend Japan's interests over a period of years, they had a line for them. The next government in Japanese history is never going to forget that job was and is make sure you can defend Japan's territory and interest in culture. That's how the Tokugawa Shogunate era in Japanese history is known as the Meiji Restoration. Meiji, by the way, the emperor during this time period. Restoration refers to the way this whole thing's going to be built. It's a story that is akin to Tolkien's The Return of the King. This is the return of the emperor. In effect, acknowledging the fact that under this military dictatorship, the emperor really hasn't been in charge. This explains why everything goes in a handbasket. So when you return things to the way they're supposed to be in harmony with the good respect to the golden age where the emperor runs things again, anything not ever done. Certainly, during the periods when they were ridiculous, they were distant past. But nonetheless, it sounds good to everybody, right? Let me in charge. How much the emperor's actually running things versus how much it's mostly samurai class oligarchs are running things. But you're a power, you're a dynasty of individuals who are part of this wave of Japanese rulers who take government and try to do a crash course in modernization in order to survive. This is part of the European style to bring back values and intensity in a time period that led to such a disastrous end result as the end war. You might come values in the town and given their age restoration. Great and clear-eyed, range visions of these people in controlling Japan and age restoration is the fact that they clearly understand this adapt or die dilemma that Japan is in. Make the case that the same dilemma most victims of colonialization faced at one time or another. Because what ends up happening is when potential colonizers show up and meet you as a clock tick, at some point you have to be able to resist encroachment. You can take it off this country. And the Japanese, by the way, they make up to the rest of the world. This is how they view it. This is a total dog-eat-dog world. There are predators and there are prey. They desperately need prey in situations that they find themselves in to the predator one quickly. And you don't know how long you have. Most of these countries that turn out to be colonial, Mark Taggart Murphy said, 3 cases that are 40 minutes. That sounds like a pretty low score to me. Even if I had a it's instructive. These are the only 3 places that are direct or indirect Western or European colonialism. Ethiopia, Siam, just Thailand now, Japan. The reason why is because this adapt or die dilemma is almost impossible to overcome. Most of these countries that fell to colonial powers could have overcome it. Given time, you don't have time. Because the one stuff you have to do to ramp yourself up to the level so that you can compete and resist these kinds of great powers takes too long. Because it's easy to forget this. In the later part of the 19th century, in order to maintain a first-class military by the great power standards of the time, your entire society has to be devoted and organized in a way to gird it as a foundation. It doesn't seem like that, but that's the way it is. And so we'll find out, hey, we gotta catch up real fast, or somebody's gonna get us. We gotta be able to resist it when they land on our shores or fight us. That takes longer than most places have. Aging restoration rules clearly say that they've got this clock ticking, so they need a mammoth amount of change, and they need it as quickly as possible. And that's what makes this whole thing a miracle. The aging government, which is usually called aging oligarchs, later we call the cabal, working in conjunction with the emperor or lion. Not spoken much about the emperor, but they're trying to ride the tiger in terms of a balance. They understand, as I said, the adapt or die situation. Are they only ones who adapt as much as they have to not die? They still want to preserve the Japanese culture as much as they can. Right? So they're not the Tokugawans or the cultural headlines to that level, but they still are the oligarchy. Even though they want to promote more men of merit, they feel like that's necessary. They don't want to get crazy, and they're a little afraid of the masses. Look at their money. So they want to go as far as they have to compete, but no farther. What happens when you have a society now that's modernizing aging restoration will accomplish so much that basically governmental decisions are hard enough to imagine. I can't imagine my country being in the top 5 because it's resistance ideas. But forget that. It's one thing to stroke of a pen or a calligraphy brush and say, we're going to start doing this now. It's another thing to have a culture, and not just a culture, a traditional culture, and not just a traditional culture, a culture that the government has encouraged, or unnaturally traditional element to it. And saying, okay, guess what, we're modernizing now, and we're doing it quickly for our own survival. There's an account from the British observer that in Japan during this transformation out of aging restoration, because in addition to all the governmental changes, all the major things on that level, he talks about what it's like to just see how Japan changed in terms of its culture in like a decade. And he talks about the samurai guy who taught him the Japanese language. And he says the guy had a sword and a ponytail. And I think that's what Japan was like when he first got there. He says, I distinctly remember, this is his words, the Middle Age. And tassel machine. He says, I distinctly remember the Middle Ages. And then he says, you know, less than 10 years later, he says, I tell you all the things they speak about manipulation. And all the talk is bicycles, the Silk Road that smears on it. Think about what that does to a culture. Because you can transform a society through constitutions, which the Meiji provides, with a parliament, which the Meiji provides, with courts and banks and finance systems. This is amazing stuff, right? They will intentionally launch an industrial revolution. All that stuff is hard on any society. Think about how hard it was on the ones that got to have all these historical moments happen to them, one at a time. Right over the Japanese extra traditional culture gets to have all this stuff happen in like 10 years. This is the story about the Meiji Restoration, which is good because I knew everybody has already. But it's such an amazing time period. There are very sober historians. There are some of these Meiji oligarchs, some of these really dynamic people, figures like George Washington. The Turks played in the Ottoman state and laid the foundation for the Turkish state. But this is a big deal. These people are august figures that are formidable, and some of them will live on as advisors, advisory government. Some of these guys will still be advising Japan on the course of action into the 1930s, which puts them squarely on course to go right into our story. Think about how they would handle their task, though, your task. So if I said to you, listen, you're in an adapt or die situation, you have to modernize your society as fast as possible. What's job one? What do you do first? The Japanese did, and smart, think about it, is they looked around and they sent out observers, people to go all the Tokugawa regime had been very insolent. This is like 180 return because they have to. The government sends out observers and students all over the world, and they have to come back and report on what all the different countries do well. Right? This country does industrial production well. This other one does agriculture well. This other one does military stuff well. Whatever it might be, and the Japanese copy of them. As I said, smart, right? They'll do the same thing with their government. And the way the Japanese are looking at this, Murphy makes this clear. Listen to one of the writers. There's a predator or prey along the jungle thing going on in the later 19th century. And the job the Japanese see for themselves is to convert themselves from something that's seen as potential prey to something that's seen as obvious predator. So the Japanese want to be taken seriously by the other great powers, so they have to also copy some form of government that the great powers have. What is the template that they're going to build this new modern Japanese government on? It's a conscious effort to create a modern state. You have lots of choices if you're looking at, say, European examples, don't you? They sort of run the gamut, the entire spectrum. You go all the way over to one side, and you have like a British or a French system, God forbid, the American system, but you know, rights of man, a parliament, representative to some degree, government, all these kinds of things. In the case of the Japanese process, can we say that the Meiji Restoration giving Japan some soft land for to maybe go with friends and so maybe you go to something with a little bit more military muscle built into the constitutional design. This is the period where Prussia is active, become united Germany. This is a transition period for them. But either way, it's a muscular military in terms of all states organized. Kaiser, comes supreme warlord. That's the kind of thing autocrats and groups like that. Or you can just go, turn the dial all the way to the other side and go full Tsar if you want to. Tsar of Russia, of course, during this period. And autocrat, this whole fetched throwback to the divine right of kings. His position is divinely ordained, the social hierarchy by God. This is not a person fearful of Christianity, like the Japanese were. So the Tokugawa regime, this person is wrapped up in Christian. Presented to his people as one step below deity. The Tsar's regime is also notably hostile to his talk of democracy and social agitation. The Japanese are regarded as much as above the Russian ones. The Japanese political system that actually takes the whole idea of the Tsar wrapped up as the chosen man of God one step further, creates an emperor that is a god. Creates how about works. A historian talking about how this government will take the Shinto sect of Japanese religions and work for state purposes, but they're going to do this with a lot of things. They're going to form Bushido, or the samurai past, they're going to form Shintoism, or the past. Otherwise, just like everyone else, or more so. Go look at the late 19th century, early 20th century textbooks for kids. Maybe something along the lines of it doesn't matter what great power which country you go to, the book's going to be entitled, have your flag on it. The title could say something, here's what's so great about us, because that's what they kind of sound like. And if you want to remind Americans, because I grew up with just the films of this land, and if you open up those books and look at how they portray George Washington, would not call him a dictator. He was portrayed, and I think people believe this at this time, as a guy who never lied, as this archetype figure. I guess we can all understand it. Very romanticized. There were no wins. He was portrayed as a superhuman. It's a pretty interesting guy, I'm not saying, but you know what I mean. This is part of national mythology. So during this era, Japan took this and turned it into a weapon. First of all, they had the Tsar, who was only chosen by God, and they wrapped the emperor into a worldly version of Shintoism that got worldly over time and turned him into a god. Full disclaimer here, I've done a public sampling of Japanese opinion 100 years ago and asked people in history whether or not the emperor was a god. I'm going to guess here that you get somewhere in the 85% range that says yes anywhere. I don't know that that's true at all. But the point is that this was an existing thing that the government, for its own state purposes, like most governments anywhere, took and used by wrapping the entire organization as far as state purposes. Now, in terms of the power of the emperor figure, all I can say about that is good luck to determine that. And it's such a key story because it's who's responsible for this or that decision has deadly horrible consequences. Where's the buck stop in this system? You're not going to be able to portray through it. There's several layers of veil that cover the way the Japanese government works on it. They deliberately at the times. Some of it to insulate the royal court from the bloodiness of traditional politics and civil government. When I was a kid, the history is taught to me under the second was like a figure-head sort of to a military dictatorship, not unlike a 20th century version of the shogun. Nowadays, there are surprised with history by historians like Rabbi that suggest that's not true. But maybe it was a conspiracy theory when I was growing up. Isn't such a conspiracy theory. The idea that the emperor had his reputation laundered the way engineers and scientists who had worked for the Nazis did in Operation Paperclip. So maybe the way you make the emperor an okay figure to be a post-war figure on a global geopolitical goal or chessboard is to launder his past by saying, hey, listen, he was a tool of the military dictatorship. He didn't have the power, and he did. The way the system's designed, this military restoration system, the emperor's supposed to be like the top of the apex of the Japanese social hierarchy. And theoretically, he controls everything. He has the power to reach down through layers of the bureaucracy and create justice and solve problems and cut through red tape. what's the likelihood of single figures going to be? As they say, well, one person's in charge of everything, everybody's in charge of anything. And you can see how this gets the entire nation state into trouble, for example, when you look at the relationship in the system, the nature restoration constitutional system of the emperor to the armed forces. The army and the navy of Japan don't owe their allegiance to the nation state of Japan. They owe their allegiance to the emperor personally. In fact, they're kind of taken out of the realm of politics altogether and put into his hands for his uses as he sees fit. But what if he could never get involved in the situation? What happens is the political leaders have no control over the military. The military can say, hey, the emperor stays in his room, doesn't bother anyone. It's a little like that. The potential power of the emperor versus the reality of the situation that he encompasses as a major life. The incredible hope is that it's just so perfect in this situation. Because when the guy wants to, and this seems to be almost like the role of the emperor way back in ancient times, they have all this latent power, but they don't use it very often. So it's the hope, but they don't turn to the hope very often. This was not consistent when they did. So when they do, they get to pounds of violence, war crimes, investigations after the war, story that really makes sense. They were Japanese emperors. They were trying to figure out if the guy had the power to stop the war. All he has to do is turn into the incredible hope. It's in a world that now in France. Why didn't he end it at the beginning before millions of people just died? Right? It's very frustrating. In the West, look at the society, try to figure out where the limits of power are. We're very comfortable with a couple of different things, right? That we're used to. If you say you have a ruler and you have like Magna Carta, Constitution that dictates what they can do, we totally get that, right? Bring in the magnifying glass. Texas, you can't do this, you can't do that. This other stuff is working. You know, we get that, and a lot of that. Unfortunately, we also have a lot of the other extreme. We get that too. You know, that one, that's the Pharaoh God, Julius Caesar, Joseph Stalin, Genghis Khan thing. We have nothing written down because there's nothing to total power. Japanese emperor is neither one of those things, but seems to be bound by what historians of Phoenix call and ethos of restraint uses power, right? Something that's bound by things that are not things that are very difficult for outsiders to perceive. Because for much of this stuff, you have to have your cultural set to the Japanese setting. Most of the time, you're amazing decades of study being Japanese. But so the outsider, it's difficult for us to understand when we get to the Japanese emperor and this core protocol and tradition and a bunch of other considerations we might need to hit as a Magna Carta or a constitution would be to sum it up. You're trying to figure out how the emperor interacts with the military, and they all interact with the prime minister, parliament, the privy council, the general, and all these other elements in that society drive you crazy. And it looks like the people at the time understood it. But I couldn't even think of a shorthand to describe it. So one of the rare times I went to look for somebody else's shorthand to describe it, and I ended up on Wikipedia, which was the first time using something from there, but it was perfect. They described this government, remember, with limitations and illusions. This is a good government. There's some real lines of power. He's described it as a quote, form of mixed constitutional life, absolute monarchy. A form of mixed constitutional absolute monarchy. What is it that the term absolute monarchy sort of makes the rest of that phrase moot? Here's the wild part. That is what it is, kind of. That's a good description of it. But that's not a description that really makes any sense or helps you figure out who's in charge of the place. One thing you can't say about it is that by injecting a taste or a religious level of fervor into this state and this culture at this time, trying to deliberately just as for state purposes, ratchet up the intensity level yet again, because they don't when they were always injecting religious diseases, that means people don't get more serious and passionate about it. And in this case, that was not a bug, that was a feature. And I don't mean to say, because I think most of the other ways are controlled legislation, the tools they can use to keep people under their social justice. What an amazing tool this idea that the emperor is divine is. Look at how if you buy into the state propaganda, look at how it completely changes your logical calculations. If you buy the parameters, it turns your mind against you. Rational mind, for example, if you buy the two pillars in the system that's going to be drilled into the heads, increases in Japanese students as they grow up, that the emperor is responsible for all the decisions that are made in terms of charting the course of the nation and the policies. And also that the emperor is basically superhuman. There's the logical choice to make in terms of accepting in government's point of view where things, the course of the nation, anything else, doesn't it become illogical if you buy those parameters to think that you have any business in questioning the authority? I mean, this is basically God. They see things from a higher perspective. You're an idiot to say that for your position, you should be questioning that level of authority. If you buy that level of authority, that's the most intense it got. Restored the public school system, copying the great powers with some of the secret sauce that made those great powers dominant. But they also needed a literate population to man all those industries and all those other things that were going to support their modern military. So it was a no-brainer. But, you could all say that nobody objects to children learning to read. The question that always comes to the fore is where they read it. In this case, as in every country, it's pretty propaganda states the Japanese case where it tends the most. And in the same way that the United States may have had a little bit of a hero worship over George Washington, Japan may have a little bit of a worship with the Japanese emperor. And you think about how this came. I'm just thinking about differences in how a country has to inject national knowledge into a population. These Japanese school children, increasingly, if you boil it down to the subject matter, they're all learning things that we different things to teach countries. Love of country, sacrifice, honor your parents, respect authority. These are all values that all the school systems of Japanese were imitating or teaching. And the Japanese parents at the time probably have approved of. There's no doubt they'll brainwash you if you're buying what they're selling. If you're going to look a mile and kind of hero these moccasins, let's understand that these logical calculations second to it, the emperor told them to do is the smart choice to make. If you are a cynical ruler of the levers of power, if you're a true realpolitik dictator type, you can right on have the kind of system regarding the population. Now let's remember the number one goal of this new government, though. They have to deal with it. All this other stuff is kind of a means to it. If you can't defend yourself from an outside power that wants to take you for, none of this other stuff matters, right? Major restoration has to build a model on it. They do it the same general way they've been doing all these other things. They look at who's doing it well. They copy them and they get their help and they buy stuff from them. So this is smart. On the way in, right, the list of things better than dealing with the French military. They will eventually teach them for the Germans. Many countries do. The United States and so all the time the Cold War. The Germans also had advisors over there, right? Equipment, uniforms, tactics, doctrine, training, leadership. Some of their key officers back to London and Germany and send them back to teach everyone else this relationship with the classic. What is sort of creates a forever German stamp in the early DNA of the modern imperial Japanese army. A good way to put it. Because I think we all know history's been pretty good demonstrator that just because you give a whole bunch of the best stuff to some of the military doesn't mean they're going to fight well. Because there were two sides to the equation. And one side's sort of easy to fill, the other side's a lot harder. One side's quantifiable, right? You can spend a certain amount of money to get this job done. We can provide this many rifles, we can provide this many uniforms, this many hours of training, this much as a week. And all that stuff can sort of be figured out to the decimal. This is the stuff that everybody which side of what's going to make a successful military is something as bedrock in terms of values as whether or not your people are going to be able to die, whether they will fight on the battlefield long enough to build that investments and stuff that they carry worth it. You get two armies that line up on the battlefield across from each other. One is the best, biggest, coolest, most devastating stuff. The other's armed with sticks. But the side with the devastating stuff doesn't want to fight, or they're afraid, or they don't have an interest, or they just leave. I want to call that investment taking, but having it inject creative artificial stimulator greater ethos in a brand military. But what if you had a shortcut available to you? What if you already had an indigenous, long-standing warrior ethos and tradition of your own, just sitting there not doing anything? Could you reanimate and repurpose it, promote it? Could you customize it so that it meets the needs of a late 19th century, early 20th century regime? If I told you that the state was pushing these values, what would you think? Values like courage, benevolence, politeness, selflessness, sincerity, honor, loyalty, self-control, and a strong sense of justice. That's more like finish inventing the way of the samurai, describing the various virtues that have sometimes been ascribed to Bushido as the way of the samurai. Your kids were learning those kinds of things in school. Probably that was a good thing. The government of Japan during this time period is they will pick and choose your kids that are really those things that pre-existing in Japan. Bushido goes way back over the term itself, taken from the 19th century. But this will be another traditional Japanese thing that the modern state will take it for its own purposes. And according to Benish, if I understand correctly, he's basically saying that amongst the wide range of intelligence and debate the various aspects of Bushido, you can find almost every opinion out there you want, but the standpoint being the ones most correspond to things that would help. For example, finally says one of the most influential Bushido theorists out there who has boiled Bushido down to just two things. You can see why the state might be highlighting the same validated his involvement of Bushido because he boils it down to love of the emperor and patriotism. That's not a bad thing. From the state's point of view, to infuse into your public schools and your children. And then to continue some of the much more intense level where male children from that public school grow up, become part of the military, father of the second prime minister, and then you tell educators in the 1990s they should totally familiarize themselves with how the army does everything, because the army is the real finishing school. And all these educators are doing in the public school is preparing the kids to join the army, so they used to have things and teach the kids that way. And we should have, in addition to this wonderful high-minded philosophical ethos, there's much more grounded, understandable reasons why Japanese soldiers might be reluctant to surrender or flee. Things like commands by Japanese generals sometimes that say executed when it does this. So real-world concerns too. Lots of other armies in history have killed deserters and, well, still out. So there's some combination of elements going on here that ends up creating a Japanese military from the very beginning. The Imperial Japanese Army will have a morale that's probably equal to the other best armies out there. And it will only get higher as time goes on. Remember, this military really exists from the 1870s, 1880s, built, and of course in 1945 it all comes to a halt. But in that time period, it would go from instantly higher than should be expected morale to unbelievable fanatical levels of morale. For comparison purposes, because we all know that the Jewish army was a very good army. Looking back on all those historians will hang to work with you. Compare the two. This morale regard. Japanese situation is often just going to be a question of victory or death, they write, quote, surrender was unthinkable. In Tunisia, when the German Africa Corps surrendered in 1943, the British captured more than 120,000 German soldiers, including a colonel general and his staff, 12 generals in all. The Allied liberation of France in the summer of 1944, they write, netted another 200,000 Germans. As the war progressed, the Allies captured so many German officers that the British set up a special residence for them in the English countryside. During the final weeks of the war in Europe, more than 1,500,000 Germans surrendered to the Western Allies. In contrast, they write, no organized unit of the Imperial Japanese Army surrendered during the entire Pacific War until they were ordered to do so by the Emperor after Japan had formally agreed to capitulate. This, they write, was a record unprecedented in the annals of modern warfare. And as we've already pointed out, there were a bunch of Japanese soldiers. Just because the war ended didn't seem a fit reason to surrender. So this is a pretty high level morale. You can't say that this whole Bushido injection, which some people compare to an ideology, others to more like a religion, you can't say that this is the reason why, but you can say that the state was definitely using the idea for those purposes. The morale of the Imperial Japanese Navy will also be really high, and some of these Bushido ideas will be injected into that as well. Now, they may have flirted with another advisor from the land, but in terms of who to look to as your mentor or building a great navy in the 19th century, late 19th century, there's only one choice. If you want the best is the Royal Navy. The sun never sets on the British Empire, it was said, and it's the Royal Navy that protects that. The Japanese began a long-standing connection with the British Navy. Same thing as on land, tactics, doctrine, strategy, leadership. In terms of the Japanese officers on Royal Navy ships, they go back into the traditions and what the Imperial Japanese Navy started with Britain. The Japanese would even buy some of their bigger ticket items from the British until they could build their own, so the relationship is designed to make up for lost time and quickly ASAP create an adaptation of Japan as our technology points out is an imitation of imperialist power. If you are trying to present yourself as a imitation of imperialist nation state, it's probably going to require a little imperialism. The problem with a little imperialism is it's one of those things that when a state starts down that road, it's tough to stop sometimes. It's like that potato chip ocean. You can't just one like that with other countries and territories too. You get probably, it starts to feel kind of good. Well, it's funny because Ethiopia, I was qualified to talk about Egyptian specialist around but doesn't it sort of nation states, as you imagine them as people, it doesn't look like Japan's about to get moved to some kind of is going to parallel your classic drug addict cycle of addiction. I think you can make a case, and it's a wonderful hinge moment in Japanese history, maybe a world hinge moment, because they go from simply trying to make sure they don't get involved in these shark-infested colonial waters, to looking around themselves for people to eat. Sometimes you can develop an appetite for those things once you start. It looks like Japan in this era. It's dangerously hooked on imperialism. And it's not hard to see how it happened. And after all the countries Japan wanted to be like and emulate, the club that they wanted to join, the great powers, all those guys are hosted already. Belgium's got a problem. Shaking for a long time. Even the holier than thou United States, which denounces other people's imperialist ventures, while swearing that island transfers of territory to Mexico, seizures of Hawaii, and whatnot are not indicative of a growing problem. We'll begin having a larger public problem. The Spanish-American War, Guam, the Philippines, Cuba, and other places will just fall into its lap, I guess. William McKinley, president at the time, should I or should I? Violently feeding on imperialism. Junkie of some kind, might have been adrenaline. Roosevelt does not strike me as the intoxicating substances, the mind-altering substances kind of guy. But if you told me he had an addiction or might be likely to develop one, to muscle growth steroids, well, shoot, I wouldn't be too surprised about that. In fact, as I look at, all analogies have to do with suicide, but that's kind of what we enjoy sometimes, right? You look at this analogy of these countries and imperialism, it kind of looks like steroids to me. We take Japan, for example. Here's a country that in their mind should be stacked up with all the great powers. We can hang with anybody, but then they take a 250-year seclusion break from the gym. They next to kind of these other great powers. They're huge. I mean, look at how they must have seen Britain on a map. A lot of comparisons can be made. A couple of violent nations, interesting, distinctive people, all these kind of stuff. But that's where the comparison ends, because when Japan comes out of seclusion, Britain controls a huge chunk of the world. They're obviously choosing on something. But Japan goes on a crash course to catch up. Now let's understand when we say getting addicted to imperialism, we're using those phrases for countries. And what do you get addicted to as a country? Well, let's just really go over this quickly because I think we all get it. But how about raw materials? How long have people been invading and conquering places to get somebody else's stuff? In this modern era, you also have these unequal trade agreements which can lock a colony into turning over large chunks of their raw materials and wealth and reduced or non-existent rates of exchange. Prestige in this era is huge. You have a bunch of countries that are latecomers to the colonial party will take the leftover places just so that they have another place, another notch on their belt. The reason those places weren't taken by great powers, they had nothing anybody wanted. The last thing they have is that they had your prestige. I now have 6 companies. The last time you saw me, written I only had 5, but I'm those are the things that attract you to these countries in the first place, right? What's the first reason you start using the steroids? Well, I was just dabbling. I want to be a little bit. I was recovering from an injury. I needed the raw materials, the trade position, the prestige. I wanted to be big, but guys, it's all understandable. But when you get involved in it, you kind of get sucked into something. This is why I like this analogy. It sucks countries into the colonial lifestyle. Things like the capital investments that you begin to make as a country, or your companies do, or your companies in conjunction with the country do, putting in railroads, mining, development, and all these little places you begin to have a stake. A stake that if people start saying, listen, we're changing foreign affairs dictates, it would be best for us to leave this area now and turn it back over to the locals. You're going to have a lot of powerful, rich people who are going to say, wait a minute, what about our investment? And that's, of course, just money. What about lives? The lives it takes to conquer these places and the lives it takes to conquer. For example, the Japanese will get their hands on Taiwan at a certain point by some sort of treaty deal, but the people in Taiwan were asked of the Japanese, was quite a few people trying to pacify that area that supposedly on a piece of paper they were just handed over. This becomes not just a cost you have to pay to play this game, right? An entry fee into the colonial games. It's a cost you have to keep paying to stay. And it provides another investment that keeps you having the flexibility. If the times dictate that it'd be better to give up this policy of colonialism or steroid use, somebody's going to say, well, wait a minute, my son died conquering that territory. Are you going to make his sacrifices meaningless? Are you going to undo everything his life bought on? You see how that sucks you as a country? Remember, too, that the Japanese are seen as European powers sort of at the height of the good times while they're riding high in addiction and lifting weights and taking steroids and going to the tanks a lot. They're covering themselves in paint. They're getting their hair bleached. They look great. You're not seeing these countries down the road, on the downside of this addiction, on the old folks home prematurely with all the health care problems and the steroids are gone, the muscles are shriveled, and they look and feel awful. The Japanese look at the French, what's called Indochina, for example, modern day Vietnam. They see the French sitting there having the Vietnamese serve the food and restaurants and a wonderful colonial existence, while of course the French pay them back by giving them French culture and traditional colonial trade-off. The Japanese will not see the French 90 years from this time period, when in the 1950s they're fighting a vicious insurgency by the Viet Minh trying to kick the French out of Vietnam. Talk to them then. But of course, by that time, in the 1950s, the Japanese are in full recovery mode after a global intervention, put an end to its steroid addiction, its half-century-long steroid addiction. But if it wanted to go back and trace the roots of how it began, that initial taste that seemed so consequence-free that got you hooked and led you down that terrible path, the rise and fall of Japan's imperialism addiction. It starts with Korea, which was just sitting there, wasn't it? Like a dagger. The heart of Japan, as the German advisor from Pittsburgh told the Japanese government. The Japanese had already treated Korea very shortly after it was opened up against its will by the Western powers to that exact same treatment, and then foisted the same sort of unequal treaties on Korea that the West had foisted on Japan, so Japan learned quickly. They were right for trying out what the Western powers were building their muscles up with. The first hit for happened in Korea. In the 1870s and 1880s, the Japanese involved themselves more in internal Korean politics and dynamics. Korea is generally in the sphere of influence of the great Jupiter of the region, China, but increasingly as the Russians have advanced all the way to the Pacific, they have more of an impact too in that area. But to the Japanese, this is a key. If this were again this or something, if there were no morals or ethics or anything involved, right? People suffered terribly, this time period. Let's imagine people don't matter in this game. If you're playing Japan, let's say Korea, during this time period, the Chinese and the Russians are in a much better position than before, so what do? Well, in 1894, somehow Japan ends up, over the sphere of influence control of Korea with China. In 1894, it's called the First Sino-Japanese War, and it is really the first time this new army of Japan, since they opened up, needs Japan to fight somebody else. Insurrections, Japan's coast, like throwing these little squares, just some first major one. By the way, outside observers, for the most part, China crushed Japan. Both China and Japan have been undergoing military modernization for kind of the same reasons, although they're finding themselves dangerously to Western technologies and working to catch up. The statement out there by most people was that China had done a better job in having a fleet of the way this is the time period of race and all that stuff. They had the most powerful Asian fleet in Asia. It was thought stunning, absolutely stunning campaign. The Japanese just rolled the Chinese on land, and it's much more shocking, probably, if observers at sea, where they destroy the Chinese fleet so terribly that the story narrator Jensen says China won't have another war navy for 100 years. The Chinese admiral commits suicide. On land, it's interesting. The Japanese are so dominant, they're dishing out casualties at 10-to-1 ratios, 15-to-1 ratios, and you can't label any single advantage as being dominant because you sort of delve into it, but the Japanese seem dominant sort of across the board. Both Chinese and Japanese militaries have modernized, but the Japanese have done it in a lot better of a way. They made better choices. The Chinese have gone on the banner system. It didn't work. It's coming out on the stage. It's shocking to Westerners. Don't have a lot of respect for Orientals to begin with, but if they have respect for any of them, it's China, even though they're writing off pieces of China and whatnot. To them, China still represents sort of the wisdom of the East Chinese, this great culture theoretically. These Japanese are nothing but upstarts. These Japanese go into China and end up winning it. So less usually, numbers usually less than 1,500 killed in combat. less than 1,500 men killed in combat. That's astounding. Chinese numbers are 10 times that or something. The TRILLIONAIRE war with China was less than 1,500 men killed. The downside of imperialism seemingly that small, anybody could get hooked, couldn't they? The first thing that the Japanese got out of this war, which they clearly wanted from the emperor down to the average Japanese person on the street, was respect, prestige. The international world stage, the other great powers sat up and took notice. 1895, and Lord Charles Beresford was quoted in the Times of London saying, quote, Japan has, within 40 years, gone through the various administrative phases that occupied England about 800 years, and Rome about 600, and I am loath to say that anything is impossible with her. There was a lot of admiration, but it was still tempered by this idea that yes, their enemies more oriental from it was almost a racialist view that while they have moved themselves up to the top of the food chain amongst their people in that part of the world, that was the progressive way. There were people around the Russian Tsar, again, pardon, this is going to sound like racism, folks, but we're talking about one of the most racist periods in world history, and it impacts decision-making. The people around the Russian Tsar thought of the Japanese, there was one more, they're just yellow monkeys. Okay, what happens to you if it's your job to deal with yellow monkeys? You're trying to figure out how you're trying to make conscious decisions about how you should behave. When your view of reality is so tainted by your racism that you can't possibly imagine these people doing anything that hurts you. And that's what a lot of other people said. The Japanese were able to do this to the Chinese because obviously the Chinese were big as heck. They'd never be able to do it to a white nation. The end of Japan's war with China here opens up the door to them having a problem with their first European nation. Because Japan gets a peace treaty extracted from China that is like hitting the jackpot in Las Vegas with the Japanese. First of all, the terms are that they get a ton of money. It's like the equivalent of 4 years of Japan's total budget handed over to them. They also get the island of Taiwan, which is huge, and it's surrounded by smaller islands. Here's Japan's first colony. They also get an agreement that they will sort of have the sphere of influence control of Korea, and in order to make that work, they have to get this peninsula, which is strategically very important. So it's all part of the deal. Japan has sort of had this coming out party. They're in the great powers now, and then all of a sudden, I love the way R. Taggart Murphy describes it. He says it's the equivalent of having 3 seasoned lions come in. It's deal the first kill of a young leopard who's just learning how to hunt. Just thinks he's hit the jackpot. No. We're going to alter the terms of the deal. Send the 3 lions, metaphorically named France, Germany, Russia, known as the triple intervention. Those 3 powers come in and tell Japan that they can't extract the treaty from China that they want to. For the sake of the peace of Asia, they said, but in reality, Japan figured that all 3 of those countries had their own ideas about things in China that they wanted, and so they told the Japanese in no uncertain terms, giving them no choice, by the way, we'll have China pay you more money than the original deal called for, but you don't need to have that strategic peninsula that has that name for Arthur on it. Now, I should point out something about the Arthur going forward, because it's germane to the story. Port Arthur was the site of a terrible massacre in the Sino-Japanese War that just ended. In it, the Japanese army went in and killed men, women, and children. 1,000 was the low end number you see, and the high end possible number is 20,000. That's a huge gap, obviously, but there are other people that take that number much higher than that. But there really aren't that many people. So they're not really that incredible, but just know that the incredible numbers go much higher than 20,000. The reason it's important, though, is because you see on display things that both medieval to modern people in the late 19th century, and things that are going to be reminiscent of incidents we will see over in a second. The Japanese government of Port Arthur, and the three rationales, just so you know, you get from this, you get from other basically situations like in the Second World War, you got them at the time, you get them today from ultra-nationalists. There's three. One is that these incidents happened when atrocities were committed against Japanese troops, so the soldiers kind of lose their minds for a while. This is understandable for troops in combat, and then it's not something that the army itself condones, but it's understandable, right? So you get the atrocity. The second thing you'll often hear is that the press is reporting that these are civilians, but they're really enemy soldiers who are trying to hide from our troops and live to snipe at them and everything from behind buildings, dressed as civilians. So all these people who look like civilians are really enemy soldiers. And the last thing you will hear reliably is that the numbers are inflated. Now, there is some potential truth to the numbers are inflated, because in the same way you have ultra-nationalists all around the planet now trying to revamp the way the world views perhaps we'll call them negative chapters in the history of their military that they're rightfully proud of, but every nation has them. I mean, the Chinese, for example, have an interest in magnifying Japanese crimes against Chinese citizens, and the Japanese, if you're patriotic, have interest in seeing the numbers in the best possible light. It's all understandable, but I'm going to let historians argue that sort of stuff. I'm just going to try to stick to the facts and try to give multiple sides. But here's what an eyewitness, and there were several Westerners in Port Arthur when the massacre happened. Here's how he described it, just so you know. You can take this description out of this time period, this event, substitute it for any number of incidents that happened in the Second World War, and you wouldn't know that it wasn't real then, because they have a tragically familiar ring to them. This author witnessed events at the massacre of Port Arthur, the first Sino-Japanese War, described it this way. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday were spent by the soldiery in murder and pillage from dawn to dark, in mutilation, in every conceivable kind of nameless atrocity, until the town became a ghastly inferno, to be remembered with a fearsome shudder till one's dying day. I saw corpses of women and children, 3 or 4 in the streets, more in the water. Bodies of men strewed the streets in hundreds, perhaps thousands, for we could not count. Some with not a limb unsevered, some with their heads hacked, cross-cut and split lengthwise, some ripped open, not by chance, but with careful precision, down and across, disemboweled and dismembered, with occasionally a dagger and bayonet thrust in private parts. I saw groups of prisoners tied together in a bunch, with their hands behind their backs, riddled with bullets for 5 minutes, then hewn to pieces. I saw a junk stranded on the beach, filled with fugitives of either sex and of all ages. Volley after volley, until I could say no more. The first one is that there's nothing unusual about an event like this, is there? Your history books are littered with this stuff going back to the beginning of time. These series, sometimes it seems like it's nothing, but then you start to finish. Things are starting to change in this period we're coming into right now in the 20th century. And you can't necessarily get away with things that people got away with forever. Nation states, for example, armies, powers, kingdoms, warlords, whatever you want to say. If you know what's that old philosophical experiment? If a tree falls in the forest, there's no one there to hear it to really make a sound. Well, if some terrible massacre occurs of some out of the way people in a remote region and no one ever hears about it outside the little locality, does it really matter? This time period, you're coming into the 20th century here now, we have telegraphs and communication on that level. It's starting to really matter. First of all, good luck trying to keep it a secret. That account just right you slipped out, didn't you? It wasn't everyone. It happened 500 years before this time. Second important point is when it seems that other people in other countries hear of it, they have the ability, if there's enough of them and they're angry enough, to make feel their anger. This public opinion in other countries begins to try to make you conform to their standards that, by the way, are changing rapidly in the 20th century. Another standard that's changing is the outright idea of the right of one country to conquer another and take it over. This has been pretty well established and understood in the 20th century and starts becoming uncool, especially amongst the more cool powers, old-fashioned ones like the Germans and the Russians, of course, not the Japanese. I still think they're taking a big role. The more sophisticated powers understand that it's morally wrong. Establishing protectorate over someone else, to safeguard their needs and help them with them. You see what I'm saying? It will require many more layers of diplomatic cover to conquer, control areas in the 20th century. They should just take them over. Well, there are still powers that live by the rules. Public opinion price for doing that. I should also point out that the training of the Japanese military was unlike the training of any other great power military. In fact, it's hard for me to find any organized military in the late 19th or 20th century that trained their soldiers the way the Japanese were trained. Here in the U.S., for example, for a long time, I don't know if you do this anymore, but Marines, for example, used to have combat with each other. Basically, they use weapons that are sticks with padded ends, so you're fighting hand-to-hand combat like that. The Japanese in the Second World War, I don't know if it comes into this period. I heard also they're trying to find research to know this period. But in the Second World War in the 1930s, Japanese troops will often be trained on live people. There are photos and they're horrible, which you'll see online. Japanese soldiers bayoneted in training exercises with the other recruits whose turn is not now watching bayoneting Chinese prisoners whose hands are tied. There's multiple photos of Japanese captains or whatnot tied to stakes and have bayonet practice and sort of. There's an account by a Japanese officer who talks about his training involving having to slice the head off somebody. And if you look at paintings of the Sino-Japanese War made by Japanese artists, there are some that show the mass paintings of Chinese captives with samurai swords. Japan's victory over China had big ramifications because it was the equivalent of throwing blood and chum into the shark-infested colonial waters and telling the rest of the world that the recent victories by Britain in the Opium Wars and whatnot wasn't the sign of temporary Chinese ability to deal with Western military technology. It was the beginning of the end of this Chinese imperial dynasty that was obviously some sort of rotten house apparent after the Japanese kicked the door down. And that led to something called the Boxer Rebellion, where Western territories and troops, 8 powers, only one of them Asian. And guess who it was? Yes, the Japanese. And they sent as many troops as everyone else put together. Basically, throwing a lot at the club. We belong to the club. We're here. Looking at a map, they probably had more the right to be there than anyone else. The next big foreign policy milestone on the way to our story involves that the Japanese get involved in 1904 against the Russians. The Russians were one of the 3 lions that said, for the peace of Asia, you can't have this border area, just not right. Force the Japanese to give in. The Japanese always thought that Russia really wanted it for themselves. Within 3 years, the Russians had taken it, confirming the Japanese suspicions that they were trying to fortify the whole thing. So in 1904, when the Japanese had decided, for all sorts of reasons, that they still needed to control this area, they launched, let's just call it a pre-aircraft version of a Pearl Harbor on the Russian Far Eastern Fleet, having torpedo boats go in there and attack Russian ships about 3 hours before war was officially declared. In short order, the Japanese will destroy the Russian Far Eastern Fleet. The Russian leaders around the Tsar were so caught off guard by this, they didn't think the Japanese would attack them or didn't have it in them. Attack them like power, send the fleet that they have in the Baltic Fleet from up near Finland all the way to Japan to teach these Oriental people a lesson. It takes months to get there, and when they get there, the Japanese beat that too. In stunning fashion. It's not like a close fight at all. Boom. On land, it's more of a harder slog for simple reasons. I mean, we're like a decade away from the First World War, and all of those lessons that we learned in the first year of the First World War, like the charge machines, the impact of defense, and all the stuff you're going to learn the Japanese get to learn against the Russians on land. And all the photos showing just, I mean, like, some Japanese soldiers dead in front of these fortified positions because, often led by an officer with a samurai sword being blindly and fanatically charged. Now, you don't have to think of yourselves as samurai to do that because we all know the European powers will do that in less than 10 years. So what you see here is the Japanese finding out that the cost of this path on which they have embarked to emulate the colonial powers is not going to come as easy as China. You're not going to lose 1,500 or less dead, down the road here. It's a commitment, and against the Russians and the Russo-Japanese War, the Japanese lose something like 40,000 dead. The Russians too, by the way, it's nasty. World War I fighting before World War I, and it's all the early war stuff where everybody has to learn the terrible lessons, about charging into artillery fighting. It's nasty. And then there's disease too, so all these warriors start getting a terrible problem. It also, and this is the other lesson of modern warfare that great powers will learn very soon, it takes a horrible toll. Modern war does on your economy, and the Russian economy and the Japanese economy instantly start to feel the pinch and the stretch, and it gets to the point where the Japanese secretly go to the American president and ask if he can get both countries out of this mess and broker some kind of a deal. He does. He wins the Nobel Peace Prize for, by the way, but a decent number of people in Japan think that the American president in his peace deal ripped the Japanese off. That they essentially won this war, but they didn't come out of it with a treaty that looked anything like hitting the jackpot did. In the first Sino-Japanese War, this looked more like a treaty for countries that had a tie rather than one, at least where the Japanese people were reading a biased press that magnified their victories, things that they had dominated. So all these lines, all this money, beat the Russians in all these battles, and not get significant territory or a big financial indemnity. For the terms of the agreement ending the Russo-Japanese War were made public, there will be violent riots in Japan. People will die. The population there, pretty much every history book you want to point out, people there take it as another grievance. Japanese remember grievances like the Red Man character did in the movie of the same name. They remember vividly, shall we call it the Truman intervention screw job that ended the Sino-Japanese War where a bunch of Western powers who never would have settled for someone else doing that to them treated the Japanese in a way that the Japanese took personally. You saw this change in the rules of the game when the Japanese start winning. They often saw it in racial terms, and maybe not correctly. Now it was happening again. And not only was it happening again, but it was happening despite the fact that the Japanese had taken proactive measures to see that it did it again. In 1902, they signed an alliance with Britain. Part of the reason they did it was they were hoping that if you have a great power on your side, a bunch of other great powers won't come in like they did last time and try to steal your kill. And here, with the agreement ending the Russo-Japanese War, it looks like it made no difference, and your kill got stolen again. Goes on the list of grievances. But it's very possible that the Japanese citizenry had unrealistic expectations. This is the way our Tiger Murphy describes what Japan had won for itself in a decade. 2 wars here, and it is far from insignificant. Writes quote, Japan's victory in the Russo-Japanese War was, if anything, even more striking than its triumph 10 years earlier over the Qing Chinese. For the first time since the fall of Constantinople, a non-Christian, non-Western power defeated the forces of a Christian nation. Both the Japanese Navy and Army acquitted themselves brilliantly, with the Navy sinking much of the Russian fleet off the coast of Korea, while the Army's battles on the Korean Peninsula, culminating in the siege of Port Arthur, led to Japanese mastery on land. Some of the consequences of the two wars were similar, he writes. Like the Qing, the Tsarist regime never recovered its prestige. Its defeat set the stage for the 1917 revolution. Meanwhile, just as Tokyo had picked up Taiwan as a spoil of the earlier war, so the 1905 settlement finally put Korea into its orbit. Tokyo had to use an ugly trick, he says, to force the abdication of Korea's King Gojong in order to legally convert Korea into an outright colony. But the trick, he says, was probably no worse than what the United States had done in 1893 to overthrow Queen Leilani and incorporate Hawaii into the American Empire. Japan, he says, was behaving pretty much according to the standards of the time. More to the point, for more than 40 years, he writes, the country had transformed itself from a weak, tottering polity into the preeminent nation state of Asia, and the first non-Western country in centuries that the great powers had admitted into their ranks. But the bill for that transformation had not yet been paid in full. It turned out to be far higher than anyone at the time could have imagined. The reaction to Japan's victory over the Russians, as history says, runs the gamut from outrage to admiration. You got guys like the Emperor of Germany, the Kaiser, who's a believer in something he calls the Yellow Peril. These innumerable Asian people like ants will join together someday and swamp Christendom. Believe that. To a guy like that, it looks like the Japanese have emerged as the tip of the spear that will lead the Asians to swamp Christendom. But you have a lot of other European states that all of a sudden have become admirers. Some of them had turned and become fans of the Japanese after the victory over China, but after the victory over Russia, a bunch more people show up. In Japan, when the historians said that they kind of joined the Great Power Club, it's more official than you think. They actually change, the level of the ambassadors that are sent to your country. All of a sudden, people are debating things like in the United States, is it good that the Japanese are taking over Korea or not? I mean, right back, even experts and diplomats are going, absolutely, what they're doing over there is the same thing we're doing in the Philippines. In other words, you need to get special consideration as a member of the predator club as opposed to the prey club. Now, another viewpoint that we look at is from the colonial victim. You have people like the Koreans. This would be awful people in history. They suffer terribly. So from their viewpoint, this is a good thing. This is the tragedy. And once again, it keeps them from themselves. They will be seen by the Japanese government the same way that colonial victims were often seen by the mother country. Sometimes, especially if colonial victims are of a different skin color, they will be seen as less than human, or certainly less than Japanese. Second-class citizens from the get-go. But finally, there's another interesting group of people very much in here. These are the other non-white victims of colonialism. Just seen something that inspires them. They've seen a non-white power punch the great powers in the nose in a way they could only dream of, and it gives them an opportunity to dream of the potential of maybe even the Japanese help doing that down the road. This idea maybe the Japanese emergence in Asia is the beginning of the reality of a bunch of ideas that are sometimes called pan-Asianism. It's basically the Kaiser's worst nightmare come true in a way that helps a bunch of people love to be free from non-Asian powers. In places as distant as Turkey, Iran, and India, over the several years following the war, Japan's victory over Russia was invoked by modernizers and anti-imperialist activists as an inspiring harbinger of their own possibilities for nation building and independence from the West. And the reason this is going to get weird, though, is this is a real thing, the idea of how this might be useful in a way for colonial victims to throw off the yoke of their oppressors with the help of powerful people in their region, even with the same skin color, but from a racial standpoint, an opportunity arguing that this should be what Japan does. Free the region, lead the region, become the economic powerhouse, the diplomatic superpower, and all these things. It's a way Japan could have gone. It's a missed opportunity. It's a tragedy. If you're looking at it from people like Satoru Hayanagas, he wrote a book called The Pacific War. He said this in the late 1960s. The point of the book is to try to figure out whether the Japanese public could have avoided the terrible descent into war. Well, this is the time period when that opportunity best presents itself in one of the ways, because the Japanese public just, they're almost entirely, not entirely, almost entirely supportive of the idea of Japan having this really huge superpower in the region. But how that will manifest is peaceful leadership versus, some sort of military domination. That's what's being discussed. So, Hayanaga seems to lament the lost opportunity of rights quote. If Japan had been a champion of Asian nationalism that really desired independence and progress for its neighbor, and had joined with China to liberate Asia from Western imperialism, the subsequent history of the region would be vastly different. Japan would have identified with Chinese nationalism, helped to end foreign domination, and made a real effort to create enduring good relations with the new China. Unfortunately, he writes, Japanese leaders chose the opposite course of action. They competed with the West for a place at the imperialist table, the slice of the Chinese belly. Now, I'd say pan-Asianism is intoxicating as an idea even to me, which is fighting the alternative history possibilities. I can imagine things that were going on, all the colonial victims in Asia during this time period. If somebody had in a single swoop come in and formed an organization, alliance system, framework, and just said everyone can join right now. What's one missing ingredient from all of those? Military that can fight off a military from the great powers. So that's what you have in Japan. So the possibilities, if it took off, could make the fall of the Soviet Union. It could let East or that. But there were a lot of things sort of working against that. Number one, the Japanese were not about the Japanese were not about to submerge themselves in some sort of grand Asian United Nations where they were just one of a bunch of different powers. The Japanese were in a place where they were thinking of themselves. This is one of the majority, the head and shoulders of the world. The Japanese are starting to get some of the, I would say, byproducts. You look at it that way, right? Others might say necessary precursors of colonialism and fermented power. But the Japanese are some racial superiority tendencies that all the other colonial powers that are colonizing Asia do too. Like we said about Shintoism and Bushido, concepts like that, the Japanese state formed this idea of pan-Asianism for its own purposes. It's like something called a concept called Greater East Asia, called prosperity sphere. Yes, it's called that. But that's the official name. This is one of my history professors back in college called it. This is the marketing front that Japan uses to disguise their war aims. But that's a very simplistic outline way of looking at it, because truthfully, a lot of people bought into this idea, whether or not the government did, and some of the people that are looking at it, some of the Japanese army, you have to kind of live up to that on the ground, right? You can't pump yourself in the road of Asian liberation, treat the people as liberated, you literally liberate them from 1910, officially annexes Korea. They had acquired the sphere of influence rights officially in the treaty with the Japanese, Russia, and 5 years later, boom, they're just taking over. It's the first real colony of Japan. Of course, they had Taiwan for a while now, too. So Japan goes from a country writing about joining the colonial great powers to one of them. And they don't have gone a lot differently than the countries that they wanted to be. The Korean economy becomes a subsidiary of the Japanese economy for the purposes of the Japanese economy. The people in Korea are are treated like second-class citizens, and sometimes they're treated like chattel. The Japanese sometimes are horrible. The Koreans would sometimes have the gall to get out and demand their rights, and they would be shot down and protest. This is not the kind of thing that goes on in East Asia prosperity spear marketing brochures. Let's come out. Other side of our life, Naka discusses this period of Japanese history and mentions something else the work in engineering is quote. The wars for control of Korea exceeded their objective and escalated into a general advance into China. Policies towards Taiwan and Korea became more ruthless as pressure increased on China. Resistance to annexation in both areas was mercilessly crushed. I discovered, he writes, a vivid example of that cruelty among the papers of a military man assigned to Taiwan immediately after the island was ceded to Japan. It was a photograph, he writes, of Japanese troops beheading two pigtailed Taiwanese rebels who apparently had been captured in skirmish. The horrible scene foreshadowed the atrocities committed in every area touched by Japanese forces during the Pacific War. Now, the Japanese certainly committed atrocities on a wide scale, but we should make some cultural allowances, I think, shouldn't we, for differences. For example, let's take something that bothered the Allied soldiers an awful lot and would bother me too, the idea of cutting people's heads off. I find this particularly hard myself. Let me tell you what I mean. In 1944, there was a photo that was taken off of a lot of dead Japanese soldiers. The photo was forwarded to a couple of press outlets in the United States and published. Life was huge. There's no way to describe how big life was. It was decided at the time. They published this photo. I mean, you can call this photo arguably top 3 most upsetting photos for the Allied population in terms of stirring them to a white hot anger. The photo depicted an Australian commando captured by natives by consent. The Japanese on the island, Japanese interrogated them to a beach, put them on the sand. The photo shows a blindfold on. I think it's like a sticky blindfold. I don't think it's actually wrapped around his head, so it looks kind of particularly modern for some reason. He's got his arms pinned with a rope. There's a semicircle of Japanese soldiers around watching, and the Australians in the process of having his head cut off. There's a Japanese officer standing above him, and he's swinging the samurai sword down, and the photographer caught it in mid-stroke. There's going to be some cultural elements that I have to deal with in my too. Look at this as the same sort of cultural elements that the Allied populations had to deal with, that the Allied soldiers had to deal with. Cutting people's heads off looks painful, straight up. It looks barbaric, it looks sadistic. It looks like something European countries, for example, haven't done since the 1600s with Japan. It was last movement before the recent period. Froze their development. Let's remember this is a cultural difference. In places like China, they were still pretty comfortable cutting people's heads off too. And if we're getting into this on let's have a debate about cutting people's heads off, rightness or wrongness, theoretically, if they had just taken this poor Australian commando and did what most countries would have done to spies, let's be honest, what man's commando is looking at that spy, especially since they're supposed to be a spy. If they had just shot this poor guy, we wouldn't have heard much about it. It was the cutting off of his head that freaked everybody out. But you know, the other side might not have seen anything like this. And in fact, people from other countries where the head was still something that wasn't known to honor, they might not have as much of a problem with it either. It's a weird thing though, because theoretically all we should care about is the suffering, right? I mean, if you shoot somebody, if you cut their heads off, it's probably pretty close. If you hang them, we should probably feel more sympathy. But people go out all the time. You see particularly top 10 photos from the Second World War depicted that. Here's the part though that might be interesting. interested. That photo exists, apparently, if my research is correct, because the guy who was doing the execution, the Japanese officer swinging that sword down on the cross, tied up, captive, asked somebody to take the photo of him because he wanted the photo. Let me ask you this: if you had to kill somebody in your life, sometimes people have to do that. Would you like to have a photo of you in the process of doing it to save for later? In the West, we would think of that as some serial killer, something you're going to look about. Psychologists analyze it. So it's not the beheading that shows a particularly cruel nature by the method itself. Photograph doing it. Well, by the time the 20th century was around, great power, that looks a little bit weird. Sign of something that we could suggest that everything we talked about so far, all these cultural elements layered on top of each other, working together in these human beings in some unquantifiable way. How to explain all of this? At the same time, we would suggest man cutting off the Australian commander's head photograph is a general purpose sadist. You get those everywhere, don't you? They tend to come out more for understandable reasons. But it's stuff like this that will make allied armies think differently about the Japanese in terms of their level of hatred and intensity. Even the Germans, who the allied powers do not like the Germans, they really do not like the Nazis, but it's different. It's like this playing on you know, if you look at the story in 1905, 1906, at the end of the Russo-Japanese War, you realize that the Allied armies fighting the Japanese is only like 35 years away. You try to figure out what the heck's going to happen. What do they even have to disagree about, right? This is where the steroid analogy comes back into play, because if Japan is taking Taiwan, Korea, it's like taking some software steroids, the ones that make you bigger. They're not going to turn you into a great or anything like that. But on the upside, they're not going to kill you if you can absorb both of them and still be okay. The Japanese are going to get like a sample for their taste and a tiny piece of something that has the potential for they to expand and go deeper into it to make them as big a country as they want to be in terms of resources and wealth and territory and whatnot. The downside, of course, like any sort of more hardcore, more effective steroids, is they also have the potential to kill you. Japan's empire's cause of death is now visible in the story as part of the settlement that ends the Russo-Japanese War to Lieutenant Railroads, become the South Manchurian Railway, Lieutenant mining concession, just in a little area. And at the time, we call it Manchuria. It's a controversial name, actually, because some people say this is part of Japanese propaganda to legitimize their view of things in the region. We'll call it Manchuria with that understanding of our history. The Jews were names now around the time. It's named supposedly for Manchu people, one of the many northern-ish Chinese sort of snappish people who take over China from time to time. Traditionally, though, the area falls into sort of the general Chinese sphere of influence, but the Russians have sort of supplanted them in the last 20 or 30 years as part of this general dissolution of China, its inability to keep great powers from fighting off chunks of it. The area is huge, by the way. It's the size of like Texas, Louisiana, and Alabama put together. Lots of coal, lots of iron, potentially huge amounts of wheat, like we're talking United States breadbasket type amounts of wheat. The entire area of which the Japanese only have a little tiny piece of South Manchuria, the entire area borders several different countries and several different cultures and European. In terms of the period, several different ethnic groups or races. It's mostly Chinese, by the way, but this Manchurian area touches Korea, it touches China, it touches Siberia, it touches Mongolia. It's a huge area. Maybe not to give you space or customers in emerging markets, but also large enough it sucks you in to kill you. The potential to draw in deeper into the affair is ever present. There are people working on making sure that happens in several different places in the story at the same time. It's like a Wild West with spies. It's like Berlin used to be when I was a kid, where all the spies in the world supposedly hung out in that one little area. That's what this area around the South Manchurian Railway in Japan is developing. It becomes a little like that. There's people in there who work for the corporations who are developing things. There's people who work for some shadows, and they're just trying to see what the opportunities are to expand a little bit. Initially, it's not much of a problem because it's just that little area. The Japanese apparently have the right to develop along the railway line, in a narrow sort of way, hotels along whistle stops. Eventually, that becomes infrastructure to support the hotels. Then eventually, that becomes homes for people who work at the hotels, and it's schools for the people who work at the hotels' kids. And slowly but surely, these Japanese companies, in conjunction with the Japanese government, by the way, in a way, it does remind me of the sort of colonized India was a corporate affair initially, eventually transferred to the government sort of thing. Similar pattern in Japan, but the development in this region is phenomenal. It happens at a time when China starts to fall apart. We talked about pieces of it being ripped off in various areas earlier in the story. This is the era where it just fragments. Countries in pieces, and warlords are running the show, and some parts of it at times can be almost a little Wild West-ish, where governments in power that translate other governments in power. Every now and then, the old government comes back and it's wild, but the Japanese have every right to it. It might be worth having someone to defend Japanese citizens and Japanese investments in the last few years, so they send a division of other eventually called army. These people play a key role in the story, to be part of the unveiling of the giant trap in the Japanese governmental system. It provides the opening of the door to the disaster in the story, but no one knows this right now. We have a couple more landmarks to hit on the way to our destination, though. What all happens in 1912? 1912, the Emperor Meiji Restoration is named after dies. He's replaced by his son, the Emperor, the Taisho Emperor. His name is Yoshihito, I believe. And the Taisho Emperor periods revealed in Japanese history, and part of the reason why is because there's something wrong with the Emperor. Now, exactly what was wrong with him is not something that the royal courts really publicize. This is an era where they're trying to publicize it for sort of God. The idea that you would have all these imperfections is not exactly something that matches with the marketing material. I've read accounts that suggest people who are sort of inventing Chinese speaking videos never recovered. But some people just say it just wasn't up to the task. Here's what happened. These historical experts about Hirohito, of course, was the World War II member. This is his father, Yoshihito, Hirohito's father, Crown Prince Yoshihito, made emperor in 33, was unable to continue Meiji's legacy. Physically weak, indolent, and incapable of making political decisions, he was utterly lacking in knowledge of military matters, even though he was now the commander-in-chief. Less than 1 month after Yoshihito's accession to the throne, at the start of the new Taisho era, the press reported the appointment of extra doctors to the court. In December 1912, Admiral Yamamoto, I believe it's Gonbiai, told General Matsukada Matsuyoshi that when it came to recommending a successor prime minister, Emperor Yoshihito, quote, is not of the same caliber as the previous emperor. In my view, it is loyal not to obey the Taisho emperor's word if we deem it to be disadvantageous to the state. Hicks continues, quote, thus, without any institutional change having occurred, the accession in 1912 of Hirohito's father became an important turning point in the conduct of state affairs. End quote. It's in nature, of course, vacuum. Power does too. It's a very interesting question, which is the system got the power. Everyone gets the emperor. Emperors are not using the power. Always your default choice when the emperor is not up to the task. That's not been really defined in this vague system. So the 1920s were that period, for example. Different elements in the system will be trying to sort of jockey for a larger position of power in the state now that there's a vacuum sort of where the emperor's role was supposed to be. More on that after the brief interview that is known as World War I. First World War is out of 1914. Asia, it is a very different sort of abilities in Europe. Obviously, Europe is a catastrophe. It's a charm house. It's a nightmare. Asia is not that bad at all. In fact, the Japanese get in, or they have allies with Britain, but they get into the war. On the Allied side, interested to know that both the Italians and the Japanese will fight with the Allies against the Germans in the First World War and switch sides in the Second. In this case, the Japanese, this is a wonderful opportunity to get the jackpot of the way they haven't hit since that First War in China and their first sign of the Japanese War. In this case, the Germans don't have a lot in Asia, but what they do have is almost undefeated. And so you can argue, who came out of the First War best, and I think the two candidates, the most logical choices here is it the United States or is it Japan? The United States came out of it much stronger than what they were like when they went into it. And they did much better than Japan did, but they paid a much larger price in doing it too. In a really short period of combat operations, the United States lost a lot of people, comparatively. Now the Japanese lost virtually nobody. Not that winnings weren't as good, but if you only know that, the Japanese acquired as a result of taking over German possessions in Asia. What do the Germans have? They have most of China. Basically, what everyone else does, right? Remember, 1900, the blocks were going to the random chunk of China. The Japanese take over the German chunk of that. And then they take over some island chains that the Germans have. They have the Marshall Islands, they have Marianas, and they have the Carolinas. If you know your history, you'll know that these are some of the most important battlefields of the Pacific War. And if you look at the map of Japan and its possessions before the First World War, and the same map afterwards, you'll notice that they basically began their Pacific Island Empire, which Japan would later consider to be sort of its Pacific defense perimeter as a result of taking over these German possessions in the First World War. In 1950, sort of no one's looking because everybody's killing each other so horribly on the Western Front. The Japanese go to China and issue a bunch of demands. The Chinese are falling apart during this time period. The government's very weak. You can see the Japanese almost have a chance to say, so we're going to get away with here. And the demands include some that basically, as far as I was reading, basically turn China into the beginnings of a colony of Japan. This freaks the Chinese out. They're in no position to resist the Japanese themselves. They appeal to the great powers. The Japanese are forced to back off on the most outrageous of these demands. But it begins to set up conflict with the Allies, where for this time period, they had much of a disagreement. In 1917, what happens to Russia then, right? They have a revolution, a provisional government that can almost go maybe in a democratic way for 5 seconds, but then that collapses into the Bolshevik Revolution, which collapses into the Russian Civil War, which ends up with the communist victory. And this freaks everybody out. Japan, just about anyone else. Now, let's stop for one or two things. One, there is no way for us to understand how much the Bolshevik Revolution scared and freaked people out during the era. And our attitudes toward this now are so much calmer than people back then. And the more traditional and conservative your society, the more threatened your life will be by what was seen at the time period as a doubt, an experiment. By the way, one and something that is very interesting. For example, Western Europe the Bolshevik Revolution is something potentially positive. But to the Japanese, communism is extremely scary. And one of the things that was not emphasized in the history is when I was growing up, we were talking about the Nazis were talking about the Japanese was how much at least they believed in their people, how much the materials that they used as propaganda for their own populations sold this idea that they were these anti-communist warriors. And so much of what they did was based on fighting communism. Nowadays, the histories are very clear. You read the material, right? What are they writing about? What are they talking about? This communism stuff scared them so much that one of the arguments made for why Japan has to begin to maybe take over more of Manchuria is to move up into this territory along the border with what used to be Russia, but now is some weird place called the Soviet Union. You have to fend off communist hordes. The era of communism plays into the rest of the Japanese history. And they will never get over this territory knowing the largest army Japan would lose in the second. By far, would be the one that's standing by just in case the Soviet Union attacks them. In 1918, in November, the First World War ends, and Japan, like a bunch of other powers, would get to try to play Russian Civil War. But basically, what the war is, Japan gets to go to peace conference and open up the world, but at the same time, we propose a sort of racial equality kind of clause, or the tepid ones, one history describes it. The Western powers, because of the rules, so I shoot that down. The Japanese take this as a sort of argument against all these high-minded utopias, because there's a lot of Wilsonianism going on here. That's kind of the term comes from, right? This high-minded stuff. In the First World War, it rocked the countries of the world. And more than in the Second World War, there was this attitude that this must never happen again. So there was a lot of, remember they created the early version of the United Nations, the League of Nations, and countries talking to each other. What's more, this shows you the pie in the sky level. There was a lot of things that we have to have a language. We all speak. We can't have all these different tongues that would make us impossible to understand each other. So let's all learn Esperanto. There was also a real sense that one of the main reasons the world got sucked into those wars was competition over colonies and things like that. The very crocodile in the water that's played such an important role in the story was seen to be an important role in why the First World War happened. So one might make this change people's attitudes in terms of having or not having colonies. What it really seems to have done is change the way you have to speak about them, talk about them, refer to them. You can't really talk about dominating people. You talk about a protector, creating conditions very stable for the safety of the citizen. It's a different way of sort of speaking to other people. Why you have things like veto power over foreign policy in every country. The Japanese are watching all this stuff to sort of see what this world is going to be like. And what it kind of does, sort of go to the edge, is strengthen that group of people in Japan who think we should be working with China, we should be doing innovation and economic sense. That group is sort of exalted all throughout the 1920s. And the 1920s are this really sort of exciting era in Japanese history where if you're looking at it in terms of sort of the stages that one would expect true democracy to go there, from where Japan was to where true democracy would go, and would expect the stage that Japan has in the 1920s to happen. It's a crucial stage. It's the stage, though, where all those intellectual contagions brought over in Pandora's box by an American female in Japan in the 1850s. They've all had a chance to sort of take seed and mature and grow up and bear fruit. Even the 1920s is a wild time in Japan. It's a time where the oligarchs that were controlling that country start to lose control of the country. And it goes back to the fact that the emperors are slaves. But the Japanese are embracing these sides of democracy that are a little bit sometimes messy. They are fighting regularly so Japanese war. They are protesting this parliament, which was supposed to just be a rubber stamp organization for the emperor. The clique that rules the country is really contentious. Political parties start developing, and you begin to see an interesting development, which is that the Japanese really take to political parties. confrontation, the ideological battle, the discussions and all that stuff, but there's a chunk of Japanese society that's just so turned off by a couple of things. The political wrangle, how venal it is, and how it seems to, put party over country. And they also don't like some of the other things that they see manifest in your society, which they also kind of attach to this democratic sort of system. They don't like the materialism that they see, where these almost religious values of the samurai or frugality, what makes us great, loyalty to the emperor. These are what we would consider to be, if you actually look at this, and their place in Japanese society, super patriots. To these people, it looked like the country was becoming part of the traditions. These are the sorts of people that we talk about a nation being equal to the deconversion sickness, as we said, coming up with deep water too fast, you get the bends. These are the people that get left behind in society. Not just going to pass accepted. But they have working on their favor, in fact. And they may differ in many ways with the leadership of the country. The whole style of leadership. There are some things that they agree upon. One of the things they agree upon is that the country is dangerously flirting with radicalism, which are the installationary powers of the world, not the illustrationary definition of radicalism. Feisty tenants and disgruntled labor, intrepid feminists and radical students, seething minorities and outcasts, mocha and mobo, anarchists and communists. To many within the governing establishment, it appeared that the country was coming apart at the seams. The 1920s, the disruptive consequences of modernization, the competing attractions of new visions, the dislocations inherent in industrialization, the tensions associated with new modes of living, and the stresses that accompanied imperialism were imploding on one another. The tumult of the 20s alarmed many bureaucrats and members of the mainstream parties who sought ways to restrain the more extreme forms of radicalism that seemed at times to threaten the very existence of the state. The Japanese state always made more paranoid and more repressive against any perceived threat coming from the left side of the political spectrum. In Japan, that includes like bomb-throwing Bolsheviks and anarchists to liberal writers who question the divinity of the emperor, or militarism, or women's rights activists. It's a broad group of people that sometimes gets thrown into a similar breadbasket. A sort of police force that fought police inaugurated during this period to go after writers and thinkers who were in jail, sometimes tortured to death in prison. It's a tough time to be questioning the status quo from that political side of the ledger. In the 1920s, 1930s, and certainly 1940s up to 1945, Japan, the other sides, the extremists, didn't have that kind of problem. In part because some of them were in government already and in the power structure, especially when you got down to like the junior officer level of things in some military circles. So they weren't really outsiders, they were kind of insiders. The other reason why is every time the government tried to do one of those super patriot type societies or groups, those groups would basically wrap themselves in the imperial flag. You couldn't use a "they don't love the emperor" excuse on them and get a lot of the public behind you, because their response is, no, we love the emperor, we love the emperor, we do love the emperor, and our extreme actions here and our willingness to lay it all on the line for the emperor proves that we love him. That's a tough one, and you will see a lot of the things that are done by these ultra-nationalist groups that will get off with, like, sometimes little hand slaps. These groups, by the way, have some of the greatest names you will ever run into. These patriotic groups that start off as kind of like pseudo-secret societies, but more and more come out in the open. There's one called the Black Dragon Society. There's another one called the Dark Ocean. They have one called the Cherry Blossom Society, which sounds beautiful, but those members of that Cherry Blossom Society kill people. There will be assassinations in Japan. Japan, a rising amount starting in the late 1910s. They have a prime minister in 1921 who was assassinated, another was assassinated in 1932. The head of a major corporation assassinated, and these groups are killing these people as a way, one, to get them out of positions of power, and sometimes they do change the course of the way things go by taking out a key person. Other times they do it as a way to send a message. There's the other people out there. It's an intimidation movement. And American people, I think it's called the government of Japan during the late 20s, early 30s. It's a government by assassination. And oftentimes the assassins are members of these groups. What do these groups want? They want to go back to a golden age that never existed. These groups are generally, there's differences among them, but they're generally strongly anti-communist. They are strongly pro-military in Japan. They're giving in to the Western powers on globalization, not too much. There's usually Pan-Asian, usually related. Japan led an Asian revolution against Western supremacy and the superior nature of the Japanese race. It's spirit. They loathe parliamentary democracy. It's vile politicians who are corrupt, but they also have a big problem with the business and corporate interests of the time, the saibats, the corporations and the governments that are partnering together for development purposes. These people see them as a Western infection, and it is destroying the traditional nature of Japanese societies and ripping off the populace, right? Taxing them to death, squeezing them to death. The peasant class, I mean, you'll be a lot of members of these groups or sympathizers who come from idealistic peasant views, see what's happening in their little villages and whatnot, and are outraged to join groups like this because one of the things they want to do is make it all better. The only way to do that is to put the emperor back in power like he was in the good old days. Never existed. And he'll fix everything just as wise and just bring back the old samurai virtues. They never existed either. Life between her and again, it's a utopian sort of movement. And there's a couple of figures in it who are so revered and held in such awe by their subordinates that there's almost a god-like element to a couple of them. Big thinkers pushing these ideas. If they get what they want, there's going to be an expansion of Japanese power in Manchuria and a confrontation with the Soviet Union at the very least. So all these layers in the Japanese political sphere, it's kind of a vibrant but possibly explosive stew here. Maybe the beginnings of a vibrant early rough and tumble democracy, maybe something that could fall off in that direction. Several major historical wild cards that get played on Japan in the 1920s that would have made it tough for democracy to flourish anyway. In 1923, there's a horrible earthquake, and it affects a couple of major cities more than the rest of the country. It's like 150,000 dead people. Tsunami, massive economic damage. In 1924, the USA decides they're going to pass some immigration act that the Japanese see as particularly discriminating against them. The United States is almost oblivious to the fact that it bothers the Japanese. To the Japanese, it's another sign that they're not being taken as equals. It goes right on the grievance list. In 1927, there will be a financial crisis that throws Japan into economic turmoil. And 2 years later, everybody gets hit by the Great Depression. That's a hard sort of soil to try to nurture the seed of democracy. We should point out that Emperor Yoshihito, who has not been seen in public very much since like 1920, his son Hirohito is sort of taking his crown from 12. In December 1926, Yoshihito dies. Hirohito takes over. Now have the emperor here in power and theoretically perhaps more capable of playing some sort of activist role in the system. Japan does play a part in several major between the two wars, arms control agreements, specifically naval shipping. This absolutely infuriates the ultra-nationalist rightist, as you might imagine. Assassination. So prevents the political leaders from actually controlling the military. Pretty basic. Think about it. If you're going to have a more representative system, right? Mr. ROTHSCHILD is describing how this created a confused situation in Japan. China posed what's called the right of supreme command. The fact that the army and the only answerable to the emperor after officials or bureaucrats. He describes its effect on China's policy and rights. To begin with, structural and political weaknesses within Japan confused the development of a clear-cut policy. First among these debilities was a lethal flaw in the modern Japanese constitutional system. It centered on a link between a theoretical supreme imperial throne, supposedly the source of all political legitimacy and authority, and an ill-defined locus of political responsibility. It meant that any institution in the Japanese state could, if it had sufficient practical power, pretend to act in the name of an inviolable emperor, and thus assume a supreme decision-making role. With one critical exception, however, he writes, no institution could claim an actual constitutional right to do so. The exception was the armed services' right of supreme command, which made the services directly responsible to the emperor and to no civil authority. It thus gave the army and navy the legal authority to act and speak in the name of the imperial throne. As the throne was not constitutionally responsible to any other institution than the Japanese state, the services could theoretically act as they please, without check or interference from the civil government. And if only it was that simple, though, because then it would just make the Japanese division of power in the system like a lot of other states, right? Where you have an army on one side, elected officials on the other, and they kind of don't necessarily see eye to eye, but there they are, two camps. The Japanese military isn't unified at all. Start at the top, where the services don't get along with each other. And without the inter-service rivalry between things like the army and the navy in most militaries is pretty common. But the Japanese, once again, are like everyone else, only more so in this regard. And the services really don't like each other and really don't see eye to eye. And can only unify sometimes when you're talking about, their right to control events or their right to receive piles of money. When it comes to specific things, they have total disagreements. The Navy sees the next war in the Pacific against the United States. The Army sees the next war as an expansion in Manchuria, eventually to confront this new Soviet Union along a border where Japan controls the entire Manchurian area, right? Texas, Alabama, Louisiana state, full size. In this system, those two services are equal, and they're totally under the control of the civilian government. So who referees disputes between them? Maybe a more complicated question is, who referees disputes within them? Because neither the Army nor the Navy are even unified as a service. They're factions. The Army famously has a faction. These are unofficial things, by the way, although certain officers become associated with it, so it's not a good comparison between matching political parties. You just, you're not officially one way or the other, but generally Democrats or Republicans, that kind of thing. In this case, one of the factions is called, known as the Imperial Way faction. ROTHSCHILD is the Japanese mispronounced term, certainly. And these people are the ones who buy into like the super patriot stuff. The cherry blossom society sort of thinking is almost religious. It wants to go back to a golden age, wants to get rid of all the materialism, all the liberal democracies, the politicians and corruptions, and just go right back to a Showa restoration. Return of the emperor to total power. It's comes up in Japanese history. It's a utopia kind of way of looking at things. And normally you would say to yourself, who cares? What a bunch of mid-level officers in the Japanese military. Who cares if they're Democrats or Republicans? Who cares if they're Imperial Way faction people or the other faction, which is still expansionistic and still doesn't love politicians and all that kind of stuff, but they're more conservative and more opportunistic. The Imperial Way faction wants to take Manchuria on to the Soviet Union from there. Again, who cares? A bunch of colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, and captains, what are they going to do? In a normal military, not much. Shut their mouth and follow orders. But we run into, and it's key to the story, another one of those distinctive is about Japan that goes back to an earlier era that provides an opportunity for a bunch of junior officers to hijack policy here in a way that possible in most great powers, possible everything possible in most great powers, unless things were going down the dark road, which of course, as we know, things are. There's a Japanese concept called the kokujo. It's difficult to understand. It's another one of those things where you kind of have to have your cultural antennas set to Japanese. It's also controversial. People hear historians wonder how much of a role this really played in the story versus how much it was wonderfully exploited by higher ups as a way to say, oh, well, we didn't do it, so captain acting alone did it. But the concept is not exactly unknown in Western societies or Western militaries, for example. The Japanese just take it to extremes. In the Western military, for example, the concept might be something like the rule that says that if American soldiers are in combat somewhere and some higher up orders they do to commit some sort of atrocity, they have a responsibility to be insubordinate in that situation, right? It's not only forgiven, it's kind of required. The Japanese take that to the next level sometimes. They will have this concept that goes back centuries that essentially says that lower ranking people in some circumstances have a right, maybe a responsibility to act insubordinate, and sometimes that can lead extreme sorts of behavior like killing people. Some of the things I read almost portrayed as like a societal safety valve. The system, shaped like a pyramid in terms of its power structure. How do the people at the bottom never have a way to register, their displeasure with something, for example? Maybe this is one of those ways. The key to the whole thing, though, is you got to be doing it for the right reasons, right? Your heart has to be in the right place. Sure, they committed an outrageous act, but they meant well. This is where something like a kokujo probably doesn't work as well. Communist assassin wants to kill the prime minister and sees that as part of his doing it for a good cause. But the public can be really sympathetic. The Japanese public can be for patriotic reasons, right? Clearly, they love the emperor. Sure, they were misguided, but they meant well. You will see these people get off easy sometimes in these cases, and maybe that's a reason if you're conspiratorial. If you're a general who doesn't want to raise a firing squad for treason, you can just have some captain or colonel do it and say, it was kokujo, they meant well. Let them off easy. The upside of a policy of letting them off easy is that you don't create martyrs out of them. The obvious downside is it's not much of a deterrent either. An example, perhaps, of this kokujo in action happens on June 3rd, 1928, when a railway car of officials from a province, warlord province in Manchuria, in air quotes, gets shredded by a bomb. The bomb kills several people, including the governor of one of these provinces. It also kills the warlord himself, who will die a few hours later. This warlord had been a friend of Japan's up until that very explosion. But a couple of Japanese mid-level junior officers, including maybe as low as lieutenants involved with a colonel and a captain, took it upon themselves, we are told, to plant this bomb in order to create an incident that required a response that triggered a policy change that these officers thought was the smart move here, right? That would have triggered something that may have led to the takeover of Manchuria. If you wanted to craft an analogy here, you have to start playing things like the U.S. Central Command forces in the Middle East, having some mid-level officers there, independently decide we're going to spark a war with a place like Iran because we think it's in the long term, good interest of the United States to do so, right? It'd be better to fight them now than later. I mean, everyone will thank me if they do what I do. It's a little inconceivable to think about that. It has happened throughout history. It's not that inconceivable. But amongst the great powers, usually there's more control over that mid-level of command. In this case, it's very possible that what you have here is a tail wagging the dog. interpretation. The other is that they're just acting for much more powerful generals from my interpretation of life. Nevertheless, this 1928 train bombing assassination, which goes by several different names, my favorite is the Chain-Soldier explosion death incident. It sounds like a Tom Wolfe novel title to me. Unless it didn't achieve almost certainly what the intended wanted. It did, in fact, prompt significant blowback across a number of different fronts. Front number one is global public opinion. 1928 is right before the Great Depression starts in most of the world, but you're already starting to see in Europe, right in the Pacific, a little subtle change in the weather. In the 20s, post First World War, rainbows and unicorns thing, all of a sudden the realpolitik returned to normalcy, sort of clouds are starting to appear, and this is one of those incidents that sort of casts a pall on things, in the United States especially. This assassination stuff just looks sinister by its very nature. But the real significant blowback is that this is, as my readers will know, a come-to-Jesus moment in the Japanese governmental system. Because initially, the Japanese government is not sure who does this, and it's supposed to be a bunch of locals and history cities, opium addicts that the Japanese blame this on, some Chinese opium addicts, another one said it was blamed officially with a communique on elements of a northern Chinese nationalist army. More on that later. But almost no one outside Japan was buying it. The party in Japan finds out that it's a lie, all heck breaks loose in Japan. The Prime Minister himself, during this period, a general named Tanaka, survived politically this scandal. And the problem with 2020 hindsight is totally clear. You should look back on it. It's a moment where the military essentially pushes back against the political leadership, and they get away with it. Because the Prime Minister is told by this, the Emperor, one of the few times in his early discretion, he says, return into the home when something goes awry in this whole investigation. But he will tell the Prime Minister to get to the bottom of this. The Prime Minister says, I will, if there are any army men involved, you will sure take care of this. And he goes back to his army folk, who look at him now as a totally politicified general. He's not their comrade anymore. He might as well be a politician, and they don't cooperate with him. And when he says we have to look into this, they essentially say, no, we have to cover it up. They give him a whole bunch of reasons why it should be covered up. It affect our international standing, it will affect our troops and ensuring blah, blah, blah. But the bottom line is he doesn't have the power, and it's made apparent during this incident, to tell them, no, I don't want your approach, I'm the boss, we're going to do it my way. He essentially has to come back in his tail to explain to the Emperor. And when the Emperor finds out he didn't do it, the Emperor is into the Hulk and blames him. With the famous line the Emperor said in the post-war conversations to Allied investigators, the Emperor says he told the Prime Minister, don't you think you should resign? Boom. He's putting a whole lot out there. He's more powerful to a Japanese person, especially a general like Tanaka, than anything a mustachioed, spinning, fascist dictator type looking your face threatened to dismember your 9 ways to Sunday could achieve. And Tanaka will not only fall from government, he'll die soon after. Boom. Don't make the Emperor happy. Let's just by the way, it's worth pointing out that according to Hirohito, he learned from this thing. There was a little illustration. He should have, in a virtual sense, killed this poor Prime Minister by turning into the Hulk, and he learned not to do it again. So this very incident is one of the reasons, allegedly, you don't see the Emperor involve himself more in these sort of matters. When after the war, you keep looking at these things going, why the heck did the Emperor involve himself more in these matters? The real bottom line, if you look at it, according to Hirohito himself, there were higher-ups who might have been implicated in all this, had a real investigation of the interrogation of their torture of the mid-level officers who carried out this stuff. Hirohito says that the mid-level officer in question threatened to squeal about everything, so things get covered up, no investigation, nothing to see here, we move on. And in 1920, we established this sort of line in the sand that says that if the political leaders and the military leaders disagree, there's not much the political leaders can do about that. Unless the emperor gets involved, which he says he learned from this institution. Now, I should point out that the 1920 trade agreement we call it the Changsung explosion death incident, the timing of that is not coincidental. It comes at a time when there's a lot of rising anxiety in the South Manchurian area about events happening in China, events that have the potential to go a certain way, maybe to cut off the supply of Manchuria at some point in the future. And there are people who can make the argument that that can't happen. We're already hooked. It's worth asking the question, who's hooked? Are these corporate/government interests in the South Manchurian area? Are they hooked? Or is the government hooked to the revenues coming in? Unfortunately, often it turns right back around into military expenditure because the areas require lots of troops and these other things. It comes with the cost of security and protection. But on the well, it's during this time period that an open propaganda push is made to convince the Japanese people that darn right we're hooked, and not just us, we're hooked. We have this thing, a lifeline in Manchuria that connects us to the Eurasian population. Sends raw materials and goods and stuff back to Japan, just all alive. The question about whether or not Japan really needs Manchuria is an interesting one. Historian Sandra Wilson, the Manchurian crisis in Japanese society in 1931 to 1933, points out that the whole idea of Manchuria as this vital life form is part of the propaganda of the Japanese state. The stuff it's using to justify whatever's required to keep using Manchuria. The equivalent of the idea that you're hooked. She writes, the principle that Japan was dependent upon access to the resources of Manchuria for survival as a nation was part of an attempt to create a narrative justifying Japan's claim to the region and was closely linked with the assertion that Manchuria rightfully belonged to the Japanese, despite China's technical sovereignty over it. She then goes on to describe this phrase that was in use, and she points out that it had, instead of a dry sort of diplomatic tone, it referred to sort of the idea of what Japan has already paid in blood and sacrifice and investment for this territory. So we talked about earlier, certain things attract you to the region, and certain things keep you there. She writes, far from being a dry diplomatic term, Kenny in the early 1930s was rather, as Murakami Hyoi has pointed out, a vivid word suggesting sacrifice and the shedding of blood, and it relied for its effect upon a certain view of history in which the Sino-Japanese and Russo-Japanese wars figured prominently. Manchuria, she writes, was frequently referred to as the place where the spirits of 200,000 Japanese war heroes slept. The importance of the South Manchurian Railway and the large amount of Japanese public money that they contributed through the railway to the development of Manchuria were also evoked as evidence of Japan's right freely to exploit the Manchurian resources. And citing sacrifices of 200,000 war dead, we have a effective tactic in those countries today. In the war patriotic Europe, we're talking about if they were effective, we're patriotic Japan, we're effective that. But if you happen to be an investor, for example, in South Manchurian Railway, you have every right around the same time period that this war was done to 3 larger investments because events in China are starting to get to a point where it's conceivable to see somebody unifying in the not too distant future. And what's going to happen if that occurs? Remember, everybody's been taking advantage of China during the Persian period because it's down. What if it gets up? This is the sleeping giant of the world, the largest population of the planet. When it's all put together, it's a landmass the size of the United States. The Japanese have been taking advantage of this situation while the Chinese are currently occupy places the Chinese consider theirs. What's going to happen if all of a sudden somebody wants to dump back together again here? You'll have 500 million Japanese have 70 million. How do the long-term trends here look? I mean, you can see positive possible outcome if you let people and keep this lifeline to Japan. Addiction, if you make it work, it means you got to either keep China perpetually divided or split it up permanently. You've got to take it over, or you've got to control it in such a way that you'll never lose control of it, but you need to tell it what to do. You can't have a powerful independent China, though, because obviously that's going to get messy when they want their stuff back. The other, of course, policy approach you can take is the one that those people in Japan are advocating. Let's have this cooperative Asian relationship with China, where Japan and China, with their population and resources and our high tech, nose to the grindstone, fanatical work ethic, we can do anything. People go around those people want me to say the only way to deal with China once they're back on their feet, right? Start negotiating now when they're still weak so that they don't hate you later, because the Japanese are not in good graces with the Chinese population during this period. The sleeping giant has already awoken on the ground. The Chinese people are pissed off, and a lot of historians blame the 1915 First World War, when everybody's attention was on Western Europe. The Japanese tried to slip one of these treaties on a very weak China that would have made them a pro colony. It freaked out the Chinese, but the people freaked out. It wasn't a governmental thing. The people started boycotting Japanese goods. Riots were threatened to kill Japanese officials in Chinese cities, and it was anger. It was the same kind of passion was deflated in Japan had. When Commodore Perry and America's Black Fleet, came and opened them up. This awakening in the case of China, they were mad at everybody for what had happened. They were taking advantage of the Japanese more and more were getting focus specifically of their ire. And so if you want to forestall this, you don't want the sleeping giant to be mad at you. Now might be the time to start patching up and fixing things. So by the way, 5, 6, 7 years before this period, when Wilsonian and Rainbows, according to Republican plans, the Japanese were giving territory back to China. So that, they were trying. It was policy for a minute. But the people in Tokyo aren't necessarily in control of policy, as we said. This is where the tail wagging the dog comes into play, where a bunch of people on the ground can create situations that the military and even the government behind them simply have no option but to respond to. Once again, if you're conspiratorial, you don't believe any of this. It's like that you believe it emanated from ground zero and has been, let's call it responsibility, laundered the whole way. But the traditional story is we have elements that are out of control. In Asia, that are able to prompt events that everyone else has no choice but to respond to. For example, in 1931, another explosion on a railway track. You sense a pattern here. Also carried out supposedly by mid-level Japanese officers. Historian James L. claimed in a modern history of Japan describes it. Captain Kawamoto Sumimori laid the 42 yellow packages of plastic powder with care. Shortly after 10 p.m. on September 8, 1931, he detonated them, displacing a portion of the tracks of the South Manchuria Railway line as it passed the northern outskirts of Fujian. Kawamoto and his co-conspirators intended to derail the Darien Express just minutes later and blamed the act on the local Chinese warlord, Zhang Juelang. Incredibly, when the train reached the damaged section of track, it swayed only slightly and passed on safely. Unruffled, Kawamoto relayed a prearranged message to his home base. This is the famous prearranged message, quote, engaged in action with the Chinese forces who set off explosion along freight route. The author continues, quote, ostensibly, in response to that, quote, end quote, unprovoked aggression, units of Japan's Guangdong army immediately attacked the barracks of Chinese soldiers in Ootd and Chengchun. Within 48 hours, Japanese troops occupied the two cities, and Toyohara Kenji, the colonel of the Guangdong army, named himself to head an emergency committee to govern Ootd. effectively detaching that provincial capital from Chinese control. And it's by the way, a couple of things most famous, it's called the Manchurian incident. During the war, he said Japan generally considered to be the start of what they call the 15-year war, which is essentially the Second World War. So this is an explosive moment in some people's view. The entire subject we talk about here, and it is the result of so much James Bond undercover. It's like the Star Wars bar with all the gunslinging, bootleggers from that time period. I mean, here's how historian Ernest Jensen describes it, and he's a pretty sober historian, so he uses a word like hearty. Understand how much like a novel this is, but these are the people who are engineering these events on the ground. It's like Manchuria. Jason Wright's quote. Plotters had better success in Manchuria. In the days preceding the explosion that triggered the Manchurian incident, an unsavory group of Japanese had collected in Guangdong Army headquarters. He then goes on to name these people. The first one is a guy who murdered left-leaning. And it's a writer. He was there. Jensen says for months by Japanese writers. He says even better find him was this colonel, the guy who had actually blown up the floorboard in the train. So he's there too. And Jensen says, well, arrogance, avarice,